We've been surviving. We've been doing all right, and it's great that you come to join us for an hour with the tower.
Yeah.
We're going to try and run through a little bit of what's happened to Steve Warburton, probably over the last 10 or 12 years, because that's how long it's been.
Yeah.
If got a little bit further. When did you first start playing, and how did you learn? And when did you decide that this, do you know what, playing poker for a living, this could be a very good career?
Making me feel old, that. Every time I play poker now, everyone still sort of sees me as like the kind of young kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a few years, isn't it? I first started playing when I was like 16, 17 years old.
Yeah.
And I was a sort of typical kid. I had no idea what I kind of wanted to do for a living, except for the fact that I didn't want to work for anyone. So, when you were growing up, you're always asked, what do you want to do? What do you want? I never had an answer. Except for, I don't know why, I just always said I never really wanted to work for someone. So when I started university, I kind of had this plan, which was to not really go to university and just basically use the student loan and basically start playing poker from there.
Yeah.
Which didn't really go down too well. I remember my dad specifically wasn't very happy that I was quitting university, and I've got quite a few aunties that are all teachers. And so I kind of had this plan of just get this, kind of $3,000 student loan.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden the rest of my life will just be sorted, which has kind of happened. I basically went to university. I went to the first lecture that was on a Thursday morning at 9 a.m. And I remember turning up thinking, I'm just not going to come back. But I kind of had to tell it a few porkies the rest of the year, pretending I was going, I was committed.
Yeah.
All I was doing was just playing 1-2 cash games in the Manchester G from the age of about 18 years old.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much how I got started. I kind of played some £5 sitting goes with friends when I was younger.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just, and it was relentless back then. It was like 5 or 6 games every night, waiting lists.
Yeah.
Constant action, just everyone was coming through the door. What's this game? Do you know what I mean? No one could really play. Every pot was maybe 4 or 5 way. None of this kind of check calling, taking ages. It was so exciting when you first started playing it, especially for me anyway. And I just loved it. I was playing till 6 a.m. every night. Moved to Manchester. It was so exciting. It was this game that you didn't need to be that good at. You just kind of need to be better than your average Joe sort of thing.
Mm.
And it was fantastic. So
the early days were all cash.
All cash. What are you drinking, by the way, Tower?
Water. Believe it or not. Concentrated professional.
I thought I could rely on you, mate. Come on. Right.
Come on, son. You first
you drink, just so you know, I've got some Pims.
Yes, very nice, very posh.
Saturday afternoon, and I've also got a nice Peroni as well. Just so you know. Anyway, carry on. Sorry.
Multi drinking as well, mate. So you played cash, but then you go on to your first ever Hendon mob. Can you remember what it was?
Oh, first ever Hendon mob. Well, basically,
I'll tell you it was a win.
Oh, I know what it was. So I was playing cash games every night. I thought tournaments were stupid. I thought tournaments were the most ridiculous thing ever, and it was too fast, and I wanted some, to kind of play deep and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Nothing much has kind of changed over the years, but I played, I think it was Walsall, right? £100 side event.
That's exactly what it was.
I played £100 side event, and it finished at about 5:45.
Yeah.
They told us that if it got to 6 o'clock, then they were just going to say whoever had the most chips won.
That's when they closed at 6 a.m. That's correct.
Yeah, and I basically folded something like 15 hands heads up. So I'd fold. It was on him. He'd raise. I'd fold. And then they told us this, and I moved all in with Jack 5 offsuit. I got called by Jacks. Won the hand, and then won the next 2 hands, and basically won it. Obviously, looking back now, I had no idea what I was doing heads up. I was folding all these hands heads up and whatever, but Yeah, that was my first one, I think.
Yeah. And then your first 7 cashes ended up being on GUKPT side events and APAT side events. So I'm not being funny, but I'm not being funny. You played cash, but every time you seem to play a GUKPT or an APAT, you seem to cash in the sides.
Yeah, I think that was more to do with the cash games weren't as kind of good as they were. I was fairly lazy about, kind of. I'm like I was studying back then, and now people study just an insane amount of things, and so you kind of maybe kind of go with the flow of, okay, what's next on? It's GUKPT Bolton or Warsaw or London, and so you're almost kind of forced into it. I didn't have lots of money back then, but when you've got maybe 10 grand to your name and there's a £500 tournament on, you kind of go with the flow, and it's all about people as well, Towers. When you play live, you just meet people every day. You're playing cash games maybe 8 to 12 hours a day. You meet people all the time, and people talk, and where are you going next week? Oh, there's this thing on, and so it was very strange how I kind of got into tournaments. It was more kind of that was what everyone was doing, and you know what I mean. So that's kind of where it kind of started.
It's a good job you went into side events, because in May 2011, you do realize that's nearly 10 years ago. May 2011, your first 5 figures cash for 11,000 at the Salford Megastack.
Raf White was running that. And he said, I remember him saying something like, and this is one of my first tournaments, if you don't play, you're in trouble. And I was saying, oh, Raf, I don't really play tournaments. And, and he was saying, you basically got to come down and stuff. And I remember we had 2 tables left, and Alex Martin was like the kind of big player back then. And I think I knocked him out, and then from there I won the tournament. And then probably after that I was thinking, oh, tournaments are actually all right, aren't they? Completely being results orientated to the whole thing. Pretty much after that one was when I kind of started playing them more regularly.
Did that first 5 figure cash go straight into the bankroll, or was it just like party chat?
I'm pretty sure that doubled the bankroll.
Well, that's you got to start. You have to start somewhere.
Honestly, Tal, for probably the first 4 or 5 years I played poker, I had between £1,000 and £9,000 or £10,000, and never ever got beyond that. I was just playing low stakes. You kind of win a few quid here and lose a few quid there. So to win 11,000 back then was like, wow. I mean, let's basically play these tournaments because you can win huge money. So I think I had about 4 or 5 grand to my name, and obviously won that one in Salford.
And in
coming out with 11 grand in Salford, by the way. But
well, it wasn't a bad year 2011, because the GUKPT 500s, you got 8.8 and 7.7. So now you must have been thinking these tournaments now, all right, cash is good, cash is nice to sit with the mates, but tournaments, I'm pretty good at these.
No, I really used to struggle with confidence, like a lot. I'm not saying I'm super confident now, but I was always very aware of what was happening, and I saw these guys win, and rather than looking at results, I was more looking at the hands they played, and I was thinking, well, if that guy had lost that hand with 15 left, he would have won that tournament. It'd be something like ace queen against ace king, and he basically hit a queen or something. So I feel like I've always been quite level-headed when I kind of win or lose, and so I never really got carried away with what was happening. And I would say that I definitely put more effort in, and I maybe respected them more as a thing. So like the next few years, I was obviously more kind of focused and taking it more seriously. Definitely,
Well, it's been an interesting start. We'll be back with Mr. Steve Warburton very soon in the next episode of An Hour with the Tower.
Looking forward to it.
So back Back with an hour at the tower with the fabulous. Can I just say? Can you just lean forward and show everybody that lockdown's not been favourable for most?
Mate, this is 4 months. 4 months of no haircut. So we went to where did we go? We went to Hampshire. It was me, Little Dave, Jake Fish.
Yeah.
This was about 3 weeks before lockdown started, because everyone in all the different countries was saying, look, this is basically going to come to you. So we basically went to lockdown, and I just thought, Jesus, for the next 3 months, no one's going to cut my hair. It's just going to be an absolute disaster. And it is an absolute disaster, but I've made no effort to make it better. Just so you know, this is literally just as it comes out. This is nothing.
It looks good. Back to the Steve Warburton story. 2011, your first Vegas cash. I'm guessing right now you still need ID to get anywhere in Vegas because you're such a young-looking chap, and I mean that. And that's the time. You will need a passport forever. 2011, your first ever Vegas cash. How was that?
Well, I mean, this was back in the day where if I basically walked around the Rio, not playing a tournament, I was just, kind of looking for a friend or something, I used to have security guards march round all the way around and come up to me and just ask me for ID. And every time I'd say, I'm not gambling, and they'd just say, I don't, because they're really strict. Massive pubs over there. Yeah. And the amount of times that happened, so I never set foot after that. Probably happened like 4 or 5 times. I would never go into a tournament room unless I was actually playing, because I just used to get ID'd all the time. But 2011 cash, that was probably 3 years before I actually played what I'd consider proper tournaments in Vegas. I basically went to Vegas for 3 years, 11, 12, 13, and just played cash games. And I was very hypocritical in terms of everyone I spoke to. I'd say, why are you playing tournaments? Stupid. You should play cash and all this stuff. And then in 2014, I think I played the main event, and that's when I kind of really got hooked as well. So I think that 2011 one was just a random rogue cash, which is probably why no cashes from that until 2014.
No, we're not going to start with the rub downs at all in the slightest, but it is part of history.
Go on.
Your biggest ever shot at the time was a 5K buy in the EPT London.
Oh, disaster.
Unfortunately,
disaster.
The crowd would have been cheering, roaring, and shouting and whooping because everybody's made the money. Because Steve Warburton became that unfortunate bubble boy.
I've never ever been backed. I'm really proud that I've never kind of borrowed money. I've never been backed. But that was the first tournament that I sold action. I sold 50%, and I think it was my first 5K. And so, I mean, I'm really competitive anyway. But to let someone else down, that's just, I hate that. And so, I think when we were about 15 off the money, I basically made the mistake of messaging everyone that had backed me and said, I'm 15 off the money, I'm all right in chips. And then I kind of dwindled down, and on the bubble I had, you always remember the hands you lose, don't you?
Of course, yeah.
Ace-king diamonds, all in against aces on the bubble. And we basically got all in. I'm thinking, oh my God, how's he got aces?
Yeah.
And like the first 2 cards were diamonds as well. So I was like, well, I've basically got 4 cards. Because also this was back in the day when it was like 1 card, not just 3 cards straight out.
Yeah, yeah.
So I basically bubbled, and I was in the very far end table of the room.
Oh, marvellous.
This is a huge, huge room. And the second the river card comes down, there's guys on the mic saying, congratulations, you're all in the money. And people used to get a lot more excited back then as well.
Yeah.
I'm not joking, Tower. That was the longest walk of my life. Everyone was high-fiving. Congratulations, you've made the money. I had to shake 3 people's hands on the way out because they thought I'd made the money. So I was just going with it. I got all the way to the end of the room, and one of my pals, he told me that if you finish on the bubble, you get a free for next year. So I'm thinking, oh, great. I marched all the way back, found the TD, and he said, oh no, we stopped doing that last year.
The double bubble.
I've had to do it twice. I've had to walk to it twice.
Oh dear.
Get out. I'm going to ring everyone and say, I'm sorry, you bet on your money. So,
yeah.
You know.
But a couple of years later, you went back to London 2013 and you actually cashed. We ended up 22nd.
Redemption, kind of.
Which is pretty deep. Just under 20,000. Was it annoying not to go any further in the tournament, or was it one of those where we've just experienced a bubble a couple of years ago where everybody's opening you and you didn't want to be in that circumstance yet again?
Yeah, I don't know. That was a weird one. I kind of felt like I was going to final table.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I just kind of lost a few key hands. And also back then, you kind of get very carried away. You know, when there's 30 left, you're so convinced you're going to do well. And
yeah,
it's one of those. I was kind of happy that I obviously didn't bubble and I went deep. But I was kind of disappointed to not final table.
Well, you started travelling about a little bit, and then obviously the year after GUKPT Manchester, you ended up chopping it with Rhys Jones and Simon Dedman.
That was a good one.
That was a good one. 39,000 for finishing third. And I actually remember.
So do I.
You actually remember you said that you'd cry if you won it.
Yeah. I remember it like it.
I think you would have done, because I think Manchester's your home, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that was obviously where I first started playing 1-2 cash, and the amount of hours you spend there, and you know all the locals, and I don't know, just I feel like with Manchester every year, I always seem to be in the mix and not really make much money based out. I'm always quite deep, and I might get a min cash or finish just before the money, and I don't know. I feel like 5-6 years ago as well, I got way more into tournaments in terms of I'd be like so invested mentally and emotionally that I remember on that last night, it was probably day 2, whatever it was, just speaking to you, just thinking, if I actually finally do this, I'll be so overwhelmed. And yeah, and it was more as well, like I've always felt like I need to kind of prove a point, maybe to like my dad, like my family.
You would also, because you've been at the EPTs and because you started traveling around playing tournaments, people started pointing and saying, that's Steve Walton. This guy's pretty good at tournaments, you know?
Yeah, that was a bit weird, because I'm a sort of guy who's always like feet on the ground, and I don't really get like startled by people, and so like for people to say that, I was a bit just like, well, I've kind of been doing this every day for a few years, and do you know what I mean? I haven't really changed, and you didn't notice me then, sort of thing. So I was a bit kind of weirded out by it almost. But that interview though, I remember it well, and it's slightly cringy just thinking about it. Watching. But yeah, and I think I actually like fell on the floor or something, didn't I?
Yeah,
I think I was like, oh god.
Yes, and finally for 2014, before we end this section, the World Series, we end up cashing in a side event for 3.5, but that wasn't the highlight. No, because we went and played the main event. And do you know where you finished? Will it always be etched?
I know it was under 300.
182nd.
Yeah.
Out of 6,682.
It was a good one because it was my first one.
Yeah.
It was the first time I'd ever played the Bane. I went really deep with my good friend Tim Hickling.
Mm-hmm.
He was somehow on the table next to me every day. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah.
And I remember on day 5, just walking in with him, and they had the music on and stuff, and you're just thinking, this is like how it used to be. You know, like I was saying before, when you first started playing, that real buzz of playing. So yeah, that was fun. But we obviously didn't go deeper than that, but it was nice to win wherever I won.
It was a very good run and a good ending to 2014. It would have been nice, obviously, because it was just, I think it was the first time it was 10 mil for the winner. So
I don't know, was that the Jamie Gold year, was it?
No, that was of course, Jamie Gold got 12, didn't he? Yeah, when he got 10 million, but 182nd wasn't that ending to 2014 for you.
And it was maybe 40 or 50 grand, which again at the time, Even now, it's so much money to win from a tournament. You're obviously really disappointed, but to just win that amount, it's
well. Coming to the end of this episode, we will be back with Steve Warburton very soon on An Hour with the Tower. Back with Mr. Steve Warburton for An Hour with the Tower, and we've moved on to May 2015 and the WPT Amsterdam. Has to be one of the favourite stops for poker players by far. 341 entries, and second, 150,000.
This was my favourite tournament of all time.
Yeah,
it was such a good tournament. Just everyone is just like, I don't know what it is about Amsterdam, and obviously 60% or 70% of the field are kind of Dutch, and there's just no one kind of taking the mickey and being slow with their play, and everyone's talking to each other, and that's like from day one to the end. It was just a really fun tournament, and I felt like as well it wasn't a tournament where it was, just winning flips the whole way through. It was like a really good structure and stuff, and yeah, it was just a really fun tournament, and it was obviously my biggest score at the time. A lot of my best friends were there at the time. Again, it was just an obscene amount of money. It was just like so good. We had a fantastic evening afterwards.
What was the party like afterwards?
So good, Tower. It was just so good. It's just like I'm honestly, I'm such an old man. After about 4 or 5 hours, I'm just like a back ache, and I want to go to bed. But when you just got like pure poker rush adrenaline, it's just so good just to go out, and you just like, it's great. It happens very rarely to win a tournament, but it was a great effort. Then you go on to Party Poker High Roll, another second, and you lost to Alex Golder, but you're good friends with Alex. Yeah, sure.
Was there a lot of chatting when you were heads up, or was it like enemies at the table and then shaking hands and a bit of a cuddle afterwards?
We were talking about this recently, actually. This is when Dusk Till Dawn had basically banned you from making a deal.
Yeah.
And I remember we basically went outside to just have a chat, and Simon Trumper came out. He literally just tapped me on the shoulder, and he just said, "If you make a deal, you're barred from like DTD for life." And I was like, okay, just outside. So yeah, we weren't actually allowed to make a deal. And I don't think I actually won a hand heads up. Alex won. He was like typically smug about it. And, yeah.
As long as you're still friends, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
As long as you're still friends. But the biggie, in 2015, we head up to Barcelona. We play another EPT. We have 1,694 runners. There's nearly 10 million in the prize pool.
Yeah, it's big, yeah.
1,070,000 for second.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
I'm going to talk. Obviously, this is one of the moments I always remember while watching a live stream for one of the first times. Watching this, because obviously we all remember the chop. But what was it like at the final table, knowing what was at stake? There's a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, I've never really talked about it. Like, obviously it happened, and people congratulate on the money and stuff. But I've never really talked about like the whole thing. I mean, I remember the night before I even entered, I was like pretty sure that I was just going to quit the game, because I'd had basically a couple of years of thinking I was doing well and kind of knocking on the door and stuff, but just never actually making any money, essentially from it. And I was just completely over it, to be honest. And so I kind of went into that tournament and played, I don't know, maybe what you describe as like really badly, because I just didn't care. Do you know what I mean? And I was just doing all these ridiculous plays and like ridiculous bluffs and ridiculous things, just thinking, well, this is probably my last one ever.
Mm.
And if I think someone's not got a good hand, I'm basically just going to put them to the test almost. And so there are so many hand histories in that tournament where I'm just completely putting it off. Never getting called. So I was never, in a situation. I think there was like one reported where I like 5-bet or 6-bet that I don't know, it's a jeans guy. He plays like PLO online. And there's just this like ludicrous hand history where I've like 3-bet and jack 3 off. I'm 5-bet, sorry. And he's called, and it's come like king 6 deuce. And he's checked and I bet and he's folded. And I've shown it for some reason, which I never ever do. And I'm just looking back now, just thinking, there was just so many hands like that where I was just like, well, let's just try and win it or not. And obviously, so lucky to actually go on and chop it and things.
Yeah.
And the final table was just loads and loads of fun.
Well, it was also famous for a rowdy rail.
Super rowdy rail. There was obviously the hand where John DeWanders folded kings pre, which would have basically knocked me out if I'd not hit an ace. His king suited. I think it was 7 or 8 left.
Yeah.
It's gone like open 3-bet, 4-bet from the small blind. I ended up jamming because we'd basically just been for dinner, and he was basically saying something along the lines of, "There's 3 short stacks. The money jumps are big.
Yeah.
We kind of don't need to get involved." And so from that, I kind of took it as, right, you're not going to want to kind of get in some huge kind of confrontation pre-flop. And so I was pretty confident he'd fold queens pre. I would obviously never have done it if I knew he had kings, because no one folds kings pre. He ended up folding, and we basically did the deal 3-handed, which was obviously life-changing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't really feel much pressure because I just had this mentality of like, I don't really care. And it was a really strange tournament, to be honest. And I really kind of wish now I played every tournament like that, because it was almost just like no fear. Do you know what I mean? You just didn't really care what was.
Yeah. And you're doing a deal for 7 figures, and you get one guy to pick to negotiate just to make sure you got the right deal. And somebody walks on stage with 2 bottles of beer in his hand, and he's like, "Yeah, well, it's only 7 figures." Yeah.
Well, that was because it was either Fraser Mack, who was very notorious at the time for doing every deal, wasn't he? He was always there, kind of, or it was Feraldo, who I kind of knew but didn't know as well as I know him now. And I remember Toby Stone came up and he said, "You're only allowed one person to come in up and kind of helping you." And Fraz Mack was like, "Right, yeah, it's me, innit? It's me." And I was going, Feraldo, I'll take you, which was probably a mistake because Feraldo was half cut, wearing a hat, holding beers, as you say. But actually, he was really good because you basically only had a couple of minutes.
Yeah,
I was completely lost in like the whole what was going on. And he was very just like, you need to do this, this, and this. You shouldn't do this. And he basically gave me some really good advice, actually. And yeah, from there onwards, I think I said something along the lines of, "Well, we don't have to deal. I don't care about the money," which is a complete lie. I was desperate for a deal. I just literally wanted to do it. And I was like, "Oh, well, if you guys want to do a deal, up to you. I'm not bothered about the money. Just trying to get more money out of it, obviously." And then as soon as it was done, I was like, right, this is the greatest thing ever. I can just do whatever. But yeah.
Obviously went straight to bed afterwards.
Again, that was an absolute. I'll actually tell you something as well. We basically went out afterwards, and I basically got mugged. Well, not mugged. I basically got robbed because I actually had no money on me. I basically won all this money, and we basically had organised, this kind of massive thing afterwards that cost loads of money, and I didn't have any money. So I went round almost every person that was there and asked them for money, just like a massive pigeon, just like, if you got 500, if you got 200. And after an hour and a half, I'd collected something like, I don't know, it was like 10 or 15,000 euros in cash. And I basically put the euros in my pocket. And obviously around there in Barcelona, on those beaches, and stuff, everyone's watching. Within 5 minutes, Phil, that had been swiped. So when the bill came, it was like, you need to pay. I had no money, so I had to then go round again. I had to ask everyone for a second time, and everyone's going, "Well, I've just paid you 1,000. What's going on? You basically just won this million." So yeah, it was like the best time to ever be robbed because you didn't care, because you know,
Yeah.
you kind of cashed all this money. But yeah, I basically got done for about 15 grand.
Wow. And on that note, we'll be back with Mr. Steve Warburton and more stories very shortly. Welcome back to Mr. Steve Warburton and an hour with the Tower. Huge 2015 that we were talking about before. Absolutely huge. 2016. Did you slow down? Did you play more cash? Was it a case of I'm not travelling around too much?
It's so hard to think when like 2016 was in terms of what was happening. I'm pretty sure I was still playing, as in like tournaments and things. But now, kind of looking back, you kind of have these purple patches, don't you? There are so many players that they'll have a cash, and then you'll see them cash again and again and again, and then for like the next 12 months, they just kind of don't. And I don't know. I don't know if it's confidence or what just happens. But yeah, I was still playing in 2016 quite a bit, and obviously not having the cashes I was having the previous year.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know as well. I never really got carried away with tournaments. I was never really one to play 60 events of the World Series or every single GPT and stuff. I was always quite kind of level-headed. And
but one of them you do like, as we can see, GUKPT Manchester. You've got so many entries in the database: 2018 to 14, 2020 for 20th. You got so many cashing 3 of the last 4 years. It has to be the favourite stop. I know it's your local one, it's your home one, but is it classed as your favourite stop?
It's the favourite stop because it makes up for all the other GUKPTs that I'm just doing my money in. You know, I can't go to Luton or Walsall or Bolton and just do 4 or 5 buy-ins.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I feel like with Manchester, I'm always trying that little bit harder because home stop, most players, the kind of great camaraderie of people. So that's always fun. But yeah, I mean, I've no idea if I don't know. I think I'm probably slightly up on GUKPTs because of that.
Yeah.
Sort of shop with Deadman and thingy, but I've put a lot of money into them, don't you? Don't you worry about that. Yeah.
Norwegian Championships came to Britain, and they started being played around the country. You had three tournaments where you cashed for well over 60,000. I heard they used to be crazy. I heard the cash tables used to be mad as well. Was that one of the reasons why you played them?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the absolute best stop on the calendar every year is the Irish Open. It's getting better and better. I think it's going to be the biggest it's ever going to be next year.
Yeah.
I basically booked my flights in January this year for it. Obviously, it got cancelled because of everything that's going on. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, they were having 60 or 70 cash game tables every single night.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just crazy. You just don't see that anymore. And yeah, again, it's a little bit like what I was saying in the 2015 WPT in Amsterdam. Everyone's just on the same wavelength. You know, everyone's chatting away, and do you know what I mean? It's kind of how poker should be. You know, there's tanking. No one's dressed silly. There's no about talking, trying to like piss people off and stuff. It's just kind of nice, fun poker, and it was a good one. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Your strangest ever Hendon Mob entry. Blackpool Tuesday nights, free run. 60 entries, you finished 7th for 40 quid. And it ended up being on the Hendon Mob. Please explain what happened. Why is it there?
I think I maybe need to blame PK for researching this, don't I? I don't really know how that's on. I think that's 15 entry or something.
I'll just check up on Steve Warburton so we can have a nice chat while we're all in lockdown and we've not had a haircut for 3 months. And we get it was a free roll on a Tuesday night and there were 60 runs.
Times were tough, Tower. Times were tough. That 1.8 million you were talking about before had gone. I had nothing left.
Oh, brilliant.
actually. No, I remember what happened. We basically gone to Blackpool to watch I don't know if we're watching the darts or a footy.
Oh, right, okay. And
What we did, we all rang Dina, and we made Dina extend the late reg, just so we could get to this thing. And it was one of those classic ones where you basically want to bus quite soon so you can go to the bar and just have a few drinks. But I ended up final table in it. Yeah, ridiculous.
The UK Poker Championships in 2018, the High Roller. Your final table, you finished 8th for 7,000. That wasn't the story. The story was Mr. Jake. The story was Mr. Jake Cody and the viral video that you were involved in and crazy scenes. How did that all come about?
How long have we got?
Well, is it really that long?
The short version, what I remember is we'd all been out the night before, and I mean we'd all been out to the point of in day 2 of this tournament, there was 5 or 6 people who hadn't arrived. You know, Jake for one, not mention names for other people, but Ludo and all the Scottish boys.
Yeah.
And with about, 50 people left, I remember Jake saying, if I win this tournament, it'll be so unjust that I'll put it all on black. And Ludo was on the rail, and Ludo heard this, and he never shut up about it from 50 all the way down. He was on the rail with the drink, obviously, and he said this. And all of a sudden, me and Jake were on this final. I have no idea how I was there or he was there. First thing he did was get shots for the table and stuff. He had the tournament director literally over every hand because he was showing cards and chat. You know what I mean? He was just whatever. And so I think he got 3-handed, and I'm not entirely sure. I think they might have done a deal, did they, or something? Or
I'm not sure how it ended. All I saw was the video about an hour later. Was it straight after Was it literally straight after the tournament finished?
It was literally straight after, and obviously when I busted, I was sulking because I always sulk when I bust. I basically went and played cash, and then the next thing I remember, honestly, is Jake coming up to me and saying, "I don't really want to do this, but I've kind of been forced into it." Rob Young, by the way, Young had walked in the casino to pick up his car keys, so he wasn't even going to be there. And he'd basically heard from Scally, he basically wants to do this. Rob being Rob was just like, yeah, fine. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, it's kind of gone from I don't want to do this, Swabs, to us marching over to the table.
Yes, we're back live, ladies and gentlemen. We are bang on time. The clock has reset. Good to have everybody back. Jay's coming in with the teeth in the waters very shortly. He's walking the wrong way around because my table's here. It's all right, pal. You're all right. He's here. He's a good lad. He's working well. Thank you very much. We're back. We're ready.
Ready to go.
Is that lemon?
It's just tap water.
Right, we're caught up. Everybody's good. Just about to sit down for the next session. We have already smashed Manchester's biggest ever total, and you can still buy in for the next 6 levels, and you can still buy into the turbo, and you can still buy into day 2, and we'll already beat the biggest ever GUKPT in Manchester. It's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. So we are just about to start with a brand new table. Everybody's caught up. The live stream's looking good. And what would you like? Pen? You can talk, it's on.
I'd like the list, please.
Right, what list is that?
I think that one right there.
Well, we'll find out what we've got at the tables very shortly. So yes, we are live, back to level number 5 of the day. We play 10 levels. There are 150 players left in the mix. That's your list you can read out, young man. Who have we got?
In 1 is going to be Guy Taylor, in 2 Garwo Chu, in 3 James Dorwood, in 4 Stephen Heron, in 5 Lynn Beaumont, in 6 Adam Davis, in
is that
7
Lynn Beaumont?
Yeah, Lynn Beaumont.
Yeah.
And in 6 Adam Davis, in 7 Robert Knorr, in 8 Paul McTaggart, and in 9 we'll just go with Gene.
So
we are going to hit the feature table because the cards are coming out. Get rid of these two ugly mugs off the screen.
Don't
and
want
we
to be
shall
seeing our
Lynn
faces,
Beaumont's
do they?
my golfing partner
Get rid.
in Vegas. Lynn Beaumont used to play off 7.
7.
Yes,
7.
7. Not a bad golfer.
I actually thought I was alright at golf, but after today, I've realised I'm not very good.
Not bad at all. So we are now coming into
But just about to get underway. Level 5 of the day, 3rd session.
Yep.
We are here all the way through till midnight.
Where is Lynn? Must be a late lunch. Hi up, Slinks. Hoi hoi. Sylvia Hewitt is now in the chat box. How's the ticker? Oh, Lynn don't put it to the test.
So blinds now 200, 300. Running into your 300.
I got herself, she's getting there, which is good news.
Stephen Heron.
Yes,
C4.
it is. Bunza's in the building. Does a lot of grinding online, does Bunza nowadays, doesn't he? And he normally does well. If anybody, if you ever see him saying he's selling a bit of action, jump in, because the man is good. Yeah, yeah. And one of the funniest guys you'll meet. Oh my God, he is an absolute comedy genius.
Here she comes.
Always late, these ladies. Here she comes. Lynn Beaumont, straight in. Would normally be playing the World Series and all that. She's still trying to. I was definitely thinking of going to Vegas for. No, just 6th in the biggest comp they ever had at the time. Didn't win it though, did she? So there she is. There's Lynn. Plays a lot of cash in Vegas as well. Very competent indeed. Bunza at the side. Steve Heron.
Yeah, other than Guy Taylor and obviously Paul in C8, I'm not too familiar with most of this table tower. So going to be an interesting session.
Didn't recognise Guy Taylor with the new hairdo. Looking slick.
Better than the top knot, I must say. I much prefer that to the top knot. So 7s for Robert in the hijack, raises to 700. And action going to be on Gar in the big blind, who's going to defend the King 6 for 400 more. Ace 10 4 with 2 clubs. So Robert with the 7s here, 2 overcards to his 7s, but in terms of range of hands we should be opening. Wouldn't mind seeing him c-bet this board, Ace 10 4. And does c-bet it and gets it through, gets King High out of their way. Jim Ladd, good afternoon, or good evening I should say now.
Oi, oi, Jim Ladd. Jamie Smith, how much is it to enter and how many day ones are left, please? It's a 12.50 buy-in and you can play at 8 PM in the turbo. You can buy into this day one now because late reg is open all way through until the end of the night. Turbo at 8 PM, and if you fancy it you can buy into day 2 straight for 16.5 big blinds. Yeah, we all know that Lynn's got the game. Very capable indeed. So it'll be interesting to see. Guy Taylor's had some results in the past.
And Robert here, back-to-back opens. This
Oi,
time he's got the aces. And then Gene going to call the ace deuce here in the cut-off. Can mix in a free bet some of the time with this hand as well, but just choosing to flat on this occasion. And James got an easy defend with the king jack and the big blind, so go in. Three-way, jack 7-3, two hearts. This is action. This is probably the most action flop we can get with these two hands. Nut flush draw for Gene, the aces for Robert, and top pair backdoor second nut flush draw for James here. So got three hands that have smashed this flop. Robert continuing for 1.3. Gene not going to be going anywhere.
Just
with
to let
his
you
nut
know,
flush draw.
it's Jean.
Oh, Jean.
Jean.
And James, even though there has been a bet and a call, can't blame him for the overcall here with the king jack. And wow, look at this turn.
Where's the king of clubs come from?
How is this early in the session? This is going to be, I think, a double up for James. I can't see any way that he's not going to double up this hand. You expect it to be checked to Robert again, who wants to come in for another street of value here of his aces. Bet 3.2 from Robert, and James here behind Jean. Once Jean makes the call, he's only got one move here with top two. There's 12.9k in the middle. We've got 11.8 in our stack.
Yeah.
We've got an easy shove here.
Get them in.
No other way to play this but to move all in. And there's the all in.
The triangles there.
From the king jack. And this is going to be interesting because I can't see Robert folding here with the aces. I think we're just going to have to call this off. But intrigued to see what Jean does behind with just 12.1k left in his stack. Once Robert makes this call, he may actually elect to ISO, not that it matters because he does have Jean covered by about 8k. But if he does make this call for 8.6, it's going to be 33.3 in the pot. Jean with 12k behind, so he would actually then be getting just under 3-1 on the call, the nut flush draw.
Yeah,
here,
they're in quicker than Roberts.
That's why he's put it in.
Two pair, nut flush draw, over pair.
So the aces of Robert have both players.
Would you call with the ace deuce?
Covered.
Getting
Getting that price if Jean's going to rebuy and he's got multiple bullets at hand, and yeah, chance to get up to 50k.
Yeah.
Obviously we're drawing to the nuts, just under 3-1 on the call.
James is rooting for the six of clubs.
I think if Robert folded though, he probably would have passed tower. Price is completely different, but we're going to see the river, which is the 8 of clubs. So the king jack is going to get the treble up, and we're going to lose Jean. And unlucky there for Robert, bit of a cooler turn card, that king rolling off on the turn.
Wowzers. Well, I hope that's the
shape
of things to come.
I hope we got that all session. That was a nice little hand to kick us off early in the session. That turn card is just ruthless, that king rolling off. And James going to love that. Up to 41k. He's on the phone. He's telling the missus, we just trebled.
Yeah.
Get the champagne out Sunday.
The Oklahoma basketball kit is on. The shades are on. Order the Cronenberg. We're staying for the day. Squiddly Deadly says great stories from Steve Warburton during the break. Yeah, it was a good catch up, was that? An hour with the tower, Steve Warburton. We played that one. We played Chris Moment and Phil Hellmuth. 346 entries so far. 346. The biggest Manchester event was 317, was it?
smashed it. I'm going to continue smashing it. I'd love to see it get to half a mil. It may not happen, it's probably too much of a stretch, but we've been sat here before guessing numbers and been well off because people have just turned up from just everywhere, just walking through the door, re-entries. So Robert opening the ace for diamonds, UTG +2, does flop top pair here. Versus big blind, we can incorporate a check here, backdoor, nut, flush draw. Just big blind going to be defending so wide. Try and induce something on later streets, but just decided to go with the bet with top pair. No action, going to take that one.
Graham Weldon, one of the best sports bettors in the country. You liking Rotherham this? Am I liking Rotherham this weekend? We're Wigan? No, I'm not. I don't think we'll bounce straight back up. We've been like the West Brom of the Premier League in the last 5 seasons. I don't think we'll bounce straight back this year. Time will tell, young man, time will tell. Towers Treble will be available live tomorrow. So if you are wanting to get onto the Towers Treble bandwagon, Grosvenor Sport will be the place to be for the Towers Treble. Do that tomorrow. Plenty of poker before that though. Graham will be giving us a couple of tips as well. Sure he'll have a couple of naps in the football stakes.
So Gar opening the pocket tens and the cut-off. Lynn going to elect to 3-bet the King Queen of Hearts in the big blind. Makes it 3.5k, just under 3x. Ace 10 for Rainbow. I'd like to see Lynn continue here, even though we can see Gar has smashed his flop and does have a set. And he just insta moves all in for 4.2, and Lynn's going to have to make the call here with a gut shot getting this price. I'm surprised it didn't actually go in pre. I've just noticed Gar's stack size. I'm surprised he didn't just elect to 4-bet rip the 10s pre, but after betting 3k, unfortunately we can't fold for 1.2 more with equity to the nuts and backdoor hearts.
Yep.
1.2 to win 14.7.
Usually spikes a jack in this situation, to be fair. And it's usually jack of clubs.
Well, that doesn't change anything. Still need a jack and just a jack. It's a 4, so Gar will double up.
Jamie Smith, what's going on with the Goliath? Is it online this year and then live next year? Yeah, it is online this year. It starts in 2 weeks' time. Day 1A, for the first time, it's multi-flight day ones for Goliath online. 250,000 guarantee for British-based players only. 25th till the 30th of August. First day 1 is 8 p.m. Wednesday the 25th. And then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, day 2 Sunday, and day 3 on Monday. And then, fingers crossed, next year for the Goliath, we'll be live again in Coventry as we usually are.
So Guy going to open King Queen here, early position. Gar choosing to flat the Ace Queen. Obviously, you can mix in a 3-bet as well with this particular hand, but just going to make the call and play accordingly in position. It's a lovely flop here for Guy. Wasn't a dominated spot, but makes top pair now. And comes in for a 600 bet. Just above quarter pot. Gar's not going to be going anywhere. He has the nut high hand. Guy can be opening plenty of hands that we are still ahead of in this spot. But on this 4 of diamonds, once we are faced with this double barrel, which you expect Guy to come in with, that's when we can just get out of the way, and rightly so. Guy takes a small one.
Oh, I can hear Albert's dulcet tones. That must mean he's back in somewhere. Lenny's gone from work with the live stream on. He's gone straight home. He's on the live stream on the big TV.
Does he own a small TV, Lenny? Any picture he's just got a massive TV.
You know, when you work for big corporates, you know what it's like. Got all the money. Wouldn't like spending it.
Wouldn't mind a film night round his.
That looks awesome.
Pocket freeze for Guy this time. Going to open UCG +1. And folded round to the blinds, and action going to be on Robert. Easy defend here with the King 7 suited. Wants to be defending this hand, and does. And going heads up. It looks like it's all paint. So, Guy continuing, and gets it through, although it was all paint. I'm assuming, there we go, there's not a king on it, otherwise we would have seen Robert continue, but nice little pick up there again from Guy with a freeze. Back to back pots.
A great question from Phil Comben. Is it a silent B? Is it common? Comben. We'll go Comben. Can we play multi-day ones in the Goliath and carry our biggest stack through, or does it forfeit your stack if you play another day? Thanks for being awesome. I'm guessing it's not choose a stack, is it? For the Goliath online. So if you make it through in one of the day ones, you can't play a day. You can't play another one. I'm not sure. I'm gonna text the man who knows right now. Can you play multi-day one Zinger the Goliath and carry our biggest stack through, or does it forfeit your stack if you play another day one? We'll let you know as soon as we know. No talking on the feature. That's alright. So some tables are really jovial, others aren't. So there you go. Graham Weldon's given us the first football tip of the year. Cisco Munoz at Watford to be the first manager to leave at 6-1. Because Watford will lose the first 4 games and then he'll get the sack. Like it.
I think Villa are a good bet this year. Not to win, but like top 6 or something like that. I think they could potentially be a surprise package. Phil says get Terry back. We haven't had Terry on the feature today. Did have him yesterday. Him and Albert entertained us second session of the day, and it was a great watch. If anyone tuned in, you can go back and watch that session anytime you want on our YouTube channel. All the day ones, day 2s and final days are uploaded. And aces for James this time. After just cracking the aces, he's been dealt them himself. And comes in for a raise to 700. What is this? Lynn has got aces as well. You don't see this very often. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Raise.
Raise, yeah, and this is just probably going to go in unless one of them decides to play it tricky. But it's just a great feeling when you open aces and someone picks up 3-betting chips. And
raise again.
Yeah, regarding size for James here, around 5k is perfectly fine. You want to
raise to 5.1.
Yeah.
I don't think Lynn does anything else apart from
just
stick the lot in.
Well, if
I've done with it.
If she did want a 5-bet here, size is probably going to be about 11k.
Yeah.
Leaving herself, 15k behind. So I think we might just see the all-in. Unless she wants to get tricky and keep some bluffs in there and underrepresent her hand and just flat.
They're going in.
Does have position.
No, they're going in.
You know Lynn better than me, Tower, so I'm going to...
They're going in. They're going in, it calls, and it's going to be a split pot. No dramas.
Sure. There you go, all in, call, aces. Right, now just nice little rainbow board deal up.
Yeah. No dramas, please.
Don't do anything stupid, let's just chop it now, eh? Nah, you want to swim. Pretty hard, please.
No. Very likely to end in a chop, this one, almost always. And there we go.
There we go, chop it up.
Chop it up.
So Slinky's got no idea. She won't shove. What do you guys know? Do you know what?
There we go. Tell you the man.
I get berated week on week for knowing note. What? I called it exactly how it is.
You did. You did.
Come on. She texted Slinky, said she played it terrible. Ah, well. I also... They could have... Do they know each other? Do they play in different clubs together? Have they locked horns before at the tables? I don't know. Have they been at the same table all day and had a bit of history? I don't know. In they went. I don't mind it at all.
But we won't see that again this weekend.
Alright, that's interesting.
Which happens so rarely, aces into aces. Chances of it happening.
See, Phil Pratt's an easier prediction. So I weren't calling something that was out of the ordinary. It was easy, to be fair.
That's the thing about this game, though. Like you say, just always shoving there with aces, but you've got to be able to mix it up from time to time, make it so hard for your opponents to play against you, be unpredictable, have certain hands in certain spots that people don't expect you to have, and the more difficult it is for your opponent to decipher the hands that you can have in certain situations, the more difficult it's going to be to play against you. And that's why you can't just raise when you've got your strong hands. You need to mix in some weak hands as well, all about balancing it in the right scenarios. Nine on the river for Paul. Not going to get any action, but does make a boat. Small bet from him, no action.
He was our manager in
Great work from the team. Well done, boys.
Back to the action on our featured as the river rolls off a 10. Well, it's interesting hand this actually. After Paul flopped the nuts and Robert flopped top pair, hijack versus cut off. Robert has chose to check the river after check call in turn. And a bit of 3k here from Paul.
I didn't realise that was Paul McTaggart with the mask on, or the scarf. Boba Fett.
Robert makes the correct fold. That was nice, that little,
Yes, like
little
that.
pan. It's good to see who's out there. A couple of names in the field I didn't even realise were playing today.
Like that a lot. Paul McTaggart sat in seat number 8. Boba Fett.
No, it doesn't matter. As long as they're on the
Great player. Used to do volume online. Big time.
can't do that with this. It just picks it up straight away. No squeezing.
How is Brandon doing, says Phil Pratt? Brandon had about 40,000. We'll get some chip counts on the screen during the levels of big players, and then obviously later tonight we'll get the top 20 up at the end of the night to give you an indication of who's going to be looking good for day 2. The turbo finishes just after we finish tonight, so they'll be overnight.
Race to 7.
But a full chip count will be available before we start tomorrow for day 2.
As we see Guy open cut off, makes it 700. Seems like everyone's opening to just over 2x at this table, and Gar coming in for the 3-bet here to 2.9k, 4x 3-bet here. Snap fold from Guy. And Gar just taking that one down with the 5s on the button. Something you don't see too much of really nowadays, the 3-bet bluffs with the small pocket pairs. That works on that particular occasion. I think it's probably because just you don't have no removal from strong hands with the small pocket pairs, and the times you get 4-bet you have to fold and don't get to see a flop for cheap. Try and flop a set, you've got good implied odds. But some players will obviously have their reason for 3-betting them, but I like the flat a lot of the time. In that case, I worked out perfectly. Gets Guy off of the 2 overcards. And Paul going to open a suited ace here under the gun +2. Folded all the way round to the blinds, and action now on Lynn in the big blind, who has ace-9 here. Calls for 400 more, heads up to the flop. Lynn with the best of it at the moment, but Paul with position and the betting lead. 10-10-4, 2 spades. It's a good flop here for Paul, opening the ace-4 suited, flopping 2 pair with the nut kicker. And Lynn does have the backdoor nut flush draw here. faced with an 800 bet. Just under 3.5 to 1 on the call. Gonna flick it in. See if potentially we can improve on some turns with either a spade, 9 or ace. But it is the 3 of clubs. Well, I'm interested to see how Paul proceeds here. Because Lynn can plausibly have some 10x, calling out the big blind. She's got plenty in there. But then flush draws are also part of her range as well as 4x. And so Paul with position, just going to fire again here. Bet 1.1k, so a third pot here, and what this is from Paul, basically, he's got the bet and lead, and if Lynn does call here, assuming she's going to play and flow on most rivers, Paul's got an easy check behind, so it just protects him rather than checking back and faced with a bigger bet on the river from Lynn that he may have to pay off. It just protects that from happening, so nice little fire on the turn, gets the job done, picks that one up with the ace-4.
Quickly going back to the question for the Goliath. And a message from Tom, and unfortunately it is not choose a stack or take your biggest stack through. They tried to get because it's the first time they've done a multi-day one online, because that feature hasn't been available for a long time. It just wasn't ready in time for Goliath. They tried to get it up and ready, but unfortunately not. So if you play Goliath online and you make it through with whatever size stack you do on a day one, that's the only time you can play. So
Ace 10 for James in the cutoff. Going to be opening this one. James Dorwood in seat 3. Lynn pocket 8s in the small blind here. Got both options available to her. She can flat or she can come in for the 3 bet here. If we are 3 betting, I'd like to see somewhere around the 4x mark. We are out of position. Obviously calling is fine as well, but she does come in for the 3 bet to 2.5k and a snap fold from James. It looks like. No, he's still got cards. Just waiting for the graphic to catch up so we can find out what Lynn has. 3 bet to 2.5 from 700, so around 3.5x, but gets the fold from James, wins it with the pocket 8s pre.
that's not Matt Dale, who now lives in France, is it? Is that Matt Dale? Bonjour, monsieur.
I only know Emma Dale.
Matt Dale.
That's the only Dale I know.
Matt Dale moved to France. He's got some kind of waterboarding come jet skiing malarkey going on in France.
No, it is him.
Yes, it is. Good to have you on board, Matt. You're a superstar. Good luck back in France. You are absolute superstar. God. If you ever got a sober word out of Matt Dale for the first 3 years we knew him, it was only because it was breakfast. Top lad is Matt. We used to have a great time down in Bristol. Used to do the circuit. Now lives in France, does his jet ski business and his water rafting and whatever it is. Have a great time, pal. Glad things are good.
So Paul opens ace jack under the gun, makes it 700. It's folded all the way round to Robert in the big blind. Just waiting to see what his holding is. Queen 9, so heads up to the flop, flicks in the extra 400.
Heads up 7, 10, 7.
Yeah, rainbow paired board, high frequency continue rate. Want to see here from Paul. It's just hard for our opponent to hit this type of board, especially how wide he should be defending in the big blind. So, continue 4-500 here from Paul. And although he does have the best hand, I think we're just going to see Robert get out of the way. But he's not insta-folding here. Might be having some thoughts about potentially raising or floating. He opts for the float out of position. It looks like a bullet on the turn, and I actually really like to see a check here from Paul. These type of spots versus the big blind when it does come an ace on the turn. Like, you think about the hands that Robert's going to call with on the flop, 7x, 10x, and the straight draws. And we can just be a bit deceptive with the ace, and times that we bet and get raised, we hate our life. But Paul deciding to just go for the second barrel after making top pair, which is fine as well. We've made a good hand. Betting it's never a bad thing.
Afternoon, Mick. Mick the mod's back with us. And come on, Steve Heron. Look at these. All the years in Manchester. How good is that? Just to let you know, we're on split screen. Smile to the camera.
See me there.
Smile to the camera, son. Smile to the camera.
But I was having a look at the names.
Do you know any of them names?
Yeah, I know quite a few of them. If not, well, most of them. Over 50% of them.
You won't know Mark Goodwin.
Nope.
You won't know Pete McAdams.
Nope. Sonny
You
Chattery.
probably don't know Muller, but Muller's playing this week.
No, I remember Muller. I remember Muller. He used to play when I used to play.
Some good names on there.
Andy, obviously.
Dave Colclough, God bless him.
Do you know what?
That's
I can't
a
know.
legend.
That was 2018. I was actually here commentating. I have no idea who Adam Lalat is.
Oh.
I can't even remember him winning it.
No, really good looking Asian dude with a beard.
Couldn't remember.
Yeah.
But obviously
Ben and Ben.
Yeah, I remember the two Bens when
But look at that, 2021, 378,000 in the prize pool already.
That's at the moment.
Already.
Yeah, Sylvia says Cully in there as well. Cully Sadhu, he's got some resume. He's actually playing today. Yeah, he's sat on the outer table just behind the featured. I think you can actually see him when the shot cuts to seats 7, 8 and 9.
Yeah. Yeah, some great names on there. And I have to say, the five, I'll tell you in a minute, little story about Cully.
You got 5, 7 and 3.
5 deuce.
5 deuce.
Yeah, the 5-7 is a little bit short. 5'3".
It's going to be a chop more often than not, this, unless it's a 3, 4 or 6 on the river. It's a king, so they're going to chop this one up.
Plains board.
And a little 200 extra chips around him, but it's actually all right for him because he's got another orbit to see if he can find a better hand than 7 high. It's just so short there, blind on blind, just gets it in.
When Cully won the GUKPT, that was a GUKPT I nearly missed. And the only time I would have ever missed a GUKPT. Because touching my head and touching everything, I've still not missed a GUKPT.
I know you haven't. You've been
and that was the year we were in Vegas watching AC/DC at the Garden Arena in the MGM, and the ash cloud came down over Finland or wherever it came, and I got stuck in Vegas of all places. God, couldn't wait to get home, let me tell you. And I actually landed to come back for the Saturday Sunday. That
could be a blessing or a curse. I was stuck in Vegas. It can go one way or the other.
Yes. Yeah, the famous Blondie song, one way or another. That was me. Luckily, we went one way, so it was all right. But yes, Cully won it, and I just managed to get there for the Saturday Sunday. I should have been back home a week, 10 days before, but it was one of those things back in the day. That was 2010.
So James already had aces this level. This time he's got the ladies under the gun +2. Makes it 800.
Oh wow!
Yeah, this is
Boba Fett. Let's tag it.
Free betting here, especially out the small blind. He's probably almost shocked if he didn't. So he does free bet to 3.2k, and this is much better sizing. Free bet out of position. He's gone full 4x here. Good to see. And XE, cold 4 incoming tower. And this is going to be interesting because I can't see James getting out of the way.
Oh, she has raised it. I thought she was going to rip it.
So cold 4 to 8.5.
Well, she ain't folding.
With the ladies here. Just
all
chooses to move all in, and it comes back round to Paul here with ace king. And I was just about to say before XE 4 bet, he will be in a spot when this occurs, because although we got ace king, we're playing at the moment big blind 300. We've got 80 big blinds here, and this action that's occurred in front of us, obviously aces and kings are a big part and Exy's not folding, and Paul's actually going to be really pleased to see the hands, because with Exy having ace king as well, the queens are now
and he won't pull his
decent favourite.
He won't pull his scarf down and say, "I folded ace king." Aya. Is that how we say it? No, can't say it. Aya, is it? Weasel, Aya.
So the ace king, that's an interesting flop.
Right.
So the ace king takes the lead, but the queens are up and down. But queen actually no good now, because that would make the ace king Broadway. The heart on the turn
as well.
More outs now, so any 9, ace or heart. Otherwise we will see the double up, and it's the 4 of spades. The ace king will get the double, and Paul folding the same hand as well. Can't blame him for that, because worst case scenario he's going to be in a flip situation. Just so much action there. There'd been a cold 4 and then a 5 bet, and you're sat there with ace king. It just shrivels up in size, and can't blame
Somebody
him
just
for
shouted
folding
to
there.
Paul, "Did you have the same hand?" And he just nodded.
80 big blinds after that action. It's I know we saw earlier 100 big blinds got in pre-ace king versus pocket queens, but it was a completely different scenario because of button versus big blind dynamic. But in this scenario, like the fold there from Paul, can sometimes let the ace king go. Afternoon, Mick the mod, joining us on Twitch.
Oh, back to the Goliath Online. You can't multi-stack. You can't play multiple day ones if you manage to get in for a day 2. You can't choose a stack, and it's 4 re-entries per day, so 5 re-entries per flight if needed, which means if you're unlucky or not very good, you can do 25 bullets, which I don't expect anybody to do at all. Don't attempt it, but you can potentially on a 5-day ones do 25, but please don't try it.
I'll tell you what, if anyone does 25 bullets, screenshot it and send it to me, and I'll buy you in next year for the Goliath.
There you go.
There you are. If anyone manages
There's
to
the
do
added value.
25 bullets, let me know, and I'll flick you into the live Goliath next year. That seems fair.
So any stack is a stack taken through to day 2 for Goliath if you're playing it online. It's something they tried to implement, but it wasn't available at the time of release, unfortunately. And for the next GUKPT, satellites are running every night for the 250 mini and the £750 main. £1,500 packages satellite every Sunday. And if you do win a ticket and you can't play it, it doesn't matter, because you can use it any time during the year or even next year, because they do not run out.
So we've got Jack 10 suited for James here under the gun. Just lost that big flip against Exy. I think that's how we pronounce her name. If anyone does know her in the chat, let us know if we are incorrect, and we'll get it corrected. So raise and take for James there under the gun, no action.
Oh, Jam Nick's heard that offer.
Why did he do a lot of bullets in the one before?
Well, we were live streaming it, and I think I cost him 6 entries. Oh my God!
You cost him?
Well, I didn't cost him, but he didn't make the day 2, and he'd had all his bullets.
Oh.
So we were entertaining everybody on the live stream for Goliath last year, and it didn't go well. I think he's actually away for most of it this year. I think he can only play the Saturday or the Turbo, because he comes back from holiday, I think. all in from Adam, who is short stack of 1,000. Surely called in any three spots. Jack 6. Wow, the 7-3 has to give him a flick.
No.
Wow.
No, nearly a double up. Didn't fancy flicking in an extra
Wow.
2 bigs with the
Did they not ask
7-3.
you how much it was? Well, I can't believe that.
I'm
He's
pretty
now
sure
on
as well.
6 bigs now.
I'll just call blind in the big blind personally there.
I think the small blind should call as well.
Got a big blind in, just put the extra 2 bigs in blind.
Man's on the charge.
It's down to 2 big blinds, won't it? It'd be mad if he could spin that up. Pretty tight there from XE, pretty disciplined in the hijack there, 10-7 suited. Some players will open that, but just a bit of discipline, lets it go, leaves room for Guy to come in for an open with the suited ace in the cutoff. And James in the small blind, going to call here. Much prefer, if we're going to continue this hand, to come in for a free bet. It's actually an okay candidate to do it with as well. We've got the king in there for removal, plus it's also suited and against a late position open as well. So Guy doesn't have to be super nutted here, but just chose to call in the small, have his reasons.
Ace 10 deuce, 2 clubs.
And Guy checks this one behind. Like to see it. Always talk about need some top pair checks in your range, making it difficult for opponents to play against you. Can induce things on later streets as well, and this is what it does as well, Tower. It's great because some opponents would just instantly think, oh, he's checked back here, he's never got an ace, so I'm going to just try and get him off, say, a 10 or jacks, queens, kings, or just a king, queen, king, jack type hand. But now Guy, after checking this flop's just going to call 2 streets if he's faced with another bet on the river. And he's actually got his opponent to put in chips, drawing dead. And there's obviously a lot of benefit. And now it just comes down to whether Steve is going to fire again. Guy will never be folding. He's not checking back this hand on the flop to fold to 2 leads, and gets a little extra added value that he wouldn't have got if he continued. Katie asks, will we both be playing the Goliath?
Completely out of my comfort zone and £110 buying.
Yeah, I'm away, unfortunately, Katie, so I won't be playing
I
the
don't know,
Goliath.
we might flick one bullet in. We might get a sponsor.
I'll put you in, Tower. I'll put you in.
We'll see. Yeah, I might play one. Yeah, I shall
play.
play one of the day ones.
Let me know, and
I shall play one of the day ones for sure.
we'll sort out
250,000
like
guarantee.
a 98-2 deal or something like that, or 97-3. We'll sort something out.
Yeah, we'll probably have one entry, see how we go on. You know, I can grind. Bit different online though, isn't it? You certainly have to play a lot different. It should be good. 250,000 guarantee for British base players only. That's fabulous. Plenty of satellites going on every single day. Hundreds of guaranteed seats all for the next 12 days.
So XE opening in the low jack, king 10 off here. Got a couple of options. We could go with all 3, but I don't think we're ever seeing fold here, especially this deep with XE. It's going to be call or free bet. Obviously a very nice hand to free bet with, great playability. We've got position on the opener. But, does actually opt for the last thing I thought he was going to do, let it go. If he perceives XE to be pretty solid and opening pretty tighter than most players at the table, then can just let it go. Some players would flat there, some players would free bet. It's the great thing about this game. Everyone plays hands differently, different scenarios and spots.
Let's have a look how the field is looking now. just the 391,600 collected before the turbo.
It's crazy. It's actually
236 runners today. I've lost my quid to Razor Kev. Can't believe it.
And Guy, pocket kings in a low jack. This one won't be folded. Gonna open. And action. Gonna be on Adam in the big blind and 6-3 into the muck. It goes. Shows the kings. We've got 10 minutes left of the clock for this level, then we'll move into level 6 of the day, and we'll be at the halfway point for day 1B, here all the way through till midnight. Tower night.
You know there are more players left now than there was at the start of the level. There were 150 players left at the start of the level. There's now 161 players left.
Just everyone buying in, keep buying in.
Yep.
Everyone wants a slice of the prize pool.
£391,600. Wow, just wow. To be fair, Jay might be paying my Razor Kev bet off anyway.
Yeah, I'll probably see Kev before the next
Well,
level.
you'll be owing me when it's more than 106,000 first prize. Don't worry about that, son.
What about if it's more than 106,000 first prize, but then they do a deal and the first place gets less than 106?
No, it'll say first prize.
Trying to wiggle out of it already. I think I've made a bit of a mistake with that quote.
Yeah.
All I've done was divide 440.
You did come up rather sharpish.
Yeah,
I must
I
admit.
just thought we'd get about 440 runners and just done around 25% of that, just a bit below.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
That's what I went for, but I think we could be getting closer to the 500 mark than we are the 400 mark if players keep coming through the door like they are.
See, the line is on the turbo. You can't really draw a line until you realise
Exactly.
how many tables are
I
outside.
have no idea how many tables we're going to get.
Because
for
there's
the
still
turbo.
161 runners.
Yep.
There's cash tables running.
Yep.
So that's 20 tables already. At the moment, I think the turbo will be capped to 2 tables. So
Either that or there'll be a hefty alternates list, which I don't really want to be on in a turbo event.
cup's empty. So Slinky's been in hospital today for a bit of a check-up. We'll be down Sunday for Lynn final tables. What about just coming to see Tower?
Oh, mate.
Bit of a cuddle, you know. It cures everything. Just saying. Yeah, if you were thinking that the GUKPT Manchester wasn't going to hit 450,000, think again. The turbo will be the one, because obviously it's all about space at the minute. Exy with the ace jack raises to 9. Oi oi. Is this a rip from Robert?
Yeah, probably Tower.
I think it's a call as well.
Blinds are just about to go up to 2-4. Well, we have got 32 bigs. I think he might just free bet this actually. It depends if he looks at the clock and think I'm about to have what's going to be 24 big blinds, which he'd rip this hand with versus, and I'm going to open with 24 bigs. But
yeah, very good.
He is just going to free bet.
See, he's one of the new breeds, you see. See, anybody over 25 rips it, just says, I'm all in! And that's what happens.
Yeah, if it was the next level, we would have just seen a shove, I'm sure, for 24 bigs. But at this level for the next 5 minutes. He's got a few more big blinds. And we see the Queen 10, 7, 2 spade flop. And we've got less than a pot size bet, so Robert may just choose to shove this with the 2 overs in the Broadway draw. But what Robert will be aware of as well, which he does need to be aware of, there's all of X's nutted hands pre are ace kings as well, aces, kings, maybe even ace queen. She's going to just set Robert in. So queens and 10s shouldn't be out there. He does move all in, and Exy makes the call with ace jack. Actually gets value from a worse hand, and it's a great hand to see as well, because nearly 90% equity here. Just doesn't want to see a king, doesn't want to make top pair, top kicker with the king, because that will make Exy Broadway. Backdoor clubs is a possibility for him to be out the door. But, big favourite here, Robert, with just ace high. Queen of spades on the turn. That does bring in some chop outs. 10 or a 7 would chop this. And it's a 6 of spades. Neither player with the spade. And
we get a double.
Robert doubles up, back to starting stack. Probably going to be the last hand of this level once the dealer sorts the pot out, and then we will move into the 200-400 level. That will be the halfway point of the day, moving into level 6.
Oh, right. Question. Quick quiz question.
Yep.
For all you, and I know it's on football, but it's just because it's the start of the Premier League season.
Yep.
I don't even know if I want you to answer,
Okay.
but you can write it down.
Okay.
All right. The football season, the Premier League football season starts. We started last week, 2 weeks ago. You know what I mean? We're top of league. We're top of league. But the Premier League starts today. Brentford versus Arsenal. Can you tell me how many football teams have been in the Premier League?
How many football teams?
Yes. Oh, what a question that is, baby! Come on, no googling, you cheats out there.
Well, I'm just going to make an educated guess based on the fact that Harry Kane scored against, I think it's 29 teams, so I reckon it's going to be more than double that. So I'm going to go with 60. That's my guess, just a guess.
Harry Kane scored for 29 teams, so
you're going
to double it?
Yeah, I'm going to double it.
So why?
He's only been around scoring since 2014. Go back another 20 years, I reckon. I'm going to go with that. I'm going to go with 60. I could be way off.
You could be,
but it's just that's what I'm going to go with. I'm going to double it.
Ben Lafferty says 45. Gary Clark says 37. And he can't believe she's not going to the United Leeds tomorrow.
The thing is, you've got to take into account teams like Swindon, Blackpool, like you said earlier, Bradford, they're only in it once.
Yeah, Barnsley
and all on.
47 from Sylvia, 41 from Kelvin. It won't last long because somebody will Google it.
I reckon it's higher. I think it's higher than people think.
What does PK think? 45 PK says.
I can't
49 says Russ, 52 says Morgs,
just tell me the answer,
49 says Stephen Smith. What a great question that is, by the way.
It is a good question. It is a
and
good
I'm not
question.
going to say, can you name them all? Because that'll take forever.
It would be a fun one though. I reckon if you sat there all day, you might be able to
Razor
get
Kev
them
says 77. Sylvia says 51. Not the correct answer right at the minute. How many Premier League teams has there been? How many teams? Phil Pratt says 58.
So Adam getting his 1k in, and Robert here in the cut for the ace 10 of diamonds. Looks like isolation. Free bet to 3.2, and action on Exie here with the pocket sevens. She's going to make the cold call, and Adam is all in. But there is going to be betting on the side between Exie and Robert here.
We've got a side pot. 49 says Kieran Cook. Great question.
It is a really good question. Really good question.
10, 9, 6 is the flop.
This is interesting
We are
because
all in with Queen 5, and at the moment standing up,
yeah, Robert.
putting the court on.
Although a lot of the time for a razor, this looks like a better flop for Exie. We have got top pair, top kicker, so got to be continuing here. Better for 1.5k with 4 of hearts on the turn. So
And now we're definitely standing up.
once,
He has to hit a queen to survive. And a queen only.
once Exie checks again, need to be coming in for the second barrel here is Robert. Obviously, you wouldn't deny equities like the Broadway holdings, which can be up and down with 2 overs, or have a gut shot with 2 overs. Obviously, you want to get value from King 10 suited as well, Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited that she may have chose to pill. Although the free bet was to 8 big blinds over the all-in. But I think once Robert double barrels here as Exie, if we are calling, we feel like we're behind, we're only calling to try and make our straight, or perhaps the 7 on the end as well, which is 6 outs. So around 16% here. Price we're actually getting 4 to 1. Not actually getting the correct price, assuming we have the worst hand. The only way she can call here is if she actually believes 7s is going to be the best hand enough of the time. But something to take account to in poker is people don't often mess about with bluffs when there's a player all in. And Adam's still live, can find the case queen. There are 2 in the muck, we can see, but can find the queen of hearties one time to save his tournament and get the morning triple up. And it is the 5 of clubs, so Robert going to take a nice one with ace 10.
Nice one. Right, I'm going to make a cup of tea.
And then can you tell us,
And then I'll
because
tell you.
I'm in so much suspense over here.
Yeah, and then I'll come and tell you. And Ben Lafferty's already given us the next question, which we'll do as soon as I fix the tea. How's that?
I'm sure when I was doing Manchester, it's like the nines.
Yeah, it was fine. Just the ones that have been done this week said 8, and I think the set was 8 on the app.
You've still got alternates.
Raise from James under the gun with the pocket 6s, and Exie here gonna just flat the ace jack of diamonds on the button. James has those ones under the gun, so gonna be pretty strong, you assume. And Guy gonna call in the small, and that's gonna bring Gar along, getting an attractive price in the big blind. 8-3 deuce 2 heart flop. Gar making top pair and the best of it. Just 1 overcard to the 6s of James, so I'm gonna probably see him continue here fairly often, but Gar elected not to play in flow and coming in for the donk lead. I think there's first donk we've seen of the day. Not just leading into the aggressor. And in this particular spot, under the gun open, James does still have 9s, 10s, jacks, etc., all the overpairs in his range. And turns 2 pair now, does Gar. Lovely turn for him, this 5, because even though James does have them overpairs in his range, we now go well ahead of those hands. But got to be wary as well of hands that James will call with 2 players behind on the flop. Flush draws are in there. Any sort of Broadway or suited ace-X of hearts. And the 6 of hearts on the end. So a set of 6s, and he's going to take that down, and Gar with the shake of the head sees that he's been too outed, shows the 8-5 off. But bit of information for the table there as well. That's a really good bit of info that Gar, after flopping top pair out of the big blind, did choose to come in for a donk lead rather than check into the aggressor. Got A7 under the gun for Steve, gets out of the way as expected. Folded all the way and turned to a guy on the button. Expect him to open this King 9. Once folded to us, we'll be opening fairly wide. Gar did just lose a pot, but he comes straight back in with a 3-bet here with the ace queen, and Guy just can't do anything against his stack size. Just going to have to fold this one, which is fine.
I'm here.
He's back. Old T boy. Do you know what? Have I done a T run today? Even though I lost a flip yesterday.
You lost a flip and everything.
Thank you.
Right, did we get the answer?
No, not for your question. We got the answer for the other question,
Which was?
Preston North End.
What was the question?
The only team to win the title that's never been in the Premier League.
Oh, right. Well. There are 2 answers.
There's 2. How can there be 2?
Because at 8 o'clock it changes. But Kieran Cook, Joseph Smith, Richard McNicholas have all been Googling, and at 8 o'clock Michael Palmer's correct. Because there are 49 teams that have played in the Premier League, and Brentford become number 50. So there you go.
Wow.
50. But how many venues has there been in the Premier League?
What is this, mastermind?
No, it's just 2 questions on the Premier League.
This is like
49 clubs have played in the Premier League.
Okay.
But how many venues?
Okay.
So you've had White Hart Lane and
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good question.
So the follow-up question.
City 2 stadiums.
There are
Spurs 2.
49 clubs, 50 at 8 o'clock. But how many venues has there been? Which means how many clubs have changed stadiums during the Premier League? Or they've been down in the Premier League and gone back up
I'm
again?
going to revert back to my first answer for your first question. I'm going to go with 60.
Oh, Sylvia says 60 as well. Well, it's actually 59. Russ Corley got 59. Kieran Cook said 59.
Get off Google, you lot.
Oh, well done, everybody.
Everyone's
Well
on
done.
Google.
Yeah, Steve Smith 49, and at 8 o'clock it's 50. That's pretty impressive, because without using any form of social media device, I don't think anybody gets all 50. Well done, Russ. Well done, Russ. Incredibly, it's not bad, because don't forget it's only been going 29 years. 1992 was the first year of the Premier League. So to have 49 different teams, it's pretty good. Obviously, there's some mainstays in there that have never been relegated. I know. Name them all. You're not wrong. I don't think. It was on Sky Sports at Brentford. See, we ain't got TV. You see. That was just something I knew.
I'm just going to hop back into the action here, Tower, because we've got a kind of a hand brewing here. And Gar looks like he's trying to make a play. And I think since Gar's lost that hand against the sixes, it's kind of got in his head a little bit. He limped the Jack 10 rather than opening it, and then called the raise, and then he's floated this flop out of position, and then just decided to randomly lead on this 8 turn, and now faced with a jam, drawing to just a 9 ball. But sometimes you got to understand in this game, you're going to get 1 outed, 2 outed, you're going to get unlucky, and sometimes you run bad and you keep running bad for a long time, but you just got to keep your head. You just got to understand, as long as you're doing the correct things over the long term, that's going to be the best thing for you. Mentally, poker, you've got to be so strong. And it takes that one down with the old queens there. Yeah, I'm not saying you're all on Google, I'm only winding you up, but surely not that many people got that spot on.
Is that Lynn Beaumont? Yes, it is. Evening, Donna.
So pocket 7s for Paul. Should be opening this one under the gun. And a guy with the 6s will make the call. And Robert got a lovely hand to defend with here in the big blind, and it's going to be three-way action. Flop is 8, deuce, deuce, 2 diamonds. So the 7's a pull, still the best hand here. Going to want to be continuing this board, paired board here with the under the gun opener. Want to deny equity to obviously all the overcards. Bet of 1.6, and Guy does have the big blind behind him in Robert. Looks like he's going to take one off here. We are ahead of part of Paul's range, opening under the gun. Obviously, all like the ace 10 plus, the suited Broadway hands, some suited connectors. See, ace of hearts on the turn. So it's not going to be the best card here for either player. For Paul's perceived range, it's going to be good, but in this spot, he just chooses to check the 7s over, and Guy with 6s chooses to check the hand, but Guy will know now from his perspective that the only hand we can plausibly beat in this spot is a hand like King Queen, King Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack that Paul opened under the gun, and doesn't bluff at it with the 6s and sees the 7s. I'm just going to have to let the 6s go into the muck. But I think after that ace rolled off, it was always going to be check down to showdown, and let's either play a river the set.
Russ says, hope you guys are covering Blackpool as his missus will want to watch him on the final table. Like it. Yes, we will be. We're here for the entire season. Coventry next. Then where are we going?
Leeds?
Leeds.
Luton? I'll tell you what, I was standing out there on the dinner break tower, just having a chat with a few people, and standing in Manchester Casino, we're used to being here in the winter, and I'm used to standing outside, it's freezing cold.
Oh yeah,
it's lovely
March.
out there.
Yeah.
It's lovely out there today.
Normally March.
I think we need a Manchester summer leg every year.
Yeah. Coventry, first week in September. Leeds, 19th to 26th of September. Edinburgh has a main event the week after. We'll be there the 29th until the 3rd. And then it's Luton from the 7th to the 17th. Blackpool from the, I think it's 28th, which is a Thursday, to the 7th. And then the grand final in London, which just goes on for a long time. We'll be down there for the main event on Thursday the 2nd of December for 4 days to bring us the final event of 2021. Hey Jack Dominic Caprino, any news on the Goliath? I'm guessing you've not been tuned in for the last month and a half. No, Goliath is online this year, Jack. Goliath is online 25th till the 30th of August. It's online, the satellite's running now, hundreds of guaranteed seats over the next 2 weeks. It's online this year, and at the moment 90% chance, if there's no pandemic or anything else, that Goliath will be live in Coventry again next year. So if you can play it online, then 25th till the 30th of August is Goliath online this year, and then we're going live again next year.
Looks like we've got someone coming over. New player coming to the table in seat 6.
In the 29 years of the Premier League, no London team has ever won the first match in the Premier League.
Sorry, what?
The debut match in the Premier League.
Ah. I thought you meant
No
just
London side has ever won their Premier League debut match in 9 attempts. So that means Brentford are going to lose or draw. Lay the win. Lay the win. Squiddly diddly. Squiddly deadly. Just put the blackberry and lemon sponge in the oven. We'll wash it down with some red wine and watch the live stream until close of play. Great comms, one and all. Love it. Absolutely love it. Enjoy cake, wine and a live stream. Yeah, new ground as well, aren't they, Brentford? A new first season with no fans.
It's going to be interesting, the football season this year. not just a Premier League, Champions League as well. PSG. I'll tell you what is funny actually. You've seen there's a team that's just come up to League One, and it looks like a conference team stadium. It's just got one stand here, and Lionel Messi, when he's away, is going to have to go play at that stadium. It's got one stand. It's got like 2,000 attendance.
Wow.
And Messi's going to be there. But back to the action as we see an ace jack 10 2 diamond flop. This top pair for Exie in the small. Guy with a gut shot, and Gar, who decided to limp the 8-7 suited under the gun off of his stack size, going to come in for a 1.5k bet. And Exie, after flopping top pair, not going to go anywhere. I'm not quite sure of CFO. CFO asks how many women have played the main. I'll tell you what is good though, walking around the card room on the outer tables, there are quite a few ladies sitting down at the tables, which is really good to see.
Yep. I'll tell you what is good. Shall I tell you what's really, really good?
What is really good?
The prize pool being £401,000.
Wow. And we're not even at the turbo yet. We're not even at the turbo.
400,000 hit in Manchester. And there's only a turbo to go and a few more levels of this.
You laughed at me when I said 500,000 on Thursday
I
morning.
did. I did.
You laughed at me.
I did. I did. Amazing. 400,000. And still going. Oh man, amazing. Where's the teams? Just amazing. Well done, one and all. 400,000 and still climbing. $520 might be close.
So Lynn wants to be opening the Jack 10 suited here, makes it 1k. Robert 9-8 of clubs in the hijack here, just decides to let that one go. Discipline laid out. Paul here, King Jack off in the cut-off, facing early position open. Gonna make the call. Exie gets out of the way. Action on Gar in the big blind, who chooses to move all in for his last 3.4k. So 9.5 big blinds. Lynn has a quick look at Paul's stack. Just has Jack high here, obviously Jack 10 suited. Very pretty hand. Gonna put in the extra 7 big blinds, and she'll be happy to see pocket freeze.
So does Gar double, or is Lynn Beaumont taking his chips?
So, flop time.
Aye, aye. Guess the flop.
Ace 9 at 10. Lynn finds a 10. So Gar is going to be out the door unless he can find one of the remaining threes on the turn or river. 5 of hearts, no good.
Nope.
So just a free to keep Gar's tournament alive. And it's the 9 of spades.
Oh,
so
lucky.
Gar's going to head to the rail. Gar won't shoot. Gets knocked out by Lynn Beaumont. And we lose one.
Another day in paradise. 400,000 hit in Manchester. They're still buying in.
Yeah.
They still don't want to go home.
Still got a turbo. Still got start of day.
Nobody
2
wants to watch Brentford Arsenal on telly. We want to stay in the main event, man. I wonder if Jim knows. Are you a football fan, Jim? How many Premier League teams has there been? Ever? Yeah, 29 years this year. No, it's not. Oh, 90, yeah. Yes. You know what? All right. Oh, was there? See, I got this question. I thought I was being clever. I didn't realise it had been said before. Do you want to know how many there were? Do you want to know? 50. In fact, Brentford at 8 o'clock become 50. Ah, yes, he is. Big Barnsley fan. He was good drinking with coffee.
It's great that though when you hear like a quiz question or something on the radio and then like a day later someone asks you that question and you just boom straight in the answer and they're like
How did you know that? How did you know that one? Yeah, 50.
Half hour left on the clock for this session and that will conclude level 6. Will be a rotation of players on the featured table when we head out on the 15-minute break. There's still half hour left to play this session.
What's happening here? Uh-oh. Booley's got headset on. Ladies and gentlemen, anything could happen in the next 30 minutes.
I'll have you know that I had been action tracking at this point for the last 40 minutes. Now, did you know?
No idea.
Was it smooth?
Yeah, it's been good.
Any problem?
No, not a single problem.
Any misclicks?
Yet, not a single problem yet.
He asked for a deck change.
Oh, okay.
I had to go and get him a deck. Didn't know where Dave put them. I found them on the table.
To be fair, there's been no graphic errors or misclicks or anything like that, so we knew you were doing it.
Stop that. Put the headset on because it doesn't go on.
Oh, that's funny. So good luck if your football team's playing tonight. If not, just enjoy the live stream. Bother, did you get your samosa? Says a C4. Yes was the answer.
Oh, the big fat samosa.
Yeah, loved it.
Lovely.
There's none left. We might need extra tomorrow.
Try and get them here with the hips and the kebabs.
Yeah,
go with
absolutely. Always a pleasure to see you.
Thanks, folks.
So Robert Kingshen suited, going to be opening this early position. And Paul in the low jack looks like he's got a decision. King Jack here. I wouldn't like to see him call here. I think if we're going to continue, he's going to play much better as a free bet in this spot facing EP. I like it. 2.6, just around 3x. Sizing fine as well. Steve not going to call in the big blind action. Back on Robert here. King 10 suited, very pretty hand, lots of playability. Getting 1.7 to win 4.5, 2.5 to 1 in the call. We are what is around 65 big blinds deep. So heads up. Free bet pot, both players with king high. flop of Queen 9 at 3, 2 hearts, and Paul going to be c-betting this flop. Very high frequency here. We just have king high in the 3-bet pot. Got backdoor second nut flush draw. 10 gives us the nut straight. But from Robert's perspective here, we're going to have to make the call here as well. Getting 5 to 1 on the call. We also have equity to the nut straight as well as a backdoor flush draw. The turn is the 5 of hearts here, and very nice barrel card potentially for Paul here, especially with the king of hearts in our hand. Early position open from Robert, and we 3-bet him. It's very hard for Robert to ever have a flush here because the king of hearts is a very relevant blocker, especially in a 3-bet pot here. He's going to have a lot less flushes because we have this card, so we can start applying pressure to some of his pocket pairs, potentially some queen X. We're going to set up a 3-barrel on the river. But he's gone fairly small here, 2k into 9.2. It's just gives Robert a really, really good price on a call. The only thing I would say is maybe we could size up a little bit more, but it seems like it's gonna work either way. Nice play from Paul there. Did actually have the best hand. He wasn't to know that, but just understanding how it's very difficult for him to have a flush there with the king of hearts in our hand. There are obviously some combos out there, but those combos are reduced.
I want to know what blackberry and lemon sponge tastes like anyway. And has Brad ever made one? Because he's not Chef Brad, because he didn't bring his own.
Who's Chef Brad? I know Brad. I know Brad Simpson. I don't know Chef Brad.
Yeah. Can't believe it. Now on.
He says in the chat he can't cook.
We know that.
But his name's Chef Brad Poker. He can't cook and he can't play poker, but his Twitch handle is Chef Brad Poker.
Yep. Tony Tat says, is there a blog for the updates? No, not this leg, and probably not for the future. Concentrating on the live stream, Facebook, social media. There are chip counts on the Grosvenor Poker Facebook page from last night, and on other, I think it's on Twitter as well, and I think it's also on Instagram. But there's not a blog concentrating on a lot more picture side of it and the live stream, inputting different clips and what have you. There will be chip counts on the live stream. We've had the chip counts earlier on, had the previous winners on there, but there's no blog this leg. Facebook will be updating quite regularly, to be fair. Level 6 of the day. Amazing turnout. Over £400,000 in the prize pool.
A little private joke from the other night.
Okay.
At the bar. Robert under the gun. Makes it 900 to go. Paul calls with the pocket sixes on his direct left, and Hack has come to the table. First hand, ace queen, 20k stack, so I'm assuming he's just bought straight in. First hand sits down, 3 bets the ace queen. Really like the size choice as well from Hack here. Really nice sizing. And Francis here in the big blind, King Queen, not going to be able to continue after this action occurring in front of him. And action, both Paul and Robert. And Paul here with the sixes just gets out of the way. May have seen him pill there closing the action if Hack had him covered and a full potential double up was on the cards, we could make a set, but Hack with just what is 40 big, so chose to just let it get out of the way. Get out of the way with that one. Sorry, 50 bigs. We're at 2-4.
Hold on a minute. There might only be one left again. Would you like one? Is there one left? Well, there is only one left as well.
I might to get the same thing, right?
Don't forget, plenty coming up as well over the weekend on the Grosvenor Client. On Sunday, we have got the 50k closer as well as the £250 live stream free roll. We will give out the password for that at some point on Sunday. But lots going on. You've got your satellites for your 30-30s running every day. Satellites for the Goliath. You can also satellite into our next leg at Coventry in 3 weeks' time for a fraction of the buy-in. So check it all out on the Grosvenor Client, plenty going on there. So open from Jimmy with the pocket deuces. Pulled in 2 spots. Jimmy going to come in for the continue here, and it's going to work. Nor Francis or Robert want to be continuing this hand. Both out of position. Flop doesn't connect with either of our hands, so Jimmy did have the best of it with the ducks, but going to take that one on the flop.
Guy Taylor chip leader 43,000. Steve Bunzer Heron on 11,027 bigs. Going along nicely. Prize pool just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Good to have you on board, ladies and gentlemen, watching live stream live from Manchester. GUKPT has gone over the £400,000 mark. I'm not too sure about the pie, mash and pea stand at Coventry. I can ask Jim. That might be a favourable thing, but if it is, we'll let you know. It was a favourite of mine, to be fair, when we were doing the Goliath. Pie, mash and peas, bit of gravy, mint sauce. Oh, pish bash bosh. Anyway, it's salad from now on, anyway. That's all I eat.
A healthy breakfast, to be fair. Carrot, ginger and orange.
I'll tell you what, I'm not being funny, that
super,
was delicious. It might just be another one tomorrow.
XE King 10 suited under the gun, raised to 1.2k. And action on Jimmy here. Jimmy with a jacks. Free bet to 4k here. To just over 3x. And Francis on the button. Got the old walking sticks. Probably just going to get out of the way. Unless he wants to find the 4-bet rip for what would be over 40 bigs, but just can't see him flat in here. Just there's a fold, and action back round to Exy now, getting nearly, well, just over 2.5 to 1 the call. Just under, sorry. And we're fairly deep here with Jimmy. Both of us playing over 70 big blinds. I'd like to see her call here in this spot. I know we can see she's in a dominated spot, but it's fine to peel like these suited Broadway hands that can flop monsters. Like King 10 off would just go straight into the muck, but King 10 of hearts here, I'd be surprised if she folded. Yeah, I'm glad to see the call there. And we're going to take the flop heads up. It's an ace, queen, 5, 2 club flop. So Jimmy has 2 overcards here to his jacks, and Exy has flopped a Broadway draw. Jimmy probably going to check this one behind here after Exy's opened under the gun and peeled our free bet out of position. Do have a bit of insurance with a jack of clubs in our hand, backdoor second nut clubs. Chooses on this occasion to come in for the c-bet. It is going to be a lot better for our range. We've got the aces, the queens, ace queen in there as well, ace king obviously. A bit of 3.8, and Exy no backdoor flush draw here, literally just drawing to a jack if we are up against an ace x hand, and we are also out of position, so rightly gets out of the way there. But the pill's fine, pre-flop. Fine to see a flop with such a nice hand that can flop very well. Jimmy takes another one.
So who would have thought Manchester £410,000 in the prize pool at the start of the week? All right, Jay, stop pointing at yourself. Who would have thought it? Just amazing, great turnout. Well done, one and all. Side event's amazing. Can't wait to do it all again in Coventry in 3 weeks' time.
Yeah, Jimmy shouldn't be opening this. Nah. He's going to open it. He's obviously just playing the rush. He's won a few pots in the last 15-20 minutes and just wants to keep trying to win them. But ace 6 under the gun +2. I know obviously people have their own reasons for opening hands, but this is just a pretty trash hand from early position. But yeah, does actually have the best of it here, three-way, but Francis King 10 suited and X in the big blind with the King Jack. And snap c-bet here from Jimmy. We're unaware of the flop as
yeah,
of
we've
yet.
got a flop down there somewhere.
Takes it down, wins the pot anyway. He's not fussed about his holdings.
And Andy must have gone for a break. Yeah, 9-6 deuce.
Middle pair top kicker. If we are opening a6 early position, that's definitely a board we want to be continuing on with our middle pair. Obviously we're behind 9x, but there's obviously a lot of hands for the equity denial purposes that we do want to bet.
Is Phil Ivey playing?
Yes, Phil Ivey is playing today, Rakesh.
Ah, Rakesh. Always get his name wrong. Can't pronounce it correctly. Rakesh, it is.
He don't mean the actual Phil Ivey. He's
No, I
talking
know
about
he means
Phil Corrigan, but
yeah.
we all call him Ivey. It's just out. We've known him for years.
We are all good.
He looks like Phil Ivey and his name's Phil, so
Yep.
it's just easier calling him Ivey.
We're all good. We're all back. London was brilliant. Manchester is just as good. Great turnout. And hope it all is good at your end.
So Hack under the gun, King 10 suited. Makes it 1.3. And Francis here. Like to see him come in for a free bet here. Around 4k would be nice. Just a little bit more than a min click. Makes it 2.6k. Hack opening to 1.3. Francis making it 2.6. And if we're a Hack here now, getting this price with King 10 of clubs. I know we're out of position, but I'm going to want to see a flop. And then again, Francis is very short. That may play a part in his decision. Francis actually just got 14.4k back here, but getting such an attractive price here with King 10 of clubs. Hack going to put in the extra 1.3k to try and win 4.9, just under 4 to 1. Queen 6 knight. So Hack flopping a gut shot, and Francis here 2 overs backdoor flush draw. Still has the best hand at this point. Going to come in for a c-bet. Don't need to go too large. Around a third pot would be nice to see, but he's chose for half. And if I'm Hack here, I may just let this one go with a gut shot, simply for the fact of the matter, Francis' stack, he's now got 11.2, and there's 12.6 in the middle, so 0.9 stack to pot ratio here. Like, it's very rare we're actually gonna get to see all 5 cards on this 9 turn, though like, Francis is probably gonna check this one behind.
He does.
Check from Hack, but no, Francis here.
Oh,
he's counting his chips.
He is. Looking at 11.2.
Actually has the best hand here. And now Hack has to fold. Got no other option. I think just because of stack size, probably would have been better to pass it on the flop. Can't fault him for the call pre. It's nearly 4 to 1 on the call with King 10 of clubs. But now facing this double barrel, have to get out the way. Wanted to see one more card, see if he could potentially spike that jack. Now it's just an easy lay down on the turn.
I think James in seat 3's got somebody watching on the live stream. He's sticking his hand in front of the camera and waving away, does James in seat 3. So Manchester is enormous. It is so good to see. Good to have you on board, everybody. We are back with a bang. London was amazing, and it got better and better because Manchester is the biggest one ever. Again.
It's crazy. Like, it's just crazy how many people want to stump up a 12.50 buy-in and like travel from all around the country. Some people even from abroad as well, and just come and play this event. It's just surpassed all expectations, and really looking forward to day 2 and day 3 when we do get deep in this tournament. But back here on day 1B as Steve with just 11k, opening the King 10 of hearts under the gun +1, and a guy finds the boots in the small, coming in for what looks like a 3-bet here to 2.7k. So he's actually made this really small with his aces here.
In the boots.
And and Steve just gets out of the way with the king 10 of hearts. No matter what size Guy chose there, pretty sure Steve would not have continued. It's still 25 bigs, plenty.
Jim, we've had a request for Coventry. We need the pie and pea stall back. Well, not for the GUKPT. Oh, yeah. Oh, it'd be worth waiting for. It'll be worth waiting for.
So Lynn opens the king queen, early position. Jimmy in the big blind going to be defending this one, king jack. There's the call, heads up to the flop between Jimmy and Lynn. Jimmy in a dominated spot here, Lynn with position and the betting lead, 10-5-3 rainbow. Want to see Lynn continue this flop, high frequency here. Very dry board texture. We've opened early position. Still got lots of strong hands here. And there's the continue.
Excuse me.
Bit of 1.1. And Jimmy getting floaty here with a king jack. Obviously are some good turns for us. We do have 2 overcards. So checked over to Lynn once more on the 10 of clubs turn, and glad to see Lynn check that one back. And the ace on the river here, I know we can see Lynn's got the best hand, she will win if she checks, but I was just about to say, when Jimmy checks that over, I would have really liked to see a bet there from Lynn. Get Jimmy to fold some 5x and 3x. You expect him to lead a lot of his 10x unless he's getting tricky, so she does win it on that occasion. But
small pot up to 36,000.
In those type of spots against the big blind, when the ace or king does come on the river and you don't have it, a lot of the time you can represent it and get your opponent to fold a better hand. But the king queen good. As we've got 7 minutes left on the clock.
Oi, oi. No, we haven't. Have we?
Yeah, 7
oh, yeah.
minutes.
Yeah, we have. It's flown by. We'll be able to go and check the clock and the standings and how much money's in the pot.
Well, it's going to be busy out there.
It's going to be rammed in there, my friend. Absolutely rammed. Just to let everybody know that Berry-No Node's turbo has had to be put back till 9 o'clock for reasons obviously regarding everybody's still playing day 1A, day 1B and tables. Didn't want to restrict it. Apologies about saying it was at 8 o'clock because it was 9 o'clock in London. So if you have turned up, apologies. I'll get you a Coke at the break. How's that? But the turbo has been put back until 9 PM because of space, because basically there isn't any.
So folds round to Guy in the cut-off. Going to be opening the ace-7 here. Hack with ace-8 suited on the button. Could have been a very decent free bet spot here versus cut-off open. We've got a suited ace. Obviously the ace for removal. And Guy doesn't necessarily have to be nutted opening cut-off, but Hack opting to just flat here. Going to take a flop in position. Queen 5-3, rainbow. Guy looks like he's counting out continued chips. Is a rainbow board, queen high. Gonna have lots of bets on this flop, and he's going to take that one down with the worst of it. Here's our chip leader here, 45k.
So in 5 minutes time, with a 15-minute break, change the table. And we have a table to tell you because Hendrik Gecki is back. Natalie Bromley, Burnley's finest, is going to be playing. We had Husband on earlier.
Yeah, we did.
Craig Dawson, who ladded up in Leeds a couple of years ago when he was stuck on the M62. Remember that?
Yep. Yeah.
Sat on the M62,
Yep.
won about 4 bag.
13th to 6th. 13th to 6th.
Is that what it was?
I think it was 13 coming back for day 3. Craig was stuck on the, what was it, M62?
Yeah.
He ladded up to 6th place by the time he got there. And then when he sat down, I think he lasted a couple of rounds. He was out. He should have stayed in traffic. That was some story. That was made. I think it was more than 4.
Carl Shaw, bracelet winner. Tom Hall.
Wow, what a table. I've just seen the names on there.
Yeah, and Ben Malaged's former champion. What a good table to come back to.
Very, very good table after this session, guys. We will be back at 8 o'clock. We have got a few more hands left here, though, first. And we've got aces here for Steve in the small blind. Sitting there with what is 23 big blinds. So perfect spot for him after an open and a call. And Paul here, 23 bigs with pocket 9s. I think he's going to have to put this in tower. I know we can see he's crushed with aces, but if I'm Steve here, any pocket pair after this action, I'm probably going to be moving in because Paul's a good player under the gun +2. We'll have a variety of hands that he's opening. So if I'm Paul here, I'm just going to ISO against XE. Wow, that's a good fold. I don't fold there. And unless we have some sort of read that Steve's not going to incorporate, shoves in with hands like 6s, 5s, 4s. And he's just always going to be in a flip situation at worst. But wow, that's a good fold from Paul. I don't think I can make that fold there. But nice fold from Paul with the 9s. But to be honest, I don't make that fold. I double Steve up or spike a 9. yeah, either or. That's a very good fold from Paul. But then again, actually saying that, Steve has been pretty snug. I know he's been short all session, but he hasn't really got involved in too many pots, so maybe he's not going to rip like his deuces through 8s there. And that might have gone through Paul's head. He may have just believed he was flipping at best, or he's crushed. And if that was what he deducted, he's done it very well because he made a very, very good fold and saved around a third of his stack. So Guy in the low jack, 8-5 suited, taking advantage of this being the last hand. A lot of the time people tend not to get out of line when just before a break. So Guy going to open the 8-5 of diamonds on the last hand before we head off on a 15-minute break. Checking the dark from Francis. As we see the 10-3-3-2 diamond ball, a little bit of action here. We've got top for Francis and Guy with the 8-high flush draw. And Francis with the ace-10. Will be calling at the very least. But Francis chooses to raise here. He just clicks Guy back. And Guy getting this price, not going to be folding the flush draw in position. And going to see a turn card, which is the Queen of Clubs. And back to Francis here with the ace-10. There's now an overcard to our ace-10, but he's going to continue betting 3.2 into 5.6, so around 2/3 pot. Guy getting just under 3-1 on a call here. Do have position on the river, so can potentially get value if we do make our flush. We're not out of position. But thinks better of it.
This is the
Takes
last hand.
his 15-minute break.
Indeed,
and
it
we will
does.
be back at 8 o'clock.
We will see you then for another exciting session.
No, they leave it here. And on the break, they're going to move it all across. So the button will be Table 7 is going to be.
68th on the all-time English list. We have got 3 GUKPT main event trophies, which might start you trying to guess who it is. The only player with 2 GUKPT grand final titles is the GUKPT all-time money leader. And it is our pleasure to spend an hour with the tower with Mr. Ben Windsor.
Hello.
How you doing, pal?
Yeah, good mate. You?
You've had a lockdown haircut.
Lockdown haircut. Yeah, it had to go.
How did it get?
Yeah, not quite that, but yeah, the beard and the hair just showed. We took it all off.
Yeah.
Going back.
Well, we're gonna spend an hour with you, and we're gonna ask you quite a few questions regarding what has happened, because you've had a fantastic run of success. We obviously know you from the GUKPT, so we will be touching on that quite a lot. But where did you start playing poker? Who did you learn with them, and how long ago was it? And did you think, do you know what, this could be the career for me?
Nah, I never really thought that, but I just I enjoyed it from the first time I sort of saw it. Like I just enjoyed like the gambling. I've always liked gambling, like fruit machines and arcades and whatever else. Yeah, just start. I've watched my my brother that used to know how to play it.
Yeah.
So I sort of learnt from him, and we used to watch the poker on the TV, and then yeah, got a few of the lads up the golf course into it, and we used to have £1 freeze outs.
That's the way to. That's the way to start the £1 freeze outs. I tell you, everybody builds from them. We spoke to Jake Cody, and he was like £5 rebuys where he started. It's just progression. It's just progression, isn't it?
Yeah. That was one of the first comps I won, £5 rebuy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's everybody has to start. Your first cash on the Hendon Mob. Do you actually know what it was?
I think it's a 1K at Palm Beach.
It was indeed, and I actually think we were there because we used to do the updates for the 1K at the Palm Beach. Yeah, it was a 4-way chop for 14,500. Do you remember much about it?
I think that's the one where I was sitting next to Teddy, sharing him at one point. I think
he just started playing, hadn't he?
Yeah. So that was like very like surreal, sitting next to Teddy, like obviously football legends. Yeah, I just remember being obviously quite nervous, but Palm Beach, lovely casino.
Yeah.
I think I played with Matt. I think I've done a chop with Hugh and Jones.
All right, okay, yeah. Because then with the days there were like 60, 70 runners, weren't they, in the 1K? But it was a one thing. Was it a Monday night?
It's I think it's a Monday night. Yeah, once a month. Yeah.
It's a crazy game. So you can just imagine how many people turn up for a grand on a Monday night.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, great little comp that was.
Yeah, it was a very, very good film. They're always tough fields as well. It was a great film. I do remember going down there as well and thinking, wow, this casino is pretty impressive. Is that what you thought when you first walked into the Palm Beach?
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, lovely little casino that.
Absolutely. Yeah. You made 8 GUKPT main event final tables. Your first was in 2013. What on earth made you go up to Didsbury?
I don't really know, to be honest.
It's a long way from where you are.
I think it is when I was obviously very enthusiastic about playing, so I didn't care where I was driving to. I just wanted to get there and play. And obviously, GUKPTs used to watch them like occasionally and think, "Oh, one day I'd like to be able to play in these."
Yeah.
And yeah, Didsbury. It was a 500.
That's right.
500 buy-in at Didsbury.
Yeah, just short of 10,000. So was it a little bit of disappointment for yourself for finishing third?
Probably at the time. I can't really remember too much about it, but yeah, I'd have probably been disappointed. But I think I was was a lot of money a lot of money to me like then.
Still a lot of money.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, of course, yeah. But yeah, then I was a lot.
Yeah,
couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Can you remember anybody on the final table?
Was it Andy Booth?
Ah!
We was there,
I think Andy finished 7th. I think he was 7th.
Yeah.
Yes, he still boasts, I've been on a GUKPT final, but it was he was indeed on that final table.
And Tom Hall as well.
Yeah.
Tom been there.
Yeah. Well, you've done a lot better than Andy Booth has since then, because that was his last final table.
Oh, was it?
It was indeed his last final table. It wouldn't be the only final table that you have been on a GUKPT. And like I said, we know you a lot from the circuit, the British circuit as well. The GUKPT main event in Brighton in March 2014, another final table. And this time you finished 4th. Do you remember much about Brighton?
I do. That was I think that's just when I started playing solely just poker.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I used to sports bet and that a lot. And I just knocked well, didn't quite knock it all on the head, but yeah, was just playing poker, and I think I got a little bit unlucky four-handed or in one of the all-in spots, and yeah, I can't really. I'm trying to think back to it.
It's one of the nicest casinos, Brighton. I must admit, it's such a shame that I know the circuit could have. If we went back to every GUKPT that we ever did, we'd end up in like 25 different locations. But Brighton was one of the best. 4 weeks later, though, my friend. 4 weeks later, there's a place called Walsall.
Oh, Walsall.
You will remember Walsall because you beat Simon Deadman heads up.
Yeah.
And at the time, Deadman was like one of the names on the circuit. It was the name that everybody talked about. Oh, Simon's playing, and now you beat him heads up. 29,000 for the win.
Yeah.
Is that still etched in the memory? The first GUKPT win.
Is that still what? Sorry.
Is it still etched in the memory? The first one.
Yeah. I'll never forget that one. Yeah, I remember being real super nervous day 2, and then yeah, sort of on the final table. I remember sort of you just sort of drift into. I'll say the zone. You sort of drift into the zone. You don't really think about it, but yeah, good to play with Simon. Like you say, at the time, was a real upcoming and feared player.
Yeah,
and yeah, it was that was unbelievable. That was.
Did that give you the chance to get yourself a bigger bankroll? Was that put towards the first Windsor bankroll?
Yeah, that definitely was. Yeah, but that's what I bought a car straight away with that, and the rest went towards the next few tournaments, I think.
Yeah. Well, it certainly helps because in 2015 we go off to play a WPT. The WPT 500, a huge field of 1,616 entries. You finished 6th for 20,000, and obviously you were so close to the WPT title itself. But first prize, were you always looking sideways and thinking, "By heck, it's 150 grand up"?
Yeah, definitely. I remember being super gutted about that one. I fancied that one. But yeah, 150. Yeah, I couldn't wait to get my name on a nice 6-figure payday. But yeah, just weren't meant to be that time.
Yeah, obviously you played the GUKPTs. What were it like playing WPT with so many different names that you probably never heard of, and a lot of foreign players come playing as well? Obviously, it's totally different, isn't it?
Yeah, it's dust. It's at Dust Till Dawn, so it's quite a nice little place to play. It felt quite. Like home sort of thing.
Yeah.
As well as an English card room, and I can't remember. I think I played the online day one there.
Yeah.
It was obviously a bit of a journey, and yeah, that's sixth place finish.
Yeah, sixth in your first year of WPT, and I'm sure we'll be mentioning a WPT again in the conversation a little bit later on.
Good afternoon. This is us, yeah.
Oh, are you having a laugh?
Your surname Murphy. Huh? Your surname Murphy. Heard of me? You know my friends, you know, like this, when people come up to me right now, and I see you go to the phone, sure, I was speaking to down in London. Like, alright, I'm on to it now.
Nah, actually, go ahead, mate. It's you. I'll let it slide. You can do whatever you want. She'll be watching.
Right, Tower
right,
has
shall we
got
try
one job.
again?
Tower's got one job. He's in control of the mic. He mutes the mic and then he puts it back on. One job. But basically, what we were saying there, we went through the chip leaders. I'm sure you got to see them anyway. We were just mentioning they're coming up again.
Shall we go through it again?
We'll go through it again. We'll go through it again. Off you go,
Alex
Tower.
Reid, 115,000. Paul Trotter trotting along.
There
You
you
missed
go,
that one, you see. Trotting along on 80,000. James McCarthy, 80. Cody Wagner on 75.
Then we got Ethan Brown, 75 as well. Andrew Taylor, 72k, and Regina Dean and Maria Jordan both on 70k as well. And we are back.
So how does Maria play compared to Terry?
Different. On the other end of the spectrum, I believe. But going to have to run you through the table again because we were just muted.
Why is that?
One job, Tower. One job. Endrick Getchy is in 1, Natalie Bromley in 2, Craig Dawson in 3, Cole Shaw in 4, Tom Hall in 5, Greg Murphy 6, Jacob Stone 7, Riyadh Solomon in 8, and in 9 is Ben Marigeds. And that's the table we've got for you guys for the next 2 hours. This is the penultimate session of the day. If you are just joining us, we are finishing up around 12:30 this morning. But this is going to be a treat for us. I'm looking forward to this one.
Maybe being on mute was best part of the day.
Yeah, that was quite funny. That. The funniest thing is you doing the trotting along joke again. Missed it the first time.
Got more laughs the second time. No, sorry about that. But we are live again with a new table. Natalie Bromley, come from Leafy Lytham, originally from Burnley, moved to the Fylde Coast, and we are off. And good luck if you are a Brentford fan or a Arsenal fan as the Premier League kicks off.
So, Natalie, King 10 suited here in the low jack. Going to be opening this one, makes it 1.1. We're now playing 2 500 500. Jacob in the big blind here, 7-5 off, not going to get involved with just over 16 big blinds in fact. So Natalie raise and take.
Easy.
I think Ben should do it. Ben should pay out the whoever's like, if you win the tournament and you win the 7 lose, you win. You win the 7 lose games, you are.
So Greg's back on the feature table. For some reason, old Spanky, our very good friend, was calling him all sorts of kinds of names, and we kept repeating it, and he was like, no, it's Greg, because he's from near Edinburgh. You got to say all sorts. In London.
So it folds round in turn. Greg with an ace on the button will be opening here. Do need to be wary though that the small blind, pretty short, does have a nice reshove stack. And 2 quick folds. And raise and take. Man in C8, Riyadh Solomon, he was basically on my table most of the day for the mini main. I was quite impressed with how he played, seemed to play very solid. Haven't heard of him before, but from what I recall a couple of days ago, he did seem to play very well, so interesting to see how he proceeds this session, because we have got a lot of superstars on here. Obviously Tom Hall in the middle. Countless money he's made from poker over the years, online and live.
Craig's looking down one of the blinds.
And ace-7 off, early position. Maybe a little bit loose, but Craig wanting to get involved here. Greg going to cut off Queen 10 of spades, not going to be going anywhere. Little bit of Phil Galfond in Greg there. A little bit of resemblance. Wonder if he plays like him. And Ben has called in the big blind, unaware of his holding as of yet. Nine, 7, 6, 2 hearts. This one checks through. Queen on the turn, that's top pair for Greg in seat 6. And now if I'm Greg, I'm going to be betting this one. Check to us twice, we've got top pair and equity to a straight as well. For the 2K. Ben, not going anywhere. Looks like he's counting out raising chips here, so it's actually going to be a fun one, Tower, because we're going to get the sweat with Greg here, because Craig will get out of the way and we can start putting on Ben types of range of hands. Ben can be tricky, so he can check a strong hand twice here to come in for a check raise, and he's in the big blind as well, so he will have the nutted hands. He'll have the 10-8 in here, he'll have the 8-5 suited, he'll have some 2 pairs, set of 6s. There's a lot of hands that Ben can have here for value. Greg needs to be wary of that. And regarding bluffs, Jack 10's in there. Obviously, there's heart draws, maybe a combo draw like 6x of hearts. So these are the good spots to pick, because although we can't see Ben's holding, you can just put your opponent in a really tricky spot, because we can have so much value here, but we can also have quite a few bluffs. And whether Ben had it or not there, it's a very good line to take on that board. Just so many value hands we can have out the big blind, but then again there are also a lot of bluffs, and that just makes the spot so tricky for your opponent. It's a nice play from Ben, whatever he had. I could be saying that, and he might have had 10-8 of hearts, so he might have been sitting there with 10-8 of hearties. Like
So 2-5 with a 5. The card room's full.
It is. It is packed.
The turbo has been pushed back till 9 because of space yet again, and that might become the norm. To be fair, 9 o'clock could well be the norm for the, because Fridays day 1Bs are so busy.
So Carl, King 7, bit of a strange one. Opening this from early position, King 7 off. It's not going to be too good in the long run. And Greg, with a legitimate hand, comes in for the free bet and takes it down.
So Jacob 15 bigs at 8k, Tom Hall 45. Cards are out. And don't forget, you can keep updated with the Poker Live app if you want to see the exact number of runners. At the break, it was 148 left. Start to level 7.
Yeah, and don't forget, we've got the turbo starting at 9 o'clock if you want to play the turbo leg, day 1C. You can also still re-enter for day 1B. As Tom opens Ace Jack, makes it 1.1. Folds round in turn. Natalie just going to let the King 7 go in the big blind, not fancying the defend with that one.
No, I wouldn't open light on the beach. It's crazy how little they can actually hear us. Like, they can't hear us talking. No, not really. They need to scream. They can only, you really have to talk really loudly for it to come through the... Yeah, Albert. Yeah, Albert was Alfred was good, like volume 9 out of 10. Like, Exhibit A. If you want to be heard, you can be heard. Like, generally, they can't hear you. Wow. I'm not sure the audience is good. It's probably not as good for the audience, but it's better for us.
Queens for call. The ladies. And Natalie wakes up in the small, definitely defending minimum. How many have you got, she says?
Yeah, so Carl working with 12.9k to start the hand, which is just under 26 big blinds. So Natalie, I actually like this tower, especially Carl. We just saw Carl open King 7, so he obviously opens a wide range of hands, and Natalie's basically doing this to get it in against Carl, I'm assuming, for just under 25 big blinds. We did just see him open the King 7 off, so obviously he has a wide variety of hands in his range. And there's the all-in, and I'm snap call. And this is fine. It's just unlucky she's run into it, but it's perfectly fine. The thing that I like about that, she snap called. She already knew what she was doing after she free bet. She knew she was free betting to call. And gonna need help here to bust Carl, but Carl just needing to fade a 9 to get his double up. It's a fairly clean flop for us with the queens, and that is dead. 100% on the turn for the pocket 9s. Pocket queen, sorry, and pocket 9s no good. Carl will double up, back over starting stack, just under 27k.
So down to 15.5, Natalie. We asked her at the break, what happens if you make day 2, being the biggest Burnley fan in the entire world, and Burnley are at home tomorrow? She went, well, I'm here. I says, fair enough. Make sure you're here on day 2.
I feel like my day's completely uncomplimented on my.
She does a lot of podcasting for Burnley as well. Been on the BBC quite a lot.
Yes, Brad, that is Tom Hall with the mask on in seat 5.
It is indeed.
Ender
the man.
Ender in the cut-off here, got an easy open. Just playing sub 30 big blinds.
We're just calling him Brad. He's not fixed any cakes.
And Carl here in the big with the ace 9. Not going to be going anywhere. Could potentially, especially against Hendrick, opening cut-off, could potentially come in for a free bet here with the ace 9. As a bluff. But won't be folding. Just moves all in, and the snap fold from Hendrick. Nice play from Carl there. Hendrick just folds the King 10 suited. Not going to be putting in what was just under 30 bigs when he opened with the King high.
Tom Hall is a great player. So this is level 7. 7 and 8 with this wonderful table. A break, and then the final session with one of the outer tables. To be fair, there's quite a few to choose from.
So blind on blind. Carl with the 6 deuce comes in for the complete, and Tom with the 7-5 here. Checks his option and heads up. Nine 8 ace, rainbow. And Carl coming in for a lead here. Always talk about this, blind on blind, just leading for one big blind. When the flop comes down, it's hard for your opponent to miss, then hit it, but against a very advanced opponent like Tom, he'll be aware of that. He'll understand straight away that players, especially nowadays, that is a line that a lot of players take. In this turn, just ping on the turn for Tom.
Carl doesn't want to deuce.
Yeah, turns straight. And Tom got a pretty clear bet here now. Want to start building the pot. Got a very strong hand in terms of straight. there are some potential rivers that can kill our action. Bet of.
Well, it's pot size. Oh no,
1K. Six deuce here for Carl. Just gets out of the way. Doesn't get sticky after making a pair.
Out come the cards. Good to have you on board, everybody, for GUKPT Manchester. The numbers are incredible yet again.
It's under the gun. Jacob raising to 1,000 here. Off of just over 15 big blinds. I wouldn't mind just seeing an open rip here with King Queen suited off of 15 bigs, but Jacob opts to come in for the open. Actually saw Ace Jack suited there. This is how much strength this shows off of this stack opening under the gun. A lot of hands you just expect opponents to rip with 15 bigs. We're gonna make the call in a dominated spot. Lovely flop here for the King Queen of Hearts. King 10-7. So Jacob should be continuing here after making top pair.
Yep. I think 47 is one of the biggest stacks we've had, isn't it, all day?
Yeah.
And we're in level 7.
There hasn't been no.
No. We're in level 7.
Chef Brad asks, how's Nixon getting on? I think he's playing the Turbo, Brad. He's not in yet. I think he's on the list for the Turbo when that starts at 9 o'clock. So probably the back end session of the day. If you want updates, I'm sure we can get one on how he's getting on. But he's not actually playing yet. So folds round to Tom on. Sorry, Endrit has opened with the 10-8 clubs, makes it 1K, and Carl with A7 off gets out of the way. Tom follows suit.
The Bradders. I think Chef Brad's talking to himself in the chat box. Just last 14 messages. Come on, somebody speak to Chef Brad in the chat box, please. Just somebody, please. Please, anybody. Even just ask for a cake or something like that. Tony Tat says his mate's gone to Coventry for the £65 tournament tonight. He registered this morning on his way home from Birmingham. It's a nice card room, it sure is. It's a great card room, and we'll be there in 3 weeks.
So Andrew opening again. Ace Jack of Hearts this time. Makes it 1K. And folds round.
English Cat says shout out to Joe, Ned and Frankie the dog. No problem. We'll shout out Frankie. Frankie!
Mr. Tower, that's very
yes. King
formal.
7 deuce, 2 spades. Whiffs everybody.
Yeah, Hendrick's going to continue this high frequency
Yep,
though.
yes.
Tower. King 7 deuce. We're the razor, just almost always going to see bet that board. And, gets it through.
What's really scary about that is the floor have a very short temper. I've seen them make ridiculously irrational decisions for a lot of money, and they can just pull you out of the tournament.
I think it's hard not to get terried or Sapiano'd.
I think everyone has, people that play a lot of poker on the UK circuit would have at one point or another. It's going to happen eventually.
All the WPTs are breaking records.
And people can start for such a long time.
It's happening here. We're breaking records straight out of the gate.
Rip Cheetah. He got terried and Albert Sapiano rivered him twice. And that was today. Oh man. Natalie raises to 1.1 with ace jack suited.
Freeway to the flop.
994.
So Carl with the overpair here. I'd like to see Natalie still continue here on 994. No, we can see it's not going to get through because Carl does have the overpairs to the board, but these are the type of board textures you want to be c-betting a lot as the original opener. Carl now with the pocket tens, expect him to just flat here. Natalie still has jacks plus in her range, so I'm just going to call and take some turns. Ben now got the easy fold here with the king jack. Unless he's thinking about repping a 9 out of the big blind, but I think there's better spots. There's the fold.
Razor Kev gives us the news that the first goal in the Premier League this year.
You're always the bearer of good news, aren't you, Kev? Oh, that's good to hear. Check here on the turn. I'm surprised Cole actually chose to check this one behind. And Natalie's actually now rivered the best of it with ace jack. And it'll be interesting to see if she comes in for some value here, but she decides to check. And action now on Carl with the tens. He's going to check behind, and Natalie's going to see that she has got there on the river. Didn't choose to go for value there. I think potentially we can backdoor diamonds, shouldn't really be a thing unless Carl's floating really wide, and 9x and 4x is hard to be in there. So more often than not on that particular river we're going to have the best hand. Carl's still got 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s in his range, and obviously 10s in this scenario. They didn't choose to 3-bet, but played it a bit cautiously and takes the pot nonetheless. But on other news, the news of the day, Brentford 1-0 up against Arsenal. Oh no! He didn't. You. Tower's only got the first goal scorer, hasn't he? 25-1. What a life you lead.
Oh, it is Brentford. They are playing Arsenal. I was going to eat it as a tip, but, you know.
What a life. How's he picked the first goal scorer? Back to the action. Jacob, shove him for what,
I'm all
17
in, he says.
big
I've got
blinds.
the hooks. I'm all in.
And it's going to get through. Greg not going to be calling off 17 bigs for King Jack. Thinking about it, but after some deliberation, should see this hand go into the muck. Should have backed it at the start of last season, so it would have been more Brentford.
I know. See, my Tower standard bet in anything I bet is £3. It always is. No matter whether I do a 4-to-1 shot or a 27-to-1 shot.
Wow!
Oi, oi.
Wow!
Greg. Getting a bit floaty.
No, there's got to be some dynamic there. Literally for Greg to do that, has to be some sort of dynamic between him and Jacob for him to put it in with King Jack there. It's the only way that he could potentially call here. 17 big blind shove with King Jack,
no way, you are joking.
Yeah, got to find the Case Jack now.
Well, Queen.
Well, Queen will chop it, but Case Jack to win outright.
Yeah, we've got chops on a Jack.
And it's an 8, and that's very, very unlucky
Wow.
for the pocket Jacks there. No justice in this game, unfortunately, and that's just poker in a nutshell. You can get it in with the best hand, but you can lose with it as well. But it's all about making the right decision over and over again, and over the long run, it will be good for you.
Just wow. Honestly. Crazy game sometimes, crazy game.
Yeah, really unlucky one for Jacob there, didn't do anything wrong. That's the thing about poker, you can get it in with the best hand over and over again and keep losing.
Yep.
Just depends how you're running. When you're on that bad side of variance, there's not much you can do, it just goes like that sometimes. Just got to grind through it. I'm sure Greg will be happy though. He's back up over 30k, and he's got the old ace-8 suited here in the hijack, and going to come in for an open. And Natalie going to defend the king-9 suited, heads up. King 10-7, 2 hearts. So Natalie flopping top pair, playing in flow, checking to the aggressor, good to see. And going to get a C-bet out of Greg here. Turn card, what a turn this is for Natalie. Picks up straight and flush draw. Greg does turn a gut shot himself, but going to choose to check behind, and that's a nasty river. Pretty much had a lock on the hand with our king and flush draw, but we've been rivered here. Greg finding a red ace, which weren't the ace of diamonds. And Greg here just going to call, no merit in raising, and Natalie's going to get the bad news and sees that unfortunately for her she was rivered. Putting a little blocker bet there, really small. Yeah, Span, it was a weird one, the King Jack call. I don't think a lot of players call it off there, but the only reason I could possibly come up with, if some sort of dynamic's been happening today between Greg and Jacob, it have to be pretty crazy dynamic, but there's always a possibility that it's there. We don't know what's been going on the outer tables or how much these players have played with each other. But just from a population play perspective, when someone shoves for 17 big blinds over our open, King Jack off, got to be going in the muck. So Carl, the old loosey-goosey open, ace deuce off under the gun. And Greg with the pocket sevens here, calls, and Ben with ace king here. Expect to see him squeeze almost always with an open and a call here. Position on both players. Probably around 5k would be the race. Yep, just around 4x. Sizing very nice to see. Carl can't do much but get out of the way now. But that's twice we've seen Carl come in for opens with very dubious hands. We saw the King 7 off first, UTG +2, and now the ace deuce off under the gun. Maybe he just likes getting involved, playing lots of pots, but Ben going to take that one down. The ace king uncontested, picks up a small one. Yes, man, you're correct. Craig Dawson. I think there was 13 left on day 3. Yep. Craig was stuck in traffic on the M62. By the time he got there, there was 6 left, I believe he played about an orbit and then ended up finishing 6th. But I think he laddered for it was around 4 or 5 grand, wasn't it, Tower?
Yeah,
He made 4 or 5k sitting in traffic.
We kept telling him, stop on this 62.
Yeah. And then when he eventually did get here, that's when he busted. But it was a story. Yeah, really nice guy, Craig.
Yeah, I was speaking to him yesterday as well.
I remember speaking to him previous tours and legs that we've done. I haven't actually had a word with him since we've been back, but good to see him back playing. There's Tom's here with King Queen, making it 1.1 to go. Ace 9 off of Ben, going to get out of the way. Hendrick follows suit. And action on Craig in the small, he's going to fold, and Carl with King 3 in the big blind, getting just under 4 to 1. Going to put in the call, is in a dominated spot versus Tom. But finds the 3.
5-3 deuce.
And action on Tom here. So chooses to check this one back. That's just in terms of range here. It's going to be a lot more favourable flop for Carl's range than it is ours. And Carl going to check once more. Tom may decide to come in for delay continue now after Carl has checked to us twice. Here comes that delayed C-bet. But Carl does have a piece and should be calling once here. We have a pair. And Tom's obviously range opening under the gun. He'll have a lot of hands like the one he has. Broadway holdings, Ace Jack, Ace Queen, and Queen on the river here. So actually finds the 3 outer does Tom, and going to have an easy value bet once checked to him from Carl. And thinking of hands that Carl can potentially have here that he checks twice and calls. Maybe there are some draws in there, some 4x, 10x may lead turns. But I'd like to see a small bet here from Tom. I don't think we want to be going too large, just the way this hand's played. It looks like a 1-pair hand at best from Carl, so really like to see a small sizing, but he's actually gone big here. Maybe try and represent a bluff, and Carl just sitting with a 3. Literally exactly pop, 6.9 into 6.9. And this is the other thing, like maybe dynamic between the two players. Obviously, you know Tom's a very good player, capable of bluffing here, and what Carl might be thinking is, why is Tom going this size? I've played this hand exactly like I've got 1 pair. If I want to get called by 1 pair here, why would you go so big? And that's probably what's going through Carl's head right now. And you sort of getting that leveling wall with yourself. Like, what hand is Tom going to check flop with and then go bet, especially for this size on the river. Because you've got to think about how your opponent perceives your range as well, and it does look a lot like Carl can't have better than 1 pair here. So when Tom suddenly bets pot, you just kind of think to yourself, oh, this just looks very bluffy. We look like we've got 1 pair, why are you not going a smaller size to try and get paid by 1 pair? They've really turning the cogs in his head here, Carl. But obviously I have no idea what he's thinking about, but if I'm in this situation and I'm thinking about a call, that would probably be the reason why. Like, we beat Ace Jack, we beat Ace King, King Jack we beat as well. Obviously he do have a blocker to some hands, but he does make the call, and he's going to get the bad news. He sees the King Queen on the end, and very nice bet there from Tom. He actually got mustered in maximum, but that just comes down to levels. Sort of once Carl thinks, hold on a minute,
levels that I can't play at, let me tell you.
Hold on a minute, why are you going this size here? I just always got 1 pair at best. Do you not want to get called by 1 pair and maybe just talk himself into a call? And if Tom went the level ahead and thought that Carl would think that, and that's why he went that size, it's pretty very good. But it's all just assumptions for me. I don't know what's going on in these guys' heads, but obviously a lot of them play at a very high level.
Our Italian friend that was in the chat box earlier, Fiorentina are winning 1-0 after 30 minutes.
They were 1-20.
He might come back with a match report afterwards. So Chiesa,
serious player, Chiesa.
And the guy that travelled to Coventry to play the comp.
Yep.
Aces versus 10s. He's driving home. Okay.
Tower's over the moon. His money's just been put into his Grosvenor account for his bet that he had on.
Absolutely. Oh, money to burn on Towers treble tomorrow.
That's it. You're going to have the lot on the treble.
Towers treble is going to be a beauty tomorrow, let me tell you.
You're going to parlay it all, Tower? All onto the treble?
The lot? No. No. It might last me the weekend, but yes. Towers treble will be with you tomorrow from 1 p.m.
So Tom raising here with the 9-5. Battles here, blind on blind. Always talk about how wide ranges are. So Carl not going to be going anywhere after flopping 2 pair and 6 on the turn here. I wouldn't actually mind Tom coming in for a tiny bet here, because it's just going to fold out all of Carl's hands, like his flush draws. He may let go his straight draws on this double paired board, so we're just going around like 2k here. But looks like he's coming in for a check. And does check. The 8 on the river, so Tom actually makes a straight now. I know it's a double pair board, but he's going to snap it off because he only loses to a 7 or a 6. He's just going to check that he's got the straight here, and yeah, he's going to snap it off, and he's going to get the bad news.
Yep. Yeah, taps the table, nods. Easy come, easy go, basically.
Brutal river there for Tom.
Ooh.
Only 20 minutes left on the clock for level 7. And we'll go into the last 3 levels of the day. Getting late here in Manchester for day 1B. Turbo is also going to be starting in just over 20 minutes time.
It might be getting late, but nobody's going home.
No, no one is going home. Card room is still full. As we see Riyadh 20 bigs here. Queen Jack suited, opening under the gun. Makes it 1k to go. Natalie going to come in with some superior diamonds, ace 4, and Craig with Jack 10 off on the cut off. Bit of a loose pill, but obviously wanting to get involved here. Does have position on the opener and the call up, and Greg with the Queen 8 in the big blind. Going to flick in the defend for 500 more, just under 8.5 to 1 on the call. Crazy price he's getting. So in he comes.
7-5 deuce, 2 spades.
So not much for anyone here. The ace 4 actually the best hand here with the wheel draw. But Craig does have position. It's been checked to him. Everyone showed a little bit of weakness, so he's going to fire out. Sorry, it's Natalie with the wheel draw. And she's going to call once. Only she had the wheel draw. She does actually have the best hand here. It's deuce of hearts on the turn. And then a Craig looking like he's going to double barrel. So I guess Craig representing some 7x here, pocket 8s, 9s, 10s even that didn't want a 3-bet squeeze, and then bluff wise plenty of spades in there. Maybe some 8-6 suited. If he's peeling Jack 10 off, we can maybe incorporate that hand, but Natalie just can't do anything there with ace high.
Christina says, has Edinburgh got dates yet? Yeah, 30th of September till the 3rd of October is the main event. It's just a main event regarding GUKPT, but there will be satellites during the week running up to it. Ian's down here working this event to see what the GUKPT is like. It's a £750 main event, full schedule. I don't think it's on the app. Is it on the app? Let's just check the app. See if Edinburgh is already on the app. But it's a 750 main. It's a main. Oh yes, of course it is. Because it's the main only. The only thing that's on the app is the main.
So Craig, ace jack in the hijack.
So it's £750 main event, and the satellites will be running with more details to follow regarding satellites and local events as well.
Raise and take. See what's going on around the room. Terry Jordan still in the house.
Must be taking tips off Maria.
Yeah, Maria's still in as well.
Oh, no
they're on
way.
the same table.
How's that happened? Oh, wouldn't it be good if she knocked him out?
It would be funny.
That would be amazing if she knocked him out.
Over to another
Miriam Boz.
table. Yeah, Miriam
Boz come out of
Boz.
retirement. Where's he been?
I don't know. I haven't seen Boz.
Where has he been, old Boz? Top and all. Oh, Ludo. There's some good names come down to Manchester. Some big names.
Ludo looks like he's pretty short. I'm sure he manages to lose that stack. He'll probably have another one. And there's Khalid Sadu. Seeing the picture there.
10 winner. Khalid Sadu. Gone on to bigger and better things. Cash for millions since. He is a decent player. So thanks for that. Bringing us information and outside tables.
So Carl makes it 1.2 in the hijack, and Ben defends the King 5. Lovely flop here for Ben. King 5-4 rainbow, and Carl going to continue here, and Ben smashed this flop here. Carl seems like an aggressive player, so I was just about to say I wouldn't mind seeing a flat here from Ben, especially on this board, which is meant to favour Carl's range a lot more than it is ours. Carl may get a bit trigger happy on the king high board and start barreling against a big blind range, but decides to check back on this occasion, and the river is a 4, so Ben has the best hand, kings and 5s. But once that turn has been checked, I think he's going to come in for some value now, try and get called. I'm trying to think what's really out there that Carl can have. Obviously 9s through queens, opening early position, maybe some ace highs that want a hero, but then again hands that Ben calls flop with, like all the straight draws except the 6-3 and the 3 deuce, either make a pair or a straight on the turn, so it's very difficult for Carl to call with just ace high, and over bet from Ben, but Carl lets it go, obviously trying to get value from a king X hand. That check back turn went big on the river.
Any tournaments running in Thanet this month, anybody know? Says Warren 1010. The only information on the app is a £45 Texas game on the Wednesdays. So any more information than that we don't know. But that is the information we have. Starts at 6:30, £45 in. I'm guessing it's self-deal because it's 41 plus 4. And we have an update from Coventry. After the phone call, there's been more donkiness than just aces versus 10s. There's been a missed draw, there's been a bet and a call, and a 10-high flush donk, a bet river. He got raised by a queen flush, and then the aces versus 10s, and now he's plus 140 on the Texas Hold'em table cash. He's sitting on cash table 5, but a 5 on the recent list. He's not giving up yet. Oh, cheers, Tony Tats. I tell you what, updates from Coventry are fantastic. Oh, riveting.
We got the old updates from the 1-1 game in the the CBS Arena.
He's £140 up. I be leaving. Get yourself out, man. Go yourself a couple of pints at the bar. God, man.
You can't do that. Win a pot and get up straight away, Tal. You wouldn't do that, would you? You wouldn't do that.
The idea of poker is making money.
You wouldn't do that.
The idea of poker is making money. He's buying back from the tournament, and he's got enough for 3 or 4 beers and some fish and chips in the bar. That's all I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there. I know some people that would do that.
At least fold a few hands.
It wouldn't be me.
A few orbits
it wouldn't
first.
be me ever, because I'd never be 140 up.
So Endrip in the big blind raises over the limp from Carl. Open from Carl. I'm guessing it was a limp. It's 2.6k. Yeah, I'm guessing it would have been a limp. I highly doubt Endrip would have free bet to 2.6 over a min raise to a K. So I'm guessing Carl limped the ace-9 there.
Yes.
Bam, she's back. one of our satellite winners. 2 tickets he won.
Who do you support, Mr. Jim? What? Oh, you sound
Yeah,
like
I was just about to say that. He
Sounds
sounds
like
like
a
Scouse, don't
Liverpool
he?
fan to me. Posh Liverpool, you see, Warrington. Towers had one better this year. Somebody called Canos.
You don't know the player.
Number 7.
How'd you run, Tower?
Number 7, it was 27s. How can a number 7 be 27s? Kenny Dalglish was playing number 7. He'd never be 27 to 1. Just saying. Easy game.
What was my tip?
Well, you know what it's like. I would never have guessed if it had said who was my team and we had one guess each.
Yeah,
I would not have said Liverpool.
that would have been not in the top 10 guesses.
I also didn't realise he was from Warrington. So there you go.
Yeah, cheers, Essa. We are aware of the old ongoings of the football.
Yes, Rumsey's all in for 20. Hendrick's got the King Queen. The bigger stack puts his coat on. Oh no. What's Ramsey doing? Going for a break?
9 out of clubs versus the King Queen. Picked up some more outs here.
Yeah.
9, 8 or 6 needed. That's 7. No good. We now lose the 9, 8 and 6 of spades. And it's the ace on the river, so King high for Hendrick. Gonna be good. We are gonna lose another one. He's already gone.
Ta-ra. Oh no, Rumsey's got 5 bigs to put out according to that. Guessing.
Guessing not.
Guessing not. It will be updated. It will be updated. At this moment in time, Brentford are top of the Premier League.
Crazy. Oh, it'd be so nice if they win. Arsenal TV will be a great watch later if it stays this way.
No fold. What is the buying for this event? $12.50 total. 200,000 guarantee. Last time we looked, there was £430,000 in the prize pool.
And we still have one more flight this evening, which is the Turbo. There's Tom going to open the King 10 early position, under the gun +1. And fold it all the way round. So Natalie in the small, she's going to get out of the way. And Craig does the same in the big blind, raise and take for Tom there. He's going to pick that one up.
Quick update for our Italian friend, Mr. Chiesa. It's 2-0. He's going to give us a rundown. Watching in Florence this morning, he was. Chiesa. Great to have him on board from wherever, which part of the world they're in. It's fantastic. Didn't we have somebody watching in Sicily?
Yeah, my mate Bondi.
44 degrees or something.
Sir Joe Bondi, yeah, watching all the way from Sicily.
44 degrees with a Peroni in his hand. I'm guessing it'd have been a warm Peroni. Yeah. 44 degrees.
44 degrees. That's a bit too hot for me.
That's nearly too hot for me.
And Natalie on the button, Queen 8 of hearts, makes it 1.1.
And you can still buy into this event if you want to, because the turbo's starting in 10 minutes, and you can buy into day 2 direct with 16 big blinds. If that's what you fancy doing. Jay's done it before. Jay's cashed before after making play starting a day 2. Any big sacks on the hour table, says Razor Kev. We'll get some chip counts at the break, and we'll stick them on at the start of level number 9.
Craig with the jacks, raise it up to 1.2. Tom going to defend the 8-7 here in the big blind, I hope. Puts in the call. And it's heads up to the flop between these two. King 9-3, 2 spades. Check, check. 2 of clubs rolls off on the turn. Action on Tom here. This board is going to favour Craig pretty well, but it looks like he is going to come in for a lead here for 2,000. And Craig, after checking back flop, not going to be going nowhere here. Only 1 overcard to our pocket jacks. Raised. Ah, okay. Very unorthodox, but it does work. Just clicks it back. Really want to, if we think we've got the best hand, keep Tom's bluffs in there. Just maybe flat and take a river, and just, Tom might go for the double barrel on the river. After we check back flop, our hand can be perceived to be something like ace high that we just whiffed the flop with, and may induce 2 streets from Tom. But just clicked it back.
Minutes to go. Seems to have gone really quick this session.
Maybe.
There's one more left.
One more left.
Oh yeah. That's why it's gone right quick. Tell you what, really quick this hour.
Do you know when you said that, I was just
looking at the clock.
I was about to go. I think it's gone quite slow.
Well, I was going to wait until 9 o'clock for a cup of tea, but now I'll go, seeing as though it's another hour and 10 minutes. Would you like a cup of tea, Mr. Booth?
So we've got Ben opening under the gun +1 with the ace-jack. Endrick just choosing to flat the 10s here. Carl now coming along on the button with the king-queen. Tom gets out the way in the small, and Greg going to defend this in the big blind, getting that price, and we're going 4-way to the flop. Endrick with the best of it at the moment. Top pair, top kicker here for Ben. Multi-way, no need to get tricky here. Just like to see him continue. Going to have the best hand, just almost always here. Assuming queens plus are going to free bet. Obviously 5s and deuces are out there, but that's the only real worry. It's also so great that we've got the jack of clubs in our hand, because it means jack 5 suited, jack deuce suited, combos of that for the big blind just aren't in there. And Endrick doesn't get sticky with the 10s, just lets it go. Discipline fold for Endrick there. Only 1 overcard to his pocket 10s, but correctly gets out of the way. Quite impressive fold actually. Some players may choose to call once there, take some turns in position. But as Tower said, it's now just over 5 minutes, and then blinds will be going up. It won't be the end of the session. We'll have 1 more level after that. Takes into the level 8 of the day. So Endrick, pocket 10s, makes it 1k. Back-to-back 10s for Endrick. And Riyadh going to defend the 7-5 of clubs. Pretty short stack, then this is going to be it for Riyadh here. He's going to check shove here. If Endrick does decide to continue, we should see Riyadh move all in here for his stack with the flush draw. Will have fold equity against some hands like ace queen, ace 10, ace king that's going to continue, but after flopping this flush draw, Riyadh's just got to move all in here. We can get some folds. We've got 7 high, never going to be good at showdown, There is the all-in, and Endrick with the 10s will make the call. And gonna need to find a club here, Riyadh. Well, there's a few extra outs. 7 or 5 now will do the job. But there's the club on the river. So Riyadh going to double up back to 15.5k. That's 30 big blinds. Good evening, Ryan's mum. I'm assuming Ryan Mandara's mum. Could see you tuned in. I didn't even know Ryan was here playing today until a couple of hours ago. I haven't seen him yet. Hopefully he's getting on all right out there in the field. Craig, ace queen here under the gun +2, raised to 1.2. And Ben in the big blind. Yeah, defend the king jack here. And heads up to the flop queen 5-4. All clubs, top pair, top kicker, nut flush draw for Craig. Smash this flop. And gonna come in for continue and snap fold for Ben. And Craig loving life on the queen 5-4 all club flop. Not getting any action.
Honey in my tea. That's what I'm doing. Christian's in the chat box. We're coming to Coventry, young man. We're coming to Coventry. Is he spamming our chat box with Coventry's schedule? Tell you what. It's the wrong one. Good old Christian. Can't wait to see you, Christian. Cannot wait to see you.
Cut off open from Greg. Enter it. Gonna call an extra 600 with the queen 6 here in the big blind. Does actually have the best of it here. Queen high is actually the best hand, but Greg still be favourite to win the pot with position and the betting lead. King 6 deuce, 2 clubs. So Endrick actually making a pair now. Going to come in for a lead once Greg chooses to check back. Going to take that one down with the best of it. And I think we're going to squeeze one more hand in this level, and then we will be moving into level 8 of the day. Going to be 3 and 6 with a 600 big blind ante.
Essa says Morecambe are playing Rotherham United next Tuesday. Am I coming? Might do. The mighty Morecambe are playing the mighty Rotherham United next Tuesday. Salmiakki. Well, that's it. I'm definitely coming then.
That's a Carl under the gun +1. King 7 suited. Natalie. With the 4 deuce suited. Going to make the call for 600 more. A flop of ace, 10, 9, 2 clubs here. Flopping a flush draw. Carl almost always going to be continuing here with just king 7. Ace high board going to favour him a lot more than Natalie. Natalie's not going to be going anywhere here. She could choose to just flat this spot, but she has gone for a raise here, and it's actually going to work really well. But Carl's going to have so many ace-X here opening under the gun, and we are going to get snapped off a lot of the time. We were getting a very nice price, but really nice play from her. Takes it down with 4 high. Knows that she is called. She's got plenty of equity to get there on turns and rivers.
Essa says Morecambe have got 15 new signings and a new manager.
They got a new owner by any chance?
That's like a new team. That is like a brand new team and manager. There you go. Who was the old Man United player that managed Morecambe for a few years? Like a left back for Man United.
Gabriel Heinze?
No, a 70s left back.
Oh yeah, that's way before my time, Tower. You're on your own with this one. Shame on me, that's the only Man U left back I can name off the top of my head.
You could sit here till next GUKPT Manchester and still not get it.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
But then you Google and you'll be on next train home. Yeah, who was it? Christian, hi guys, it was for Edinburgh. The lady asked how much the buy-in was. Yeah, can't wait to see you all. You can't imagine how much I'd love to hold that deck at the moment instead of sitting here in Hungary and just watching. Christian's back in Hungary. Yeah, can't wait to see you as well, my friend. It will be a great event in Edinburgh, Coventry as well.
So blinds have just gone up. We're now playing the 3-6 level, and after this level we will head out on the last break of the day.
See, Sammy McElroy. You would never remember him. 70s left back, that's all. He was the manager of Morecambe for a few years.
I don't even know the name, so it doesn't even ring a bell. Ben with the Cowboys in the hijack makes it 1.3. Just a raise and take, no action for him.
What's the chances of you getting back from Hungary then, Christian? Are you planning on getting back? How long are you in Hungary for? Are you stuck there because of the restrictions? Hi Vanessa Bennett watching on YouTube. Good evening.
Evening, Vanessa. Who do you want on the featured table last session of the day, guys? Why don't we put that question out there? I'll tell you what, if Terry, I'll see what I can do. If Terry Jordan's still in.
With Maria,
if we can get 15 yeses in the chat box, I'll see what I can do. If they're both still in, I might be able to get that as the final feature table of the session.
Like it. Good shout. Riggy, says Razorcuff. Team Mushroom.
Everyone wants to see Terry.
How is Hendrick still in? Well, he's hanging on to his 14.6. Kieran's got 3 yeses.
We got a no from Cutie Van Wooty.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we know.
All right, Chef Brad. We don't mean 15.
We know, Brad.
We don't mean 15 yeses from Brad. He wants to see Ryan Mandara. Says.
That's Ryan's mum, Tower.
Ali Campbell's number. I was just trying to read it. Ali Campbell's #1 fan. Is that UB40? Yes, UB40. They're on tour actually. UB40.
You're relentless, Brad. You're just relentless, aren't you?
Yes.
Stephen under the gun, making it 1.4 with the King Jack. And Craig comes in with a loose pill with a Jack 9 off in the cut-off. He wants to see a flop. And Greg, Ace 9 in the big blind here. There's the defend.
All diamonds. They are the ladies' best friend. 5, 9, 10, 5.
Yeah, it's a good flop here for Stephen. 2 overcards, gut shot, and second nut flush draw. Craig's quarter piece as well with middle pair and the fourth nut flush draw. Greg with middle pair, probably not going to continue because you expect Craig to call once here, and I'd be very surprised if Greg did come in with the overcall here on this board texture. Once it goes bet call, I think we've just got to get out of the way here. Yes, we do have the best hand at the moment. I know we can see the cards, but yeah, so it's. I know. You look at it and you think, oh, it's a bad fold. He's got the best hand, but it's actually a good fold. I like the fold, and I say that, and then that comes off on the turn. The dealer always does it to me.
Always does it.
But the turn is the 9 of clubs, and Craig turning trips. Stephen comes in with the check now, and Craig after turning trips and the third nut flush draw to go with it.
He will not be giving him a free flush draw.
About 3.1k, so getting over 3.5 to 1 on a call, so I'm still going to be calling here as Stephen. Or we are a bit short actually. I've just seen the stack 17.5k, but comes down to whether you think we can get paid on rivers when we do make our hand, when it does come a queen or a diamond. But it's the 3 of clubs, and now we've just got to give up and check fold this. But yeah, Kev, I agree. A bit of a dicey open anyway under the gun, the old King Jack off, especially off the stack size. But obviously, as I always say, players have their own thought process, will have reason for doing it. Not even at this stage of the day, still only the biggest stack of the table is 52k.
So Christian is stuck in Hungary, but he's got his second jab. We're all jabbed up here as well. And able to come back from the 19th without going into quarantine. Hopefully there won't be any changes, I don't think there will. I'm planning to stay with us till the end of the year for all events. Yes, Christian's back on the floor, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, man, yesterday, yeah, you're right, your table, it was very, very deep, wasn't it? And it was this session of the day as well, level 7 and 8, but there were so many bust outs yesterday. I think that had to be a record, didn't it, to have 17 bust outs in level 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So 17 players somehow dusted off 200 big blinds in the first
dusted
2
off
hours.
200 bigs. We were like, what?
We had to double check, we was like, that can't be true, but yeah, it was. Sometimes we've been through the first session before and not lost a player.
Absolutely.
Let alone losing 17.
Yep.
Blind on blind here. Stephen going to call in position with a 7-3. Does have Greg in a dominated spot. 7 deuce off.
Yes, King 3, 2 clubs.
So, although there is an ace and a king out there, if I'm Stephen, I'm still going to be calling once here. It's blind on blind. Always mention the ranges are very wide. And the other thing to take into account as well, Tower, if Greg did have a king here, he's going to be checking it so much. So it's only really the ace-x that we're worried about in this particular spot. So going to flick in the call with the 3 and play some turns. And now action still on a Greg with the old whip. The 7 deuce, but he is lining up the barrels and now facing this second barrel. Just give him credit for an ace-x hand or better and let it go. Have to fold there as Stephen. We do have the best of it, but just can't withstand that pressure with bottom pair.
good. Proper good. But he's got the king of biscuits, ladies and gentlemen. He's got the king of biscuits, the digestives with the caramel base and the chocolate on the top. Incoming king of biscuits.
So Carl ace in the hijack.
We're back to span. Sorry. We'll look at the action first. I'll come back to that after the hand.
So it's just raise and take gong tower.
A couple of players I spoke to purposely didn't enter on Thursday because they didn't want to end up firing several bullets. If you're going to question your own ability, what's the point? Does it matter what day you play? There were 120 played on Thursday, 260 playing today. Have you not got more chance of getting?
Ever not gone for a bevy in the pit because you know that one will say it's a 6 or 7.
You cannot use that analogy.
You never. You absolutely have. Now do you understand?
No,
I don't think it's the same thing.
not even close to being the same thing.
The thing is, maybe there's a handful of poker players, but no poker players enters a tournament going, oh, I'm going to do this bullet off and just re-enter and stuff like that. You always want to try and get through on your first bullet. You're going to be playing the best you possibly can to make sure that you're not rebuying. There are obviously some players who will be. I
don't see how you class Thursday as being a punty kind of day. It's not.
I think Friday's the more punty day, to be honest with you. You get a lot of more recreationals on the Friday.
I just don't see how anybody can class Thursday as a punty kind of day just because there's an extra day one to buy into. That's like saying I'm not playing Friday because you can buy into day 2. Trust in your own ability. That's what I say. If you think, yeah, people do choose between Thursdays and Fridays. Sometimes they can't play Thursdays because if they get through, they then got Friday off, and then what do you do? There's no side event because it's so busy because it's a turbo and a leg and day 1B, day 1C. I understand that bit. If you're doing it to cut down the costs, totally understand that. But to say you're not playing because you might lose and then punch you off again on Friday, I don't. That's.
Four lad over here just came in with one hand and shoved the bus.
Who gave us there you go. Ricky Kebab says absolute king of biscuits then. Caramel digestives.
Do I really want to do this?
Tom, pocket 9s in the low jack, raising it up. Makes it 1.3. Action on Endrick in the big blind with the Queen 4 here. 700 to win 2.8. He's getting 4 to 1 in the call, but we are out of position to a very good player, and for that reason letting it go. Obviously Tom going to be very good post flop in position.
The rule was you went with the house. Not when. You go right to the river with 7 dudes. You can't even that's such a silly game because you can't even triple barrel. No, you just check to the river and then that half pot. Pray. Yeah, pray. It's so profitable.
Scotty Clarkson says, Tower shows your beautiful face. God, where's he been? He's not on nights anymore. He doesn't work the pit anymore.
You only get to see these faces at the start of a session.
Absolutely.
And at the end of the day. Ben on the button. King 10 of hearts, easy open. Fold from Endrit, and Natalie in the big blind with the ace 5 of hearts here. She's playing 20 big tower. I'd love to see her move all in here. She's going to call, but this is just a really nice shove spot with sub 20 big blinds. We've got a great hand to do it with as a bluff, but she's just going to make the call and play a flop out of position. Jack 8-7, rainbow. Ben does have a straight draw, backdoor hearts, and an overcard. He's going to come in and continue, and Natalie just going to get out of the way now. But the thing is, with this particular hand pre-flop, we've got the ace in there for removal. Ben's going to be opening a catalogue of hands on the button. Like, we're just going to get so many folds from him when we move in for what would have been 18 big blinds. He's just going to fold so often there. Whoa, that put me, that caught me off guard.
Scotty C wanted to see us, and there we are. In full colour, HD and warts and all. That's us. Welcome one and all. Manchester is going mental. How many were in there, Jim, when you saw? How many was in the turbo?
14.
14?
15 top.
Because of this cap space?
Oh, there's plenty.
Oh, there is space too. Just 14? All right, I thought there'd be more.
They start popping up to go.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
They're about to open at 25 p.m.
Are they?
No way. Don't tell him. Whoa, 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 no.
Really?
Big PLO game. Hey, Scott. We'll see you in a couple of weeks' time. Hope you well. Back to the table. So we have 45 minutes of this level till the end of the session, a 15-minute break, and then 2 more levels of poker to be played.
King Queen of Diamonds for Stephen, makes it 1.2. Riyadh, easy free bet for him with the Ace King, makes it 3.5. And Stephen, off of this stack size, just can't do anything but fold. Could have potentially come in for the 4-bet shove, but you don't really think Riyadh's ever going to be messing about off of that stack size. So good discipline fold there with the King Queen suited. Just lets it go, preserves his chips. Still got 15 big blinds on an hour clock. Plenty of time to get that double up.
Be interesting to see how many players make it back for day 3 to have the Grosvenor Sport live book of the players left. Well received in London. 14-1 winner in London. Ewan McNicholas was backed heavily by friends and family.
Ace King for Stephen this time. Just over 15 big, should be moving on in here. There it is. And folded round. And everyone folds. So Stephen going to pick that one up. That's 2.5 big blinds to his stack.
We've had no updates from Coventry. Must be going well. Lots. 440,000-ish. £445,000 in the prize pool. I lost my quid.
I've lost mine as well.
Unbelievable tickers. Well, I forgot about the turbo.
So did I, to be
genuinely
fair.
forgot
I forgot about the turbo as well.
So I went 400. Fantastic. Absolutely.
She's got Ben making it 1.3 in the low jack. Folds round to Tom, who's got a lovely hand to defend with. 10-7 suited.
Maybe there might come a time when you're thinking that you might have to stop late reg at level 8, and then you can still buy into day 2, and that's your option. But
both players catching a piece here.
Oh.
Ben chooses to check this one behind. As mentioned before, you do need some top pairs in your check back range, especially on this connected board here. We can put ourselves in a tough spot when we are raised. Tom now checking it over to Ben once more. He'll be aware that Ben can check this flop with over pairs as well as some Jack X, but this turn is lovely here for Tom, turning a flush draw to go with his second pair as well as a straight draw. But Ben most certainly has to bet this again now, or bet this now after checking flop. Going to feel fairly confident he's got the best hand. And Tom will make the call with the 10-7. River is the deuce of spades. Great card here for Ben. Going to have a pretty easy value bet now once Tom checks it over to him. And just comes down to what size he elects to go. The good thing about this hand for Ben, because of his deceptive check back on the flop, Tom's not going to give him credit for too much Jack X here, but so I wouldn't even mind. And pretty big, at least over half pot. Has he gone 20k there? Oh, 4k. I thought he put 4 yellow chips in. He's put 4k, and he's going to get the call. And nice play there from Ben.
Nice one, Ben. Up to 56,000. So whenever you're watching the GUKPT, good evening. We'd like to say hello to and good evening to Davey from Grimsby. Hope you are well, Davey, watching the live stream. Grimsby town. Fire heck, I spend a good old Tuesday night in rainy Grimsby, I'll tell you. Flipping heck. Is it Blundell? No, it's not Blundell. What is it? I can't remember. The Mariners. The Mariners are the nickname. I can't remember what road it is where they're on. Oh, Grimsby town. Tuesday night. Straight into Cleethorpes for a night on the drink. Great night out. Oh, you're watching David, and good evening. Natalie's in. Natalie is in. Oh, can I have a count, please? Oh, Dawson's snap folded. Great.
So Natalie shoving for what is 17 bigs here. And Tom with King Queen. I know we got King Queen suited, but it comes down to what we think Natalie's going to be shoving here. She's going to have some King Jacks, King 10 suited in her range here.
Tell David to go to bed.
Very, very close this for Tom, but I'll probably lean more towards fold. Natalie's been playing very snug. It looks like he's going to make the call. And they're probably going to chop this up. Well, I hope they do. It'll be a pretty brutal one if they don't.
A lot of King Queens about.
Yeah.
So Tom has a King Queen. He has a little bit more equity of diamonds. Natalie's got King Queen off. Natalie can hit 2 flushes. Tom can hit 1. Tom's favourite. Never understood that.
Well, the free roll goes to Tom. The old 4% free roll. And he's running diamonds. Natalie cannot win this pot. Oh, don't do it, dear.
Oh, no. Oh. Never easy, is it?
No, it's never easy. Always that little sweat.
Never easy.
They're going to chop this one up. And Natalie will be relieved to see that black 9 roll off on the river. That wouldn't have been nice for her. Chop that one up.
Tickus Dickus. It's any indication if and when the Goliath might be next year. August-ish, if it gets signed off with the dates that the guys are thinking about. There's a little bit of a stickler in the mud being called the Commonwealth Games, but Jim will let us know as soon as possible regarding live Goliath. Already in discussions with the CBS Stadium, but as soon as we get the nod to tell anybody that anything's been concrete, you will know. And Dan Charlton has texted us, it's Blundell Park, and him and Luke Fields go every year. Luke lives in Grimsby. Plays golf as well, Luke. Doesn't play as much poker as he used to, though, because he likes the GGs. He goes, I think he's got part on ownership in horses. There's Luke Fields, good player is Luke. So too is Dan. So they go there. Didn't you go to Macclesfield versus Grimsby where it got called off when it was -10, something like that? I think I remember pictures where it was absolutely snowed, like proper blizzard kind of thing. But Dan Charlton and Luke Fields go to Blundell Park every year.
And this pot is going to go Endrich's way. Makes top pair after opening the Queen Jack under the gun +2. I'm going to come in for the continue here. And Stephen got no option here with his stack size and just king high. Just going to have to let that one go into the muck. Half hour left, just over, of this session, and then we will head out on the last 15-minute break of the day.
See that? Yeah. Dan Charlton confirms that it was a Blundell Park. It got rained off. He went all the way to watch Macclesfield Town against Grimsby Town, and it got rained off, flooded the pitch. A rainy night in Grimsby.
There's a song about that, ain't it? Raining night in Grimsby?
No. If I said you had a beautiful lorry, would you take me to Grimsby?
Ace Queen of Clubs, Ben under the gun, opens to 1.3 and folds all the way around to Tom in the cut-off here. Pocket fours, he's deep enough with Ben to kill this one, try and flop a set, potentially win a big pot. Greg going to get out of the way on the button with a 10 deuce, that should be hitting the muck, and action onto the blinds. Riyadh pretty short if I recall, and he has king queen here, playing 25 bigs, won't be folding, just going to flick in the call versus a late position open. Could have seen Riyadh move in here with the king queen for his stack size, but because Ben's open under the gun, representing a strong range, just choose the flat and
4-2-4, just like that.
I said potentially win a big pot hitting a set, but hitting quads, it's always very hard to get paid. But he'll be hoping that
he needs a club on the turn.
I bet under that mask there's just a massive grin right now. Just a massive grin on the
Ben
mask.
leads out. How do we play this? Because if we're flat, does it not just show too much strength? Or
No,
because
because
we can still be...
we're just flattened out because we've got to think about the hands we can have in our range. We still got all the pocket pairs. If we've got falls here, we've got threes, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s. We can have some floats that didn't choose the free bet Ben, like something, a hand like king, queen, backdoor spades, backdoor diamonds, king, queen suited. We can have ace 5 suited, ace 3 suited that didn't choose the free bet. But we just want to keep our range as wide as possible. When we start raising this board, it becomes pretty condensed. But, this 10 of diamonds on the turn, and Ben going to check it over to Tom. It's an interesting spot here with quads because once Ben checks here, a lot of the time this hand is going to be like an ace high or king high type hand that open under the gun. The hands we always talk about, the broadways, king queen, king jack, ace queen, ace jack, ace king. So it's going to be very hard for us to get any kind of value here as Tom. But we have chose a very, very small size to try and potentially get a call from some of them holdings. Ace high may call once, but Ben getting just under 4 to 1 on a call here. Out of position as well. It looks like he's counting out chips to make the call, and does make the call. Won't want to see an ace or a queen on the river because that could be disastrous, but it's the jack of spades, so once Tom comes in for another bet here, I think Ben will find the fold. What is going to go through Ben's head? What hands? Like if Tom did have a hand, like we mentioned on the flop, the freeze through like 8s here and maybe even 9s, 10s. Well, 10s is now a set, but he's not going to bet this river with any of them. Like the freeze 5, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, he's just going to check behind him on river. So then when he does bet this river, like the range of hands he's actually representing then is basically pocket deuces, quads, and then floats that contain some jack X in. which he's then going to go for value on the end. So that might go through Ben's head here, because all those pocket pairs, other than the ones that are quads or boats, are obviously just going to check this river back, and that's why we haven't seen Ben snap fold here. And 18k's the bet, so 1.5x pot, and Ben's sitting here with ace queen. And going this size as well, it really does polarise us to quite nutted hands. But then, from Tom's perspective, what are we targeting here? What hand are we trying to get called by going this size? Like, is Ben going to check his queens, kings and aces over to us on the turn after we call flop? So it's a very interesting spot, the 1.5x. What hands are we targeting with this size? And like, it's the overpairs, maybe like an ace-jack type hand. Like if he calls with ace-queen on turn, he might call with ace-jack. Maybe a hand that picked up backdoor diamonds. But it's very intriguing because the way the hands played, it all comes down to the flop. Once a Ben gets called on the flop, a lot of the hands that Tom calls with on the flop won't be betting this river for value, like the ones we mentioned. So it's just the nutted ones, but eventually Ben does get out of the way. But that's why he did have a long tank about that. There was no Hollywood. It's just thinking about potentially making the hero there of ace high, because Tom's range just becomes so condensed for value there, the way that hand's played. But makes the correct laydown in the end.
Update from Brentford. Esser 2-0.
2-0.
2-0. Arsenal, bottom of the league.
That's got to be a first, ain't it? Team go from top of the league to the bottom of the league after
And
one
also,
game. That's got to be a record.
And also the first London team to win the first ever game in the Premier League.
It's not over yet.
It is.
Not over yet.
It is. Shout out to Sean McBride, the dealer. Proper good dealer. Proper good dealer.
To be fair, they've all been very good.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Used to run the car room in Liverpool.
So Hendrick raising it to 1.2. The 10-9 suited. And Ben in the big blind going to be defending this hand. 9-7 of hearts. Makes the call, heads up to the flop between Hendrick and Ben. Ace 6-3 rainbow, both players completely whiff, but this pot shouldn't always be going to Hendrick. Has to continue this board with just 10 height. And does come in for the continue and takes it down.
So 2-0 Brentford. Brentford at top of the league. Will's View. The GUKPT Manchester. That takes me back to when he was a dealer. Hi Will. Hope you are well. Will Peters. Are you still in France, Will? Is Will Peters still in France? You're a tall, good-looking chap. Hair flicked to the side. One of them. Really? Are you still in France?
So, Tom's going to open this hand in the low jack, 9-8 suited.
You want to see in a GUKPT this busy though, Will? £450,000 in the prize pool. 450. 450.
Yeah, wow, indeed.
Over £130,000 more than the last one. He's back in the UK and he's coming to Coventry to play the next GUKPT.
This is good from Stephen here. Towel up, he's got sub 15 bigs, and Tom opening here. Just moved all in over his open with King Jack. Knows that he can't flat if he wants to continue. Got to be moving in here. And gets Tom out of the way. So Stephen Up to 11.5k now. Won a couple of uncontested pots, increase his stack a little.
Keep his £1 ready for his bet when he selects the winner on the final day. No problem. Jay might be paying you because I've got a pound with Jay. He looks like losing with to me.
But next trip we are off to Coventry.
We are.
In 3 weeks' time. You can qualify for the main event online on the Grosvenor client. Plenty going on there. On Sunday as well, get involved with us. We've got the 50k GUKPT closer on the client as well as the live stream free roll. And satellites running all the time for the Goliath and the 30-30s as well. And the 30-30s we will be at in a couple of weeks' time. And the structure for that has been changed. We did mention it. Now going to be a 40-minute clock the whole way through. If you want to play from the 18th to the 22nd of August, Coventry, Liverpool, Luton and Sheffield. Kicks off on Wednesday with the online day 1 at 8 PM, and then you get to choose where you want to take your stack to and go and play. So it's great. If you can't make a live day 1, you can only travel 1 day. So get yourself involved, guys, and satellites running for all those comps I just mentioned online if you do want to get in for a little bit cheaper. There's our Carl with the ace-9 suited, raising it up, raise and take.
Is there a Towers treble this weekend? Yes, tomorrow Grosvenor Sport will be bearing the brunt of Towers treble. Get your pennies out. I'll be up all night working on it. Up all night.
In the lab.
I'll be up all night.
In the lab running sims, running sims of previous matches.
Exactly. Can you do that? Can you? How'd you do that then?
There's a way, I'm sure there's a way.
Well, I'm sure
just
there is.
Put in all the games
I just
that have been
normally do
played
it by
together.
instinct and who I think's going to win. No, I don't.
They have that supercomputer now, don't they, that predicts like the results
Really?
and stuff like that.
Did they predict
Brentford
Brentford 2 Arsenal 0?
I don't think it did.
Brentford were 3.5 to 1, weren't they?
Good bet.
Well, it is now.
Carl A6 suited here.
So yes, Troy, tomorrow from 1 o'clock, it all will be revealed.
I like this tower. This is good. From Tom. Although it's an under the gun open here from Carl, Tom going to come in for a 3-bet bluff here with the ace-4 of hearts. Carl got that stack size like between 20 and 25 bigs. He's like in that limbo area here. Like it's very hard for him to peel out of position. Like if we want to continue a lot of the time, sometimes it's got to be 4-bet rip or fold. But after Craig now calls, we're actually
Oi.
Do you know what? I did not think Craig had this in the locker.
Me
but
neither.
this is.
Is he double parked?
I don't know. I really don't know. And Craig comes in with a cold 4 with a Queen Jack suited. Nice little hand selection to do it with as well, and so brave to do it against an under the gun open.
Wow.
Plus the 3-bet from Tom from his direct left, and that is that's pretty sexy. That is. I weren't expecting that from Craig. Very good to watch.
Yep.
Guy's got moves. Not just the 4-bet itself, but the size that he chose. Like, just everything there. It was a really nice play from him. And when he watches that back, he'll be happy. And just taking it down with Queen High pre-flop. No fear about the positions that these guys opened and 3-bet from.
Great chill.
Lee Ham, good evening.
Good
Says
evening.
how many levels are played today? 10 levels. This is a level 8. This will level 8. Level 8. This will finish in 20 minutes time, and then we will head off for a 15-minute break, but we'll be back at 10:15 for the final session of the day and the final featured table. Players do rotate, so we will have some new faces on there for everybody.
And Dark Angel says it's nice to see so many ladies playing. You're not wrong. They're a good number today.
Yeah, a lot in the field.
A good number.
I'll just look at the boys talking at the table there, Tom, Carl and Craig, about that hand, but I don't know, I love seeing stuff like that at a poker table. Just seeing the old cold 4 bet bluff is great to see, great to see. Like if I couldn't see his card deck out, I would have had £100 with the hand at least queens, at least. But good to see he has got it in the arsenal. He can make the moves pre-flop. Speaking of which, that was weird.
Oi, oi.
Craig with queens. And Greg's open, the A6 suited under the gun to 1.3. And Craig going to be coming for the 3-bet, I expect. Oh no, he's just called here. Oh wow, and Tom's got ace-king in the big blind. This is going to be very interesting because the fact that Craig has flatted this here means that once it comes back round to him after Tom should always be squeezing this spot. Like Craig's probably going to come in for the back raise and then Tom's going to be like, what is going on here? So excited to see how this plays out. Had a couple of good hands to end this session and we haven't even seen flops with them. That's the best thing about it. It's just been pre-flop poker. But now Craig with the queens facing Tom's 3-bet here.
Wow.
And especially against Tom, I do expect him to come in for the back raise now after flattening the bottom of the queens. We're very under-repped. There's already 10k in the middle.
Looking at his stack size, he's worked out he's got about 40,000.
He's thinking about it. Then calls and then just folds to a 3-bet with the queens. What is going on, Tower?
Wow.
He's sending me spinny, Craig. He's actually sending me spinny. What on earth is going on there? Just folds queens to the 3-bet. Just said
is that the player not able to play against the player?
Well, just
is that the image?
Just come in for the back raise, make it like 14, 15k there. That's personally what I'd do if we flatted from the button to under-rep our hand, and then we've got the squeeze out of the blinds. I'm just baffled. Absolutely baffled with that one. Unless he just thought Tom had to have aces or kings. That's the only way that he can fold that hand. But you're not getting any read off of Tom, so.
And I really hope he doesn't say anything at the table that I've just folded queens or anything like that.
Wow.
Just wow.
Yeah, fold should be the last option. Obviously, if we're a bit worried that Tom is super strong, we can just flatten position. But what is going on? We've got another caller here. Riyadh with aces and Craig with ace king, but this one will be going. What is going on? No way.
What's happened?
Craig just folded ace king to an open.
What's happened to Craig? What has he got to 40,000 and that's it for till tomorrow? If that's the case, just go home.
I'm going to need 5 minutes, Tal. I'm honestly going to need 5 minutes.
What's just happened?
That is just.
Don't blame the cards, Brad. He's got to chip lead at the table and he don't want to play. Something's just happened to his mind. He needs a break.
Well, he just got queen. A minute ago, he cold 4-bet the queen jack.
Nathan, it's not the cards. He said what? He's setting up an image for what? What other hand can he actually play? Wowzers. Is that even legal? Oh my days.
I'm shocked now. I think
we need a break.
Do you know what? If we did have break in 15 minutes, I'd be on a little 10-minute walk right now, just clearing my head of what I've just seen.
Well,
How's just the thing is the ace is open. He didn't even put a penny in the pot. Ace king. See you later. Queens flatted on the button. Only put 2 big blinds in. The 3-bet comes in fold. See you later. What is? I'm shocked. I haven't even got words, guys. I can't break that down for you or say anything about that because I just don't know what's going on in the last 5-10 minutes. The fact he's played 3 hands in the last 10 minutes. The cold 4 with the queen jack, and then just folding the ace king to an open, and then folding the queens once he flats and there's a 3-bet. It's interesting to say the least. It's very interesting, but
it is.
Tom here now. Once checking this back on the flop, expect him now to start trying to get value from his 2-pet. And in comes the bet.
Well, what can you say?
Absolute shock.
There'll be a reason behind it, and we're sat here and he's sat there, so, and he's chip lead on the table, so.
Yeah, we haven't had no errors with anything like all week so far. So regarding the cards reading, I doubt it was that. It could have been a misread, but the thing is, he's not going to misread his hand twice back to back. But just you can sit there and wait, play poker for 4 or 5 hours and not get dealt ace, king or queens, but get dealt them twice in 3 hands and only put 2 big blinds in. Oh, but he's got pocket 5s now. He wants to raise this one.
I'm saying nothing. Oh dear. What can you say, man?
I don't know, Tower. Lost for words. One of them moments, just lost for words. Riyadh, nice hand to defend here, 6-4 suited. Craig with the pocket 5s. Queen, Jack, 9. 2 clubs. So 3 overcards to the pocket 5s of Craig. No fear from Craig though. Puts in the bet with the 5s. Just knows when he's got it.
Jack 9's done really well, honestly.
Just knows when he's got the best hand. Unless you just done it for us two, Tower, for the stream. At 10 minutes to go before we head out on that break.
They'll lie down.
Ace 10 of hearts for Craig this time. Let's see. What is going on?
Just mucked ace 10.
Just ace 10 of hearts. Early position. So So Riyadh taking a good shove spot here. Low jack open, we're going to rip our king queen in. Great hand here to use as the bluff to shove with. Always talk about king queen. In terms of removal, we block so many strong hands that can call. The ace king, ace queen, kings and queens. Sometimes we'll run into aces, but that's just poker. A nice little pick up there for Riyadh uncontested. So what, if I watch the street back, if I'm watching the street back and I see me open aces and I see someone just muck ace king, it's just tilt me for about 6 days.
Can you just when you go out for the break?
I'm going to talk to him.
Just put your phone on record.
Yep.
Stick it in your pocket.
Yep.
And just let us see what he says.
All right. I need to talk to him. I'm itching to get out there. Honestly, just need to know what on earth was going on because my head is just spinning. But Greg, hijack open, the old suited connectors, and Endrip going to call in the big blind with the king deuce.
Ace jack 9, 2 hearts.
Yeah, we have to always be continuing here as Greg. It's a great board for our range. We've got 5 high at the stone cold bottom, and just want to come in for the continue here. And Endrip gets out the way and take it down with 5 high.
So wherever you're watching, Facebook, Twitch, or YouTube, GUKPT.com, good evening. Heading towards the end of level 8.
Yeah, it's been a great day. So many entries. Carvering's been absolutely packed. Prize pool already over £450,000, and we still got the turbo leg, and we also still have entries for the start of day 2. So potentially we could hit that magic $500,000, which would just be incredible. But still a couple of hours left for today. We will be heading out on the last break in just under 7 minutes time. Range anxiety. I like that one. Never heard that before.
272 runners in this leg, in this flight, 1B.
I just have to hope this slow playing and overfair. That's all I can really hope for. You've got ace jack.
Entries 4. Does that really work? Right, got you.
Yeah, I was trying to come ace full.
So just 23 for the turbo.
Shouldn't really have a full one.
So Stephen here. Just over 15 bigs, so going to move in with the ace 10. Perfectly fine this, and just gets it through. Yeah, guys, it's definitely not the RFID. That's one thing it's not, because
just because somebody passes a big hand, don't blame the table.
There'd be a knock-on effect. Yeah, there'd be like a knock-on effect with the flops that we see. Cards would be coming out right, so it can't be the RFID. So it's just down to whether Craig misread his hand twice or whether he's just didn't fancy the queens or ace king. And just thought, you know what, I'm just going to throw in this random cold 4 versus the 2 strongest positions at the table with Queen Jack. It's interesting. It's interesting. But I'm going to have a chat with him. I need to, because I'm confused.
We just folded ace king. Who folded ace king hearts?
It would have been funnier if he called queen 5
So Greg, king 9 suited, makes it 1.3. Ace jack for Endrit here. He's just going to make the call here. Endrit was playing just over 25 bigs. Greg opening EP though, not willing to put all those chips in an hour clock. So just going to make the call, play accordingly in position, and Craig going to come in with the jack 9 to the flop. 854 rainbow. No player connecting with this one. Greg not choosing to continue. This is the board that should smash Craig best. King of hearts on the turn, so Greg now turning top pair, and I like Greg mixing in a check here with this particular King 9. One of the better kings that we can incorporate into the check back range. I think Ace King, King Queen, King Jack will all bet that turn, but mixing it up with a King 9. But this is going to check through now on the 4 liner. King 9 going to take the pot for Greg.
Tony Tats says, why are the dealers wearing headphones? The missus asks. They're all listening to AC/DC. No, the action tracker is behind the scenes, and the dealer tells the size of the bets, who's folded in turn, so the graphics that you see on TV are inputted by Dave, who's behind the scenes, and the graphics come on TV is what you see inputted by Dave. We've got an incoming commentary update. Half his stack has gone. The hand before the break. King 10, Ivor raises with a 6-2 of clubs. All in, and then the aces go all in. King 10 calls, and it's 6-2, makes a flush. He's on his way back to Peterman. Thanks for the updates from Coventry. Drove all the way to Coventry, played 20 minutes, lost my aces.
Cut off here for Endrick with the ace-5 suited. Just going to open here, too many big blinds to be shoving this hand. And Carl, 6-5 off in the big. Fine to call here, getting 4.5 to 1, but going to preserve his chips. He is sub 20 bigs.
Craigie.
Fine to invest a big blind there though, see if we can potentially catch a bit of the flop
didn't
and go with
fancy
it.
any of it.
Going to wait for a better spot there, Carl.
Dear.
Well, this has been an interesting session, to say the least. We've seen some good poker, some decent pots. Tom, Endrick and Ben all been involved. Ben has been moved now, but saw some good poker. Been a very good watch, very, very good to commentate on. Really enjoyed this session, and then hopefully I'll have some news for you after the break. Once I have a little chat with Craig, what was going on, what he was up to in them antics.
Folded queens and ace king twice.
Oh, sorry, Ben hasn't been moved. He's just went for a little walkabout. Stephen under the gun +1 raises to 1.2k. Craig is in now with an unknown holding on the button. Carl just looking over, seeing Stephen's stack. Thinks better with the King 9. And action on Tom Hall in the big blind, who defends, and going 3-way to this flop, ace 9 7 rainbow. So Stephen flopping a top pair here. Like to see him continue, especially with his stack size here. You want to be betting here and shoving most turns as Stephen, if not all. There's just hardly any turns that we're not going to shove it. I can't even think of one really. Maybe a 9 or a 7 if the big blind calls. We might incorporate a check in, but want to be betting this flop, sizing up potential turn jam. But no action for him, and he's going to get that one through as we going to move into, we may get 2 more in, but this could be the last hand of the session.
Hey, dear.
Oh, Endrick with the ladies. He's not folding them. Oh, Natalie, bad timing. Oh, no, not bad timing. We're off to the races. And there's a queen gone into the muck there. So we're off to Flipsville, and Natalie getting 13 big blinds in here. And Endrick's got queens, and it's just a race. Jack 6 deuce.
Ace King against
Natalie gonna need to find an ace or a king.
Can
on
she
another.
do it? No, it's a 10. Natalie Bromley, Burnley's finest, stands up. Last hand of the session. Natalie has been eliminated. We're off. Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers. What a session. We need a breath. We'll be back in 15.
What table are we going to? One up on the stage. Come on, I was not getting those points. Exactly.
Welcome to another hour with the Tower, and this week we've got a British legend that seems to have won all his earnings in the last 2 months before lockdown. An absolute pleasure to say that the guy's got 1.7 million in life earnings. He's 68th on the all-time English list. We have got 3 GUKPT main event trophies, which might start you trying to guess who it is. The only player with 2 GUKPT grand final titles is the GUKPT all-time money leader. And it is our pleasure to spend an hour with the Tower with Mr. Ben Windsor.
Hello.
How you doing, pal?
Yeah, good, mate. You?
You've had a lockdown haircut.
Lockdown haircut. Yeah, it had to go.
How did it get?
Yeah, it's not quite that, but yeah, the beard and the hair just showed. We took it all off.
Yeah.
Going back.
Well, we're going to spend an hour with you, and we're going to ask you quite a few questions regarding what has happened, because you've had a fantastic run of success. We obviously know you from the GUKPT, so we will be touching on that quite a lot. But where did you start playing poker? Who did you learn with, and how long ago was it? And did you think, do you know what, this could be the career for me?
Nah, I never really thought that, but I just I enjoyed it from the first time I sort of saw it. Like I just enjoyed like the gambling. I've always liked gambling, like fruit machines and arcades and whatever else. Yeah, just start. I've watched my my brother that used to know how to play it.
Yeah.
So I sort of learnt from him, and we used to watch the poker on the TV, and then yeah, got a few of the lads up the golf course into it, and we used to have £1 freeze outs.
That's the way to. That's the way to start the £1 freeze outs. I tell you, everybody builds from them. We spoke to Jake Cody, and he was like £5 rebuys where he started. It's just progression. It's just progression, isn't it?
Yeah. That was one of the first comps I won, £5 rebuy. Yeah.
It's everybody has to start. Your first cash on the Hendon Mob. Do you actually know what it was?
I think it's a 1K at Palm Beach.
It was indeed. It was indeed, and I actually think we were there because we used to do the updates for the 1K at the Palm Beach. Yeah, it was a 4-way chop for 14,500. Do you remember much about it?
I think that's the one where I was sitting next to Teddy, sharing him at one point. I think
he just started playing, hadn't he?
Yeah. So that was that was like very like surreal, sitting next to Teddy, like obviously football legends. I just remember being obviously quite nervous, but Palm Beach, lovely casino.
Yeah.
I think I played with Matt. I think I've done a chop with Ewan Jones.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because then with the days there were like 60, 70 runners, weren't they, in the 1K? But it was a one thing. Was it a Monday night?
It's I think it's a Monday night. Yeah, once a month. Yeah.
It's a crazy game. So you can just imagine how many people turn up for a grand on a Monday night.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, great little comp that was.
Yeah, it was a very, very good film. They're always tough fields as well. It was a great film. I do remember going down there as well and thinking, wow, this casino is pretty impressive. Is that what you thought when you first walked into the Palm Beach?
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, lovely little casino that.
Absolutely. Yeah. You made 8 GUKPT main event final tables. Your first was in 2013. What on earth made you go up to Didsbury?
Didsbury. I don't really know, to be honest.
It's a long way from where you are.
I think it is when I was obviously very enthusiastic about playing, so I didn't care where I was driving to. I just wanted to get there and play. And obviously, GUKPTs used to watch them like occasionally and think, "Oh, one day I'd like to be able to play in these."
Yeah.
And yeah, Didsbury. It was a 500.
That's right.
500 buy-in at Didsbury.
Yeah, just short of 10,000. So was it a little bit of disappointment for yourself for finishing third?
Probably at the time. I can't really remember too much about it, but yeah, I'd have probably been disappointed. But I think there's a lot of money a lot of money to me back then.
Still a lot of money.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, of course, yeah. But yeah, then I was a lot.
Yeah,
couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Can you remember anybody on the final table?
Was it Andy Booth? We was there,
I think Andy finished 7th. I think he was 7th. Yeah. Yes, he still boasts, I've been on a GUKPT final, but it was he was indeed on that final table.
And Tom Hall as well.
Yeah.
Tom been there.
Yeah. Well, you've done a lot better than Andy Booth has since then, because that was his last final table.
Oh, was it?
It was indeed his last final table. It wouldn't be the only final table that you have been on a GUKPT. And like I said, we know you a lot from the circuit. the British circuit as well. The GUKPT main event in Brighton in March 2014, another final table, and this time you finished 4th. Do you remember much about Brighton?
I do. That was I think that was just. I think that's just when I started playing solely just poker.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I used to sports bet and that a lot. And I just knocked. Well, didn't quite knock it all on the head, but yeah, just was just playing poker, and I think I got a little bit unlucky I was got a little bit unlucky four-handed or in one of the all-in spots, and yeah, I can't really. I'm trying to think back to it.
It's one of the nicest casinos, Brighton. I must admit, it's such a shame that I know the circuit could have. If we went back to every GUKPT that we ever did, we'd end up in like 25 different locations. But Brighton was one of the best. 4 weeks later, though, my friend. 4 weeks later, there's a place called Walsall.
Oh, Walsall.
You will remember Walsall because you beat Simon Deadman heads up.
Yeah.
And at the time, Deadman was like one of the names on the circuit. It was the name that everybody talked about. Oh, Simon's playing, and now you beat him heads up. 29,000 for the win.
Yeah.
Is that still etched in the memory? The first GUKPT win.
Is that still what? Sorry.
Is it still etched in the memory? The first one.
Yeah. I'll never forget that one. Yeah, I remember being super nervous day 2, and then yeah, sort of on the final table. I remember sort of you just sort of drift into. I'll say the zone. You sort of drift into the zone. You don't really think about it, but yeah, good to play with Simon. Like you say, at the time, was a real upcoming and feared player.
Yeah,
and yeah, it was that was unbelievable. That was.
Did that give you the chance to get yourself a bigger bankroll? Was that put towards the first Windsor bankroll?
Yeah, that definitely was. Yeah, well, that's what I bought the calf straight away with that, and the rest went towards the next few tournaments, I think.
Yeah. Well, it certainly helps because in 2015 we go off to play a WPT. The WPT 500, a huge field of 1,616 entries. You finished 6th for 20,000, and obviously you were so close to the WPT title itself. But first prize, were you always looking sideways and thinking, "By heck, it's 150 grand up"?
Yeah, definitely. I remember being super gutted about that one. I fancied that one. But yeah, 150. Yeah, I couldn't wait to get my name on a nice 6-figure payday. But yeah, just weren't meant to be that time.
Yeah, obviously you played the GKPTs. What were it like playing WPT with so many different names that you probably never heard of, and a lot of foreign players come playing as well? Obviously, it's totally different, isn't it?
Yeah, it's dust. It's at Dust Till Dawn, so it's quite a nice little place to play. It felt quite, like home sort of thing.
Yeah.
As well as an English card room, and I can't remember. I think I played the online day one there.
Yeah,
it was obviously a bit of a journey, and that's 6th place. 6th place finish.
Yeah, sixth in your first year of WPT, and I'm sure we'll be mentioning a WPT again in the conversation a little bit later on.
There's a lot cooler, isn't it? Who's the man there with all the chairs?
Sorry, it's Tower's job, I'm back by myself, but the mic's back on now. But what I was just saying, I was running you through what happened previous to the break. Craig Dawson, God mode, absolute God mode. First the cold four with the Queen Jack, then the fold with the Queens. And I spoke to him about it, and he said the Queen's fold, he didn't think Tom was ever going to be bluffing, so he just decided to fold. He thought he was flipping at best, so he just thought he'd let it go. But good news is, everything's right, card reader's right, RFID's right, hands that Craig had, made sure that are all correct, and we're good to go for this session. And what a table we have got this session. Terry Jordan taking his seat in seat 4. He is the chip leader of the tournament. He's got 150k. He's going to be joined by his missus Maria, also coming into the table, and this is going to be a great session for the final day. Towers back, going to run you through the rest of the table. In 1's going to be Michael Chesnell, in 2 Tuan Lee, in 3 Chris Roberts, in 4 Terry Jordan, in 5 is Majid, 6 Maria Jordan, 7 James Crawley, 8 David Ho, and in 9 is Brandon Shields. So we've got a great lineup coming here for the final session of the day. Expect action, expect lots of carnage. Terry is involved, and I'm sure he's going to put a show on for us.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. I'm sure you've explained that you spoke to Craig.
Explained it all. Do you know what? I explained it twice because you know what happened the first time?
Yeah, well, I'm mute. Yes, baby. Oh, man.
He didn't fancy it, Mel. He didn't fancy it. That was his words. He just didn't fancy it. And the thing is, it was funny because the rest of the table were listening to our conversation while I was having a chat with him, and they were like, "What, you folded Queens there?" And Tom Hall was like, "Yeah, I saw it back on the screen." And they were like, "Oh my God, this guy is a god. Who is this guy?" And they said about the Queen Jack 4 bet as well, and it's just madness, absolute madness.
It's bizarre, this game, and we love it.
But the good news is we know all cards are correct and the RFID is working correctly, so we can just enjoy this last session because it's going to be a good one.
Somebody folds a big hand and it's all the table's fault.
Who just free bet the 5-4?
TJ!
TJ's free bet the 5-4 and he's flopped the flush draw. He's come to play. Bet a 5.5 and Brandon and David 2 overs to both their pairs. Obviously they're against Terry, but probably just going to think better of it here, especially with Brandon short stack there. But Terry going to take that one down.
Good
and
bluff, he says.
Can't. There we are again.
Unbelievable. We're still catching his breath. We really are. It's just one of them things. Don't forget, the 5-day Goliath is on its way, 25th of August until the 30th, with 5-day ones. It's great. Oh, quickly run that. TJ's chip leader, I didn't realise that. Ethan Brown 130. Ryan O'Sullivan has got 130. Lee Harling 100.
And then we got Tim Hicklin 85k, Richard Acker 85k, as well as Bobby Oy, and then Paul McTaggart 80,000, and Cully Sadu, previous Manchester
Bobby
champion.
Oy is on a heater this week in Manchester. He won the Omaha. He final tabled the Mini. He's on a heater, man. And he won himself a seat last night.
Boovy's on the table. I didn't even realise. I'm so used to calling him Boovy. James Crawley, seat 7. No, Boovy, very good mate of mine. Played, got hundreds of thousands of cash game hands with him. Plays very, very high stakes cash. Very, very good player. Not a tournament player, but come to Manchester to take a shot. Interested to watch him this last couple of hours.
Huh?
Is it all left today?
Aye. Yeah. Oh, is there none left? I thought there was one left. No, absolutely not.
So Twan moves all in with the 8-7 suit. It's called by ace-9. What a flop, up and down, and a flush draw. 8 or a 7's got a catalogue of outs here. Any club, 7, 8, 9, 4. Hey! The last one I said. There it is, black 4.
Just the 4.
7, 8 suited, going to double
Twan
up.
Gets that. So Terry chip leading the entire room, 160,000, twice as many chips as anybody else. Just wowzers. Can he keep them?
That is the question, Tower. But the thing
is he already thinking, well, if I lose them, I'll just be able to flick it in tomorrow morning for 16 bigs? I've only got 200 bigs in a minute. It's just not enough. I might have 16 tomorrow morning. Oh, man.
The one thing about Terry, once he gets a stack, actually, he's not like overly loose. He's still loose, but not as we saw yesterday, the second session of the day, when him and Al were on the table and he was raising 100% of hands, any two. I think we're going to see a different Terry today with this stack and the last session of the day. He's going to want to bag up for day 2 and not re-enter.
I don't think that Terry's 1 to 500 that he keeps them. That's nearly impossible. And Ataku Logan, what is the prize pool? We haven't finished the buy-ins yet, so we will let you know when the buy-ins finish, which will be tomorrow morning. We can't give you a prize pool before the day 2 buy-ins have been completed. It's usually the first level of Saturday we get confirmation.
Oh, this is going to be interesting here, because Terry's not folding a gut shot and backdoor hearts, and Maria's going to come in for the donkey. Oh, he is! He is! Let's the missus have it.
Well,
see them two tangle at any point in this table.
Aye.
Was actually quite a large size from Maria, so probably made the turn.
So Chef Brad thinks that Terry's 1 to 5 to keep the chips. See, that still doesn't happen in Vegas, that as well. Mr. and Mrs. on the same table in a tournament. Still doesn't happen.
It's the same with everyone.
Prize pool currently stands at £468,600.
Oh, Macau, we saw him yesterday. He's back. 50k, last session of the day. Ace Queen. He's going to be opening this.
273 runners today, my friend.
Terry going to come along in the cut-off. He's got the 9-5 of spades. Boovy gets out of the way with the Queen 5 in the big. King 8-3, Rainbow. Wants to be continuing here fairly often, Mikal. But chooses to come in for a check. May have something to do with the opponent he's up against. But 4 of spades on the turn. Terry now turning flush draw. I'm going to bet. And Macau here. Against Terry, I'm probably going to be calling once here with my ace queen. Can have a variety of hands against some opponents. We just muck this and get on to the next hand. But we've got a not high hand. A 5 on the river. And I doubt Terry's going to bet this now. He's picked up some showdown, snap check behind, and he's going to take that one with a 5. And another pop goes the way of Mr. Jordan. Yes, Bovey, 1, 2, 3. That is Terry's missus in seat 6. Majid separating them in track 5. At 400, 800 last 2 hours of the day. A bit more usually goes on to around 12:30 with the last 5-6 hands that we draw for. Usually slows things down a little. So probably just over 2 hours left of the stream. But this is going to be an exciting watch. So Twan, this is interesting tower. He's got sub 15 bigs, but he's decided to come in for an open with a King 9 hearts. Would prefer them just to let this one go off 15 bigs. We've got the hour clock. We can find a better spot, and Majid's actually woke up with it in the cut-off here. And this is the problem with Twan. We've got so many players to get for early position, and not only that, you've got Terry on the table who likes to call with a lot of hands. So if we do want to continue, I wouldn't have just minded the jam off of sub 15 big blinds. I know we would have run into it at the ace king, but just think King 9 probably best just to let that one go. We've got plenty of time to find our hand that we want to move in with, rather than leaking off chips. But Terry has peeled to the 3-bet of Majid, out of position with a 9-8 off, and heads up to the flop. It's a check in the dark from Terry. Majid with the ace king continues. Snap fold from Terry. Queen 4 deuce.
You know the tip we had about the first manager leaving? Do you not think Arteta would be odds on now?
Yeah, probably. You'd think that when you're losing to Bradford 2-0 first game of the season. Brentford, yeah, Brentford. I was Brentford 2-0. It's not good. It's good for me. Oh, I loved it. I'd love to see it.
You've been a what for? Were you Tottenham?
Tottenham.
Tottenham. Tottenham.
So here we are. Twan now finds the hand, and Ace Queen moves in for 12 big blinds. Gets that one through. No action for him.
First of all, for once, I'm going to be very happy if I don't answer this time. I think it will be the first GUKPT I've played.
Let's try and change that.
So the final session, and what an amazing turnout in Manchester. Just amazing.
Yeah, numbers are crazy, Tower. Its numbers are just always exceeding expectation. Every year we come back, it just get bigger and bigger. We do it one year, we think, oh, that's going to be it for a few years. We won't surpass that, and then we just get surprised next year. And Terry doing Terry things, opening 6-5 to 2.5k, just over 3x, and action on David on the button. He lets it go. Browning gets out of the way, and Macau going to call the King 5 in the big.
5-7 deuce.
It's a middle pair for both players.
Catching the piece.
Macau does have Terry out kicked. Terry going to come in for the bet after flopping middle pair here. Macau should be going anywhere. Ten of diamonds on the turn. And Terry David Ho is in the hand. He's got sevens.
Sorry about that, guys.
A set. Terry drawing dead. Going to put more chips in the pot, 10k specifically, and 35k in the middle now. And David, perfect pot size river jam here with our set. Not too much to be worried about, but he's just going to go for a smallish bet, try and get Terry to call. One pair type holding, giving him 4.5 to 1 on a call. Terry thinking about this one, and with all them chips in front of him, Tower, even though he's got fourth pair, it's so easy for him to just grab them and flick them in. But the thing is, I know Terry may not be thinking about this, but we just don't beat much once we get called on the flop. Like all the straight draws, which are the unmade hands.
Sometimes even when you hit the board, you still have to fold.
Yeah. All the unmade hands on the flop now make a pair of nines or a straight on the turn, so we just theoretically don't beat a single hand there except the pure float in position, but we went over half pot on flop, so it's just going to deter the floats, and it's just the flick in from Terry, going to pay it off.
raise. 15,000. There's all in. Flags up, gents.
Cheers.
Cheers, Jim. All the best, young man. Thank you very much. Have a good weekend. Crazy hard work.
Yeah, I know.
Twos against Ace King. The twos are all in, and they have missed because the ace hits to flop. And the twos for Twan.
Yeah, Twan out the door.
Gone. But we were just saying to Jim then, so...
sorry, guys, we missed that
Jim
one.
McShane, poker, well, the head of poker for Grosvenor, was just leaving. He's done his bit, and he's off back down south for the weekend. Wowzers. What a crazy effort by all the team. So, he did say there's we can't... Nothing new on the Goliath front, apart from watch this space, basically. So we'll keep us updated. But he did say there might be an update when we get to Coventry in 3 weeks' time, which will be good. So back to the action. We've just lost Twan in seat number 2.
Here comes Terry again. Only folded one hand so far pre since the session has started. And we're 10-6 off, going to get out of the way. Boovy looks like he's got a decision here in the low jack.
Calls.
2.2, and David here, he's got to be free betting here versus Terry's open almost always. Like, there are some scenarios, oh wow, he's going to flat, but I just think against Terry here with the dead call from Boovy, we've got to be free betting ace queen more often than not. Terry's just opening all sorts under the gun here, and surprised that he did just come in for the flat, but Mikhail Malnet may now take advantage of the squeeze with the king queen.
And the squeeze is there.
Yeah, and he does. Terry's not folding, and
we don't know Terry's holdings, but he ain't folding. He's got over 100,000 in chips. He was chip leader, he's not anymore.
So Terry makes the call. Boovy gets out of the way.
Terry's already called. It's over to James in seat number 7.
No, this is three-way. David's actually in the hand.
Jesus Christ.
Check. Check.
Still can't see Terry's holdings, unfortunately. But it was an ace-high flop for David.
Yeah, and David going to be betting this now here on the turn after
15.5, half pot side, exactly.
After it checks through flop, and there is the
Well,
bet.
Terry must have an ace.
Doesn't necessarily have to have an ace tower. Terry he can have clubs, he can have an 8.
Well, that's
he can have,
he could have deuce 5.
He could have deuce 5 suited, 4-3 suited. Terry will call with any pair sort of draw.
Oh, well, if he's got deuce 5 suited.
It's not out the realms of possibility that Terry is with a 2 pair or a wheel here. Obviously, he can have an ace as well, but it's definitely not out of the realms of possibility that he can. Look at it, he's got it at a tower. He's got it. He's not bluffing. And David's going to have to fold here. Terry has the goods. I know we can't see his hand, but trust me, he's got the goods. Just from the way he's sitting there like that, I don't think he's just not acting like that when he's gonna bluff in this spot. He's not going to posture like that.
Half pot size again.
Even though it's against Terry here, after we're faced with this river lead, as David, I think we've got to make the fold here of the ace queen. I know he's only really reckoned a 5, but he could also lead some 2 pair here. Like I said, he'd call with all like pairs and straight draws. But he's going to pay it off. I could be wrong. He could have air balls, but just the way he was there on the river, I just don't think you posture like that when you're going to be leading as a bluff. Right? Yeah, it's a good fault. Terry would have showed a bluff. He shows one card, but I think he would have showed a bluff. He would have showed both, and that's definitely a good fold there. So maybe a little bit of live tail going on the river, and we can just comfortably fold the ace queen.
Ace to the whiz. 8 hour, I had the Queen's fold explanation, but what was the reason folding ace king twice to do an opening raiser?
He didn't fancy it.
Didn't fancy it?
Didn't fancy it.
Okay. That was it.
The one hand I didn't actually ask him about, which I wish I did, was the Queen Jack suited one when he 4-bet, when he called 4. Because that was beastly. That was like beast, like that's just. It was funny though, me chatting to him about the hands and some of the table that weren't getting relayed the information on the screen were lifting it and they were like, what? You done what?
Oh, well, yeah, fast draw.
But we can let this one go. David, same with the Queen 5. Brandon not going to be continuing with. Oh, maybe he is. King 6 off. Yeah, on the loose side. Okay, this makes sense. He's raising into Terry's big blind. Obviously, Brandon knows he's going to have a massive edge post flop against Terry, so happy to play a pot heads up against him in position, no matter what he's holding. Not just a random open with King 6 off. A lot of thought in it. Queen 9 5. 2 diamonds. Brandon with just king high here. Not choosing to continue. 5 of spades turn. I think if this is checked to us twice here though, we can get the green light to continue, but Terry comes in for the lead here and quick folds, and Terry going to take that one with a nut low. Maria 10-9 suited under a gun. Like to see her open this one. It looks like she's just opted to limp.
Yep. A little bit different from Terry. So 3-way to the flop. 8-7-3, 2 hearts.
Yeah, it's a huge flop here for Maria. Up and down. And the flush draw.
Better than 1,000. Terry has to cut. Oh no. Thought the backdoor ace would have made him call.
Maria takes that one with a 10 high. Obviously a huge draw for her. 2 overs up and down flush draw. But look at Terry stack 217 big blinds, 174k. Yeah, it is to the whiz. It's very bad. It's not the best play. Obviously, getting dealt a hand like that is one of the premium hands in the game. You want to be getting involved with it. You can make strong, like the strongest of top pairs with the toppest kicker.
Yep.
And Craig was just on a mad one. I think he was just on a mad 10 minutes, just like some RNG in his head, just randomly flicking in calls and folds without even thinking about his holding and 4 bets. But Yeah, it was a mad 10-15 minutes of that session, but it's done now. It was good that we got the confirmation of the hands though, so we knew everything was running smoothly with the feature table. That was the main thing. So, four-way action here. Queen 5-5 is the flop. Rainbow. The top pair for Terry. Like, I know Terry's probably going to bet this because he's got top pair, but if we're looking at it from like a theory standpoint, this becomes a very good check here with the Queen 4. Want to check for deception. The only really bad turn cards for a hand are an ace and a king. And if someone does continue, a lot of the time we're probably behind to 5x or a better queen. So in position there. I know Terry plays his own game and does what he wants to do with his chips, but for you guys listening at home, it's not a bad spot to check that. That's the thing, like 99% of the time, you're not going to see aces or kings, and it would just won't look too clever. But the fact that someone had aces, he just looked like a genius, absolute genius. But it's nothing to do with a read or anything like that. He's just got very lucky that someone happened to have aces there. That's all it is. Like, there's no way you can just soul read someone for aces when you got ace king to a single open. It's impossible. You can't do that. This isn't a Hollywood movie. It's real life poker. So Brandon opening ace jack under the gun +1. Terry in with a 9-5 off. And two other players come along as well. 8 deuce 3-2 diamond flop. What a flop this is from Macau. Flopping top set, the nuts. Going to start trying to get value from his hand straight away after it's checked to him from the pre-flop aggressor. Terry gets out of the way, and I don't think he's going to get action from either player here. And we should see two pretty quick folds. I think if there was a club on the board, maybe Brandon may be more inclined to pill one, getting 3-1 on the call, but no backdoor flush for us with this ace jack suited.
Final session of the day. Thanks to one and all for joining in the fun. Around about 90 minutes left of the day for us. It has been incredible. The numbers have been immense, and Manchester has delivered. £478,000. 112 players left. 282 played day 1B. I think that's to be a record.
Yeah, that's definitely a record, no questions asked. Maria's got to put her cards in the box. The circle, there we are. We got that. There they are, ace-4 of spades. And the burn card you just saw there slide into the box, so it's actually picked up the burn card here. The king of clubs is on this flop. I think the burn is the 7 of diamonds. I think it's the 9 of spades, 5 of diamonds. But the readers just picked up the burn card instead of the free flop. So going to be a slight graphic error this hand, guys. Just bear with us.
So I think the flop's 9-5 king. 7 of diamonds is the muck.
And yeah, David here. Coming in for the raise with bottom pair. This is a spot where we're just attacking range basically. This board we're going to have a lot more nutted hands. We're just putting pressure on all the types of hands Maria can have that opens and c-bet, but she won't be continuing here with ace high. Do have backdoor nut flush draw. I'm just going to have to let this one go, which is fine.
So Terry back up to 178 after dropping down to 130.
So Terry folds back-to-back hands, 7 deuce into the muck this time.
I know. His VP was going to take a sharp drop.
And Maria, big slick, makes it 3k to go. The old near 4x open, no action for her. Yes, Franco, Maria is Terry's wife.
Yes. So King 10 for Terry under the gun +1. Oh, Terry wants to watch the stream. Not allowed to watch it on the feature table. Terry's like, I want to watch the stream.
So raised to 1.8k. Majid, ace-5 of hearts here, just calls. Like I talk about this hand a lot, or suited wheel aces and potential 3-bet bluffs, but I just think I'm not going to be throwing in any 3-bet bluffs against particular opponents, and so it's fine to just flat and play a flop in position. Queen 10-4 is the flop, 2 spades, a middle pair for Terry, and actually I like the check from Terry here, really like the check. 3 of diamonds on the turn. And now I hope Terry does come in for a bet. After it's checked through, we can feel pretty confident that our King 10 is going to be the best hand here. Majid has turned a wheel draw, does have an overcard to the board as well. He is 3.5 to 1 on a call, just over. Closer to 4 to 1 in fact. And Majid now coming in for the raise. And what Majid might be going through his head here is, if Terry's checked the flop here, that's unlike Terry, because if Terry's ever got a piece, a lot of the time he's going to bet it. So when he comes in for this bet on the turn, Majid has a deuce out for the will, but maybe just trying to get Terry to fold a better ace higher. Maybe like a pocket pair, 5s through 9s, after he checks the flop, but going to get looked up. And the Queen of Clubs on the river.
Good card for Terry.
Yeah, great card for Terry. Terry's going to love this card, especially once the flop goes check, check. I'd like to see him still playing flow low, and this is going to get snapped off.
Yep.
I reckon less than 5 seconds, Tower.
1, 2, 3, 4. You lose again.
Ah, he's not folded though. He won't fold this.
No.
He will not fold this hand. What was that, about 14, 15? 10 seconds out.
Over 200,000, Terry Jordan. Back in the game.
He was always in the game with that stack. Always in the game. 200k, there it is. First man in the field today over that landmark. Comes back tomorrow with that stack. That will be more than enough. Coming back with 135 big blinds. He gave him a bag there, so there you go. Yep. 135 big blinds for day 2. Cheers, Ben Roll, Bankroll. Great stream, guys. Long may it continue.
Thank you very much indeed.
So Majid, ace 4, UTG +1 out the way. Maria gets out the way as well. Folded all the way around to the button. Brandon not going to be opening. 9-6 off, and Mikkel going to be continuing the Queen 10 here. Looks like in the form of a complete, and Chris checks his option with the 10-6, heads up blind on blind between these two. Chris actually in a dominated spot here. Jack 9-4, 2 clubs, up and down straight draw for the Queen 10 of Mikkel. So potentially want to be leading this a lot. Obviously always talk about blind on blind. It's hard for Chris to hit the board. We're up and down, equity to the nuts both ways. But Chris actually going to pull out the float here. And I've actually seen a lot more of this in the last couple of years when people do lead in the small blind, players actually floating with position, see if they can get the check on the turn and then take it away on a later street. Always got to be adapting to the game, but once faced with this double barrel, the plan to float and take it away on a later street just ends. And Mikkel, nice little pick up there. The ace on the turn shouldn't really hit the big blind. He's going to raise a few of his ace-X once we complete the small.
So just under 90 minutes to go tonight. Thanks everybody tuning in for day 1B of the biggest Manchester GUKPT ever.
Name my friend again.
Don't block me again, please.
You're gonna bluff me, ain't you?
Don't block.
You're gonna bluff?
Ace 10 for David, flops an ace, ace queen deuce.
And Terry, backdoor, nut flush draw.
Yeah, I'll call.
Calling to find the club on the turn and the river, the old 4% job, but 9 of hearts on the turn. And once David comes in for the second street, Terry's already folded. He hasn't even noticed, he was the dealer. Look, wait for it.
He's already folded.
He's counting out the
He's
bet.
already folded.
He's counting away.
There we go.
Hey.
He's already folded. Gary says, "Hey man, Jay, going back to the last feature table, did you ask why Craig folded to the open with ace king in late position versus the early position for 20 bigs? The hand is a bit more worrying than the queen's fold to the 3-bet from the small blind.
Didn't fancy it.
That was his exact words were, he did not fancy it.
No, the queen, like he can bluff that. It's not the fact that the queens is. I think the queens is like the hand that got me because we called a 2 big blind open on the button, and then Tom Hall, a very competent player, squeezed in the big blind. Tom's going to squeeze 10s there. He's going to squeeze jacks. He's going to squeeze ace queen suited. He could squeeze ace jack suited. There's hands that we crush in Tom's range there, and like I was baffled with the queen's fold. Absolutely baffled because the fact that we flatted on the button and we got what we were looking for out of the blinds and then still folded it. I know in this scenario he had ace king, he was flipping, he looks like a genius because he could have come ace or a king, but it's just crazy poker. But we'll move on, we'll concentrate on this session now. But Craig Dawson is a beast apparently. Absolute beast.
Says his missus.
Yeah. So folds round to Terry on the button, who doesn't choose to open the 8-6.
Who does all right. Yeah.
And Majid completes, and Maria in the big blind. Going to raise it up with a king 10, and Majid here with a queen 5 out of position. Probably just going to let this one go, and does. So 15 minutes. Well, where's this session gone, Tal? We've got 15 minutes left of this level. Just over 15 minutes, and then we will move into the last level of the day, 5 and 1,000. And then should be finishing up between 1/4 and the 12:30 mark. But I'm looking forward to the last hour or so. Got Boovie being pretty card dead. Haven't seen him get involved. It's just lots of folding, and that's the cool thing about tournament poker. Just sometimes got to sit there and fold hour after hour. Not much you can do. The King 6 flop hits neither player here, and Chris going to take that one down. Terry not getting involved with the 9-8.
So Brandon down to 30,000, still 36 big blinds. He'll know how to play that stack. No panic, no worries for Brandon at all in seat 9.
Terry deuces in the hijack, makes it 2k. Folded all the way around to David in the big blind, who is going to defend with the 9-6. Flops top pair on 9-4-3. And Terry comes in for the continue here with the deuces. David just going to call here with top pair. 10 of hearts on the turn. I think Terry will slow down now that there's 4 overcards out there to his pocket deuces. And we'll see. Oh! Quack on the river!
Umberto.
Terry,
Umberto.
He's going to get snapped off as well. After the turn goes check. 9's going to call him off here. Can't blame Dame.
All the table laugh and smile. I got there. Oh man. He has 4 times as many chips as anybody else on the table. 204,000. Second in chips is 56. Amaze balls, man. Amaze balls.
Span, can you define the word quiet for me, please? Quite normal for Terry, maybe, but still a bit on the loose side. Here we come, Queen Deuce, here we go.
Yeah, we're opening with the Queen Deuce. I'm folding nothing.
And the G Ace-3 suited in the hijack. We're going to make the call for 1.8. David in the small, thinking about coming along with the suited gappers. 10-8 of hearts, and Brandon 9 deuce of hearts. 1k to win 7k. Got a suited hand, going to flick it in. Imagine 3 heart flop. It's not going to happen because the maths of it are just so right.
Yeah, hundreds.
Oh, we got 2 though. We got 2.
Oh, we got a bit of action.
Got 2. 3 players flopping a flush draw. The only one not caught a piece here is Terry. He's checked all the way through. 6 diamonds on the turn. So Brandon now has a gut shot to go with his flush draw. David has an up and down, 1 to the nut straight, and then Majid has the dummy end straight draw to go with his nut flush draw. So Freeway action to the turn I'm expecting to see. Brandon could potentially raise his spot tower. Brandon's going to have all the 5x here, calling out the big blind, getting that price. He'll have some 4-3 suited in there, all the 8-9s, all 16 combos of that. 8-4 suited's going to be in there as well. He's just got so many value hands here, Brandon, that it's actually a really nice spot to potentially raise, but he thinks better of it and just makes the call. 9 high are just never going to be good at showdowns, so the times that we brick, it's going to be very difficult for us to potentially bluff river. But Majid's not going to fold either here with nut flush draw.
River. Oh, can't be.
Oh,
2 of diamonds.
9 deuce. Terry would have won.
How would Terry have ever got there? How does that even work? Well, he calls the turn and he would have got there.
So Brandon, there's a tiny bit of showdown here. He's got 2 pair. But Majid's range for Brandon after he checks back, after we get the check from David, pretty comfortable that Majid shouldn't have too much here unless you've got a hand like pocket 7s or quads that has just played really trappy. But it's very hard for Majid to have a pretty good hand once he checks back flop and then just calls on the turn after that action. So Brandon may be thinking about potentially turning this hand into a bluff. I know we can see it's the best hand, but Brandon was thinking about coming in for the barrel here, and the 9 deuce is going to be good. He's going to get the good news.
Tick, 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 check. Tick for Brandon.
Look at all 3 players. Look at that. Brandon loves to see it. The only way he could win that one was with the deuce. And boom. He was thinking a heart or an 8 in his head, but the deuce on the river. Sorry, 8 would have been good actually as well. Would have made him the 9 high straight.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the customer announcement. The owner of the car, Mercedes, with the number plate LP.
Yeah, Truce, man, he's not opening 5-6x.
There's a black Mercedes blocking the entrance.
What of?
So they just shouted, "Move your car!"
Oh, on the
yes.
audio 30 minutes ago.
Aye. They might have moved it, you know.
Good thing it weren't yours, because if it was, we'd be sat here, we'd still be there half hour later. We wouldn't have heard it. So David, big hand on the button here, ace queen, Mikkel, king queen in the big blind. I'm just going to make the call. I'm going to go heads up to the flop. 5 deuce 3 2 hearts, both players whiffing. David may not choose to continue this board, may just check it back here with the ace high, but it looks like he's counting out continue chips. Obviously a board that does favour big blind range. 5-3 deuce, but elects to continue and takes it down.
Excuse me. How many entered the turbo by the end? Can he still buying? Let's have a butcher's on the app.
I'm guessing you can, because the blind structure is exactly the same as this, but the clock's just
Let's
different.
have a butcher's on the app. 37. With the prize pool now standing at 485,000.
You laughed at me when I said 500,000.
£485,000 in the prize. At least I've got a quid out of you.
So Brandon cut off open, suited king, makes it 1.6, just the min click, which is perfectly fine at this stage, and Terry will not be folding the king 10 suited, so he's going to defend in the big blind. It's going to be three-way action going to the flop here. Oh, he's going to free bet. Sorry guys, 4.8 for Terry. I actually like this. Maybe we need to go pinch better with an open and a call, but the hand selection, very good. Brandon opening cut off, he's going to be opening fairly wide, especially into our big blind. There's dead money in the small. This is actually very good from Terry. The only thing which I would say about this, we need to go pinch bigger. Around the 5x mark here is what I'd probably suggest. When you are out of position to a single open raise, you want to be free betting around the 4x, but when there's a caller in there as well, add on another big blind. But other than that, pretty nice from Terry here. So, it's actually heads up to the flop we're going. 8-5-4, rainbow, top pair for Brandon. So, he's not going to be going anywhere, facing Terry's C-bet. Terry just with the 2 overcards and backdoor clubs. They have 2.8k into 12k. So he's actually gone less than quarter pot here, Terry. So tiny bet and action on Brandon here. Obviously not going anywhere, makes the call. 7 of spades on the turn. So action on Terry, whether he's going to come in for another barrel here. Wow, he is going to come in for another barrel. And we're going to get ourselves in a little bit of a spot here as Brandon. Bet 7.4k. It's just Terry's so unpredictable. We can have so many hands. Like we saw him free bet the 5-4 earlier. So a 6, a lot of the time in this slot you'd be like, oh, it's so hard for our opponent to have a 6. They can't really have any 6x, but Terry actually can, and that's the situation we've got here as Brandon. Obviously we've got top pair, but we've got to come up with, is Terry ever going to bluff on this board? What are the bluffs that he can have? Backdoor spades maybe. He could have picked up backdoor spades on the 7 of spades turn. But if I'm Brandon in his shoes, I'm against Terry. I'm not quite sure what we're supposed to do here. Obviously we're getting a great price, that's the only thing. You're getting 3.5 to 1 on the call, so maybe that could be a factor. It is 20% of our stack to make this call, but getting maybe 3.5 with position, maybe Terry will wave white flag with his bluffs on the river. So maybe call here, and then if Terry comes in for another barrel, then we fold. So there is the call. River card is the Queen of Hearts, and now is Terry going to unload the clip? I don't know, guys, if you guys remember the hand earlier when we couldn't see Terry's whole card. He looked over at David in C8 and then moved his chips in. There's been no eye contact at all with Brandon here. He's just looking straight ahead, and like the posture we saw before, this is completely different. The way he put his chips in, it's a completely different Terry, and I wonder if Brandon's going to make a live read call here. But 16.1, it's a huge portion of Brandon's stack. This is a really gross spot. I'm so glad that's Brandon sitting there and not me, because this is pretty gross. All the factors in this hand, the opponent he's up against, the way that he's gone 3 barrels, the fact that he can actually have some 6x. We saw him free bet the 5-4 earlier. Terry can have a whole host of hands here, but sorry guys, I'm just going to have to wait and see what Brandon does, because it's so hard against this particular player to try and say what we're supposed to do here. I think we just have to go based on a live read. But He sat back, he drank his water. Usually that would show comfort from a recreational player. Usually when someone leans back, starts drinking their drink, someone who's new to poker, it usually means they're comfortable. But Terry has been playing obviously for years. He plays unorthodox, but this is a very, very interesting hand. And that's the thing, when you are up against these opponents, when you do get to these river spots, when they've got a whole host of hands in their range, it can be so difficult to come to the correct decision. And you kind of have that sort of guessing game, and that's when these live grinders sometimes have a look at your opponent, have a chat with them, see if you can pick up anything, something that sways your decision. When you're on this line, there's nothing wrong with it. Your head's up, have a little chat, see if you can pick anything up. Just try and get a read. Like, you can run the hand through your head all you want. You can go to game theory and think, oh, we're meant to call with this part of our range and whatnot, but we're playing against Terry here, and for that factor, I think if I'm Brandon, I'm going to have a little chat with him and just see if I can pick up on anything, because it's so marginal here for us. Obviously, we peeled the 3-bet with the King-8 suited in position because it was Terry. We wouldn't have seen Brandon peel against certain other players, but wanted to play a pot with Terry in position. But this is a really interesting hand, guys. I'm really intrigued to see what Brandon does here. But Terry is now looking at him, staring him down. When he put his chips in, he wasn't, which was very interesting, because earlier when we thought he had it, it's a completely different posture. He looked at David, put his chips in, and didn't sit back and have a drink as well. That's the other thing to think. When he bet river against David earlier, there was no drinking involved. Didn't sit back in his chair, have a little drink of the water. It's just like we've seen in the completely different Terry in this spot to what we saw when he had it about half hour ago. So I think with Brandon, I don't know what to do, like I said, against this opponent here. I wouldn't know what to do. I'd hate my spot, I'd hate my life. Brandon rightly taking all this time. But sometimes when you're a live player, Brandon, professional, just have a chat with Terry, use your experience. You've played millions of hands in your career. Just maybe see if we can pick something up. Because when you have these borderline decisions, it can be so difficult to come to the correct one. It can go either way.
Honestly, I don't know. I wish I already knew.
Still thinking about it, rightly so. This is a very difficult spot. We're getting 3-1 on our money here, but the thing is, if we make the call here, we're left with, and we're wrong. If we make the call and we're wrong, we're left with 12k. So we've got 12 big still, but it's going to be so difficult to find the call with just an 8 on a 4-liner when Terry can have so many hands here. He can have so many. That's the problem. That's the problem we've got. Against certain opponents, they can only have a few particular hands in certain spots in 3-bet pots. They shouldn't have certain hands in there that Terry will have in there. And it's very intriguing. And the Brandon folds! Oh! And he's going to show it. He always shows a bluff, Terry, and that's one thing I do know about the boy. When he has a bluff, he loves to show it. So Brandon, look at Brandon! He hates it!
You know what, listening to your thought process, if I could take in 10% of what you've just said in that and listening to that exactly, I'd be a little bit better myself. I really would.
Well, that's
because that analysis of how a poker player thinks when you sat at the table is as good as it gets with that one single hand. And that's why you're on £3.12 for the day. That was brilliant.
It's great hands. It's a great hand. It's a hand that we don't get very often, because we get hands a lot of the time with regulars, good regulars that are just playing obviously optimal against each other. But when you throw Terry Jordan into the mix, the hand becomes a completely different hand. Yeah. That's the great factor about it.
I think the one thing Brandon won't do is go on in a tilt and decide that oh my God, he's beat me in a hand and I'm just going to spew it all off.
Brandon's mental game.
It's all right, Mick. I got him the tease for that analysis. Don't worry about that. He's not getting off his arse all day. That was a brilliant listen.
It's great to watch. I love it. I love stuff like that, Tao. It's just what I'm here for, and it's just great to watch and see and watch the cogs turning in Brandon's head. And it's just so hard to call there. I'm just glad it was him sat there and not me, because been
So the
nuts
blinds are
himself.
up. Yeah, the blinds are up next stand for the final time today. Are we at $500,000 yet? We'll hit $500,000 tomorrow morning.
We will hit $500,000 now. I'm
because
pretty sure we will.
because the late the buy-ins for day 2 will make sure we hit $500,000. Because we're on 488,000. 10 buy-ins tomorrow, we're in. Jay deserves some roses for that. You're not wrong. Make sure they're tinted with gold.
So Mikel, the kings opening in the cut-off. Terry with the 9s. Jack 8 6 flop goes bet call. 6 on the turn. Jerry Mikel 3 betting the kings, so someone must have actually opened before him, and Terry cold called the 9s, and then it's gone bet call. But Terry going to check it over. Look at Brandon, he's still stewing from that fold. He looks depleted there in that chair. He's just sat back. But it's so hard, you can't blame him for folding there. You just can't. So bet 10.8 now from Mikel. And actually good fold there from Terry. Didn't get sticky with the 9s.
I have to live with him.
So guys, that hand actually lasted 10 minutes. That during it, yeah, around that, the blinds have gone up. So we are actually in the last level of the day.
Yep.
Once he wins on this card, we'll
Blinds up 500,000. It's not yet, it's when.
Can you stop holding when I'm bluffing? Because it's annoying.
Can I get your big blind, please? No, I guarantee I will follow.
Yeah, Kate, I'm surprised. I'm really surprised Brandon didn't sit back and have a chat with him. Like the hand before, I know he didn't show his hand. He didn't show his hand, so Brandon wouldn't be aware of that. But Brandon's played a lot with Terry. Every time Terry's got a bluff, he loves to show it. So the hand against David, even though he didn't see Terry's whole card, he obviously had it. I know he showed one card, but he obviously had it. The other one must have been a 5. But in that situation, demeanour was completely different. It was a completely different demeanour that Terry was showing, and the only thing I'd say, Brandon's a terrific player. Obviously, he's very analytical, but maybe sometimes in those sort of marginal spots, you just need to have a chat with your opponent. You can do it, your head's up, see if you can pick up anything. You might not get anything off of them, but what's the harm in trying? There's no harm in trying.
Three players see a flop. Ace, 3, 4.
So Terry with the ace king, big slick. He's actually got a very strong hand for once. Top pair, top kicker. And going to get 2 quick folds. Terry takes another one, 217k. He is flying.
Yep.
I knew this would be a great session.
Brandon has gone for a chat to himself.
Yeah, really good table, and it's been very enjoyable watching. We've still got an hour left, lucky for us.
Yep.
And you guys watching at home. But if you are tuning out early, don't forget, tomorrow we are back for day 2, same time, 12 o'clock start in the car room, 12:30 on stream. It's going to be another great day, I can assure you of that. And prize pool will be confirmed as well.
Yeah, within the first hour, if not the first part of the second level. Once the day 2 buy-ins have added to the prize pool, which will take it over £500,000. $500,000 in the prize pool in Manchester. Incredible.
So aces from the G comes in with the 3 bet here. And 3.5x. Just under. Boovie hasn't been involved once yet, been so card dead on this featured table. Chris going to make the call with the 10s. He's not folding. And Terry, if I know Terry, he's not folding either, closing the action. And he makes the call with the Queen 4 of Hearts. How's he gonna win this one?
4-4-7 flop.
Oh!
10 Jack, Queen, 2 Hearts flop.
Oh my
Wow.
goodness! What
Wowzers.
action flop this is. Terry top pair, third nut flush draw, bottom set for Chris. Majid got aces. Oh wow! This is action.
Terry just calls.
About 5k and 2 calls. No opponent going anywhere right now.
Oh!
That's how he's going to win this one.
That's exactly.
As long as the river don't pair, but God.
Wow.
Chris could be heading to the rail. He really could be. Majid's got the ace of hearts in his hand. I've just seen that. This is a setup. This is an absolute setup. I like the check here.
Oh, we like the check. Does
Yeah.
it pair?
It's a really
Does
good check.
it pair?
Oh, what?
It does. It does. Terry's losing chunks here.
Oh, Chris is on his way to a double. He's going to double up. I think Terry's going to raise his flush here. Depending on the size. If Chris goes pretty...
Has he gone 20? Looks like he's done about 20,000. What's the bet? 13,000.
I'd be surprised. Yeah, this, especially this size. Against this size here, Terry should be raising, I think.
Just calls.
No, just calls.
Well
What a
done,
player.
Terry.
What a
Wow.
player.
Just calls the 13. That's a pretty impressive call.
Majid's going to overcall. Majid getting 5 to 1 on a call here with aces.
Wow, and does.
And wow, that's a good
Full
call,
house.
Terry. I think I'll raise against that size. Honestly, it looks very blockery, but shows that Chris a very good player. Obviously balances his
No matter how many times Majid squeezes them aces, they ain't changing.
Chris balancing his small sizing with his nutted hands, so he can protect some of his weaker hands with blocker bets, which is good to see. It's good poker.
Wow.
And Terry not choosing to raise there, I may have taken the bait and maybe thought Chris just had like a king jack type hand, going for value with trips of that size. But Terry just makes the call, and how that pot's not bigger, Tower, I don't know. Honestly, that pot could have been huge. Could have been huge. But Terry dodging bullets.
Absolutely. 29th of August, we are in Coventry. The main event is a £750 buy-in. Full schedule is up on the app. We then go to Leeds, Edinburgh, Luton, Blackpool and back down in London for the grand final. Plenty of poker. And the way it's going, wowzers. What a year in prospect.
What a session this has been so far. Definitely the best one of the day ones for me so far. Back end of day 1B. And here he is, Boovy getting involved for the first time. He's had enough, he's in with the 8-6 of clubs. And Davey going to come along with a freeze. And going 5-way to this flop. So, flop time.
966 checked all the way around.
No way.
8 on the turn.
Don't do it to him like that, man. This is Cooler Town, Tower. This is Cooler Town.
Something's happened to the board, unfortunately.
Boovy's out the door. 9's full versus 6's full. This is just a setup. And Terry's actually got Jack 10 here and could potentially river a straight. And this is just a sell. What's going on with this deal? He's just throwing absolute coolers out there.
This could be the curtains for James.
Yeah,
we expect it to be, unfortunately. Let's be at 6. We have an out.
Yeah, Boovy raises to 10.5k, and Mikel gonna love this.
Does he just call?
I think he does tower. I don't think he wants to start setting off alarm bells. I know we can see that Jamie's not going to fold here, but
No.
Mikel's got to think about other hands he can have. And the thing is, he potentially can have some bluffs. Although he'd be a man to bluff Terry for this side, actually. So maybe, in Mikel's mind, if he does actually think about this logically, if you are going to try and bluff Terry, you're not going to go
Terry's
this size,
raising.
you're going to go a bit bigger. He's not raising tower. Terry is not raising. And the thing is as well, as soon as you start free betting post flop, like your range becomes so condensed, whether it be on the flop turn or river. But when Mikel free bets here, I know he doesn't, but if he did free bet, like
if this comes a 7,
it's the ace of clubs. And do you know what? Jamie has to shove here, but
Yeah.
Jamie's a very good player, and if Jamie had like 100k here tower, I think he would have been able to get away from this if he bet river for like 30 and there was a shove.
Yeah.
From, oh sorry, I read Mikel's stack as 180k. It's actually Terry, but Jamie has to shove here. Unfortunately for him,
it does.
Has to move all in.
Yeah.
And it's horrible.
All in.
Hate to see it. Very good power
Well,
mind.
C1 will just take a little bit of time trying to entice
Yeah.
Terry into it, but we know that Terry's going to be snap folding.
Yeah, Jamie.
House over house is very cruel for James.
Yeah. Unlucky Boovie, mate.
Unlucky
I'm sure
Boovie.
we'll see you flick it in tomorrow.
Yeah. One for the bar later.
Yeah, that is. It's just brutal because you've been card dead all session, and
Yeah.
then the first hand he plays, he makes a boat and he loses. It's just poker can be so brutal sometimes. It
Yeah.
can be such a brutal game.
Mikel up to 102,000 boat over boat.
But gosh,
James Boothik eliminated.
Stay tuned, guys. I don't care if it's getting late and you're tired. This dealer is putting them out there. I tell you that. This has been a crazy session.
Rob Smith says, what are the dates and details for London? London is later in the year. There's no details regarding the schedule yet for London, but it's the 21st of November until the 5th of December, so a 2-week long festival to end 2021. No details of the schedule as yet, be quite a way off before that's finalised, but the dates are set as the 21st of November till the 5th of December. There'll be a high roller, there'll be a main, there'll be a mini, there'll be a midi, there'll be Omaha, there'll be satellites, and there'll be normal comps as well. So there will be plenty going on for the end of the season grand final, but no schedule date, no schedule details just yet, but the dates are the 21st of November until the 5th of December. Rhino says, when's the one in Leeds? Leeds is the 16th till the 26th of September. A month's time we'll be in Leeds and we'll be marching on together. We're gonna sing and win, na 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 na.
Dziękuję.
Dziękuję very much. Notice the discount. What's not too close?
Raise 2.4.
So around about 45 minutes to go until the end of the session. If there's going to be any more twists and turns and hands towards the end of the night.
So back to action. Ace Jack for 2-heart flop, middle pair for Terry. Mikel with nothing here. Terry checks behind and does actually turn 2 pair. So now wants to start trying to get some value from his hand. Should see him bet this. It does come in for a bet, but snap fold from Mikel. So Terry involved again, Maria putting it all in. I'd love to see Terry call this off and try and bust the misses, but no, he just lets it go. And Maria going to take that one uncontested with the ace queen. Ripped in 30k there, which is 30 big blinds, which is fine. Over a raise and a call. If she's not too comfortable playing post flop, she just sticks it in there, picks up 6 big blind dead money. Okay.
You know they have the national jackpot for the table games.
Yes.
And it's like enjoying with every club.
Yep.
Great Yarmouth today.
Yep.
Grosvenor Casino. This guy, Mr. Ian Kettle, it's a Royal Flush in spades. Must have been, what's that? Well, I don't know what game it was. It's on one of the table games. There was a promotion on it, it's a national jackpot. £182,000.
Imagine that. From a table game.
For a table game.
Crazy.
Fantastic promotion. Well done to Mr. Kettle. Got himself £182,000 and celebrated with a little bit of champagne. As you would. I think I'd have poured the first bottle over my head.
So David opening here in the hijack. Wow, Brandon. Oh, okay, that's better. I thought Brandon flattered there, but this is fine from Brandon coming in for the free bet here. Terry's limped early position, and Brandon assuming that David's just going to be ISOing him quite light, so he's got an ace blocker in his hand here. It's a hijack raise, so not necessarily a nutted range. So I actually like this free bet from Brandon. It's quite nice. It's just unfortunate that we have run into aces here, and we'll see the snap fold once the all in. But
yep, exactly correct.
Trying to make a play, and I know some people may be watching and be like, oh, he's free bet into aces. How can it be a good play? But it's irrelevant. It's not about what hand our opponent has. It's about what we're trying to achieve over the long run, and just running into it there is unlucky.
Darren Oliver says, any dates for Goliath 2022 yet? Not yet. Dates are still being finalised. We've got a meeting with Coventry next week. Jim's gone back now. He said we'll definitely have an update regarding what might be happening at Goliath when we get to Coventry in 3 weeks' time for their GUKPT. So at the moment, it's looking like August. The dates are not set, but we will update you in Coventry at the next leg. Evening, Bazza. Barry Neville. Catching up, brilliant as usual, thank you very much. Nice seeing some of your locals involved. Polish Mikey C1, keep up the good work. Thanks, Barry. Thanks for that tip yesterday. Glad I missed it.
Barry Neville.
Top man. Top man, old Bazza. About time we went to Dogs, to be fair. Owlerton Stadium in Sheffield. Have to give that another go when we get over there. Great night out. Pete Robbo at GUKPT. What's good, boys? Played many years back in the Liverpool leg of this. Me and my son stream full time now on Twitch. Nice one, Robert. Hope everyone your end is good. We're all good. Are we all good, team?
Yeah,
all good. All good. Thank you very much. Yeah, we are all good. It's been a fantastic late start to 2021 after what happened in 2020. Abruptly stopped straight after Manchester, so we thought we'd just come back to Manchester.
Barry Neville says 100% get us in for free.
Yes, the Dogs in Sheffield. It's a great night out.
We got free dogs with Barry. We got free golf with Mel
in Edinburgh.
We've got so many perks.
I'm sure the Tunnocks will be there as well. So we're going to go to Edinburgh. Yeah, we'll sort it out, Barry. We'll have a night at the Dogs.
Wow, that is tight from David. That is really tight. King 10 suited under the gun, just let it go.
Heads up to the flop.
Queen 10 3, 2 spades. So Brandon flopping gut shot. Terry will just 6 high. Brandon likes to see him continue here, but he's just going to check it over to Terry. Boom.
And boom. That'll do.
Second nuts.
Thanks for coming.
Effective nuts, because Terry's never not 3-betting ace king. Lovely little check here.
How many chips is Brandon going to give? Is Terry going to give Brandon?
Well, on Brandon here. I know I can see Terry's got 6 high, but I just want to raise here and try and set up a river jam. Like raise to like 6k, so we can set up a nice river jam. Like I know we can see that Terry's just going to insta-fold his hand, but Terry don't like folding, and if he's got like diamonds here, or even a hand like king 4 or 9-7 suited, which is up and down.
Fold.
Yeah, but I like the raise because we want to raise there. We want to give ourselves the betting lead on the river to potentially jam. And Terry, there's a lot of hands that he's not going to be folding, like the flush draws, the up and downs, maybe even a turnt jack after we check the flop. So it's fine, completely fine, the raise.
Prof 23, good old Sheffield Dogs, free entry, a pint and chicken in the basket. The good old days. Yeah, I'd probably still do that, to be fair. Not been to the Dogs since it reopened after pandemic. It's not a pandemic anymore.
Is it not?
It's an epidemic.
Terry, King Jack, makes it 2.5x. David defends the Queen 4 of diamonds. Heads up.
Heads up. 5, 7, ace.
So a good board for Terry to continue. Ace high after we were the pre-flop opener. Here comes the continue. That should be job done. David's not going to get sticky with this hand. Maybe he is. A little glance down to his chips. Okay, looks like he's cutting out a raise. Just a random little raise here on the flop. Maybe just thinks either Terry, if he hasn't got an ace, he's not going to continue. So David actually gets Terry to fold the best hand there. You just see most players insta-muck there, but David taking his time and just thought, you know what, I'm going to try and take this one away from Terry, and did.
We'll try and find out what Marvis Cooper's chip count is. On the last list, his name was still there, so I'm guessing he's still in. We'll try and find, next time PK comes in, see if we can get a chip count for Marvis on table 3, seat 9 apparently. And we'll try and get you one. We have to organise a party for Blackpool because me and Razor Kev are coming. Party night every night in Blackpool. Every night you want to have a party, it's got to be Blackpool. All in. Majid. Does he get a call anywhere? Yes. There you go. Brandon gets out of the way. Have you only got 20% equity just because you've got low cards?
No, your King Jack versus Ace Queen. Regard, there must be dead kings and jacks everywhere, Tower, because you'd usually have around 30.
Wow.
Yeah,
You've got 2 kings left.
You usually have around 33% here. You've got 1 in 3 shot to win this one, assuming not accounting for dead cards. Yeah. That's the reason the equity was so low there. But the Ace Queen does hold, and we are going to lose Majid in seat 5.
Were any of you boys planning on going to Vegas for the World Series? Not this year. Well, I wasn't. I don't think Andy was going to play out. And are you waiting until next year for Vegas? Yeah. Jay?
It's hard for me, like especially this year with the commentary and everything, because I think if I go, when I do go, it'll probably be for 6 to 8 weeks, like 6 to 8 weeks.
And now the new rules as well that have come out, it just seems. I've seen the one with the dealer. If a dealer tests positive, everybody who the dealer's dealt to gets DQ'd.
Yeah. But also.
What? 100. That's in the rules.
Also,
that's,
if you test positive, then everyone that you've been on your table.
Yeah. Gets DQ'd.
Disqualified.
Yeah.
So let's say
with no
you
recompense.
put a really bad beat on me, and I'm only left with a couple of chips.
Yeah.
I just email in and say I've tested positive, and then I know that you're going to be disqualified.
Oh my god, that's mad.
I don't think the World Series will take place.
This
with these rules that have been set out. I find it. No, it's all in black and white. I don't see how they can run the World Series with these rules that they've set out. I really don't. I can't see it.
What's it the need for it?
It's bizarre.
How bizarre.
You got health screenings going on. There's all kinds of good things going on.
You know,
I hope they change it.
Yeah,
I really do.
It'd be absolute shambles if they didn't. I think,
Yeah,
personally.
I really hope a lot of the clarification is needed because there's a lot of uproar online. I can imagine 2 + 2 being absolutely mobbed by people.
And we'll come back to that in a minute. We'll cover this hand first because Terry's in with the 7-4 off, so could be exactly anything could happen.
Yeah, Terry's got the nuts for 7-4.
So Chris opening under the gun, the King Jack. Terry flat in 7-4. Maria's in with Ace Jack. Andrew now Ace-9 suited on the button. Oh, this is nice. Really nice hand selection for it. Obviously, Terry and Maria, we shouldn't really have to worry too much about because you expect them to free bet the top end of their range, and very, very nice this from Andrew. Sizing's good, over 3 things, could go around 6x here, he's got a bit more. Over open, cool. And looks like the squeeze could work. I'm not sure if Maria's going to feel too comfortable with her Ace Jack here. Sits down, first hand for 3-bet bluff. Going to take the pot, I think.
So what does Maria do? She's smiling away. What to do, she says.
She's
get
out of the way.
way.
Value-wise, we're crushed a lot of the time as Maria, maybe in a flip situation, but we needed to have a bluff here specifically to actually be in any good shape at all. Obviously, we flip against 10s and 9s that probably would squeeze after the open, and Terry and Maria both calling. But Ace Jack gets out of the way and he gets Maria to fold the best hand. He's loving it. First hand comes in.
Oh, there's a domestic at the table. I fold because of you, and then domestic starts.
Terry, suited 2 gupper. He's not going to be folding this. He limps in under the gun, and Maria going to get out of the way. And a Brandon Ace King here, playing 20 big blinds and over and open from Terry. There's only one option here, and there's that option. Here it goes.
21.1.
I know this is a snap fold, guys. You'll probably all know that as well, but okay, Terry is going to fold it. But I thought sometimes he likes to spin with them hands, and Brandon going to take that one. I don't think Brandon will like the call. I think the diamonds, to be fair. The way Terry's running.
I think Pokemill's had a scotch. When in Edinburgh 3030, it is a GUKPT that Edinburgh have. Was that 1 finger of scotch you had, or 2, Mel? GUKPT Edinburgh is on the horizon, but it is only a main event, 30th of September until the 3rd of October. £750 main event. There will be satellites in the club before the tournament starts, but it is only a main event.
The Kings for David here, making it 3.5k, 3.5x here. First time I've actually seen David open to this size this session. Interesting one. It does get it through. Thing is, if you're opening all your hands to 2.5 and then suddenly you open to 3.5, it's looks kind of suspect, but maybe because it was Terry's big blind, that's probably why he don't actually. I've just realised it wasn't Terry's big blind. He knows Terry's, regardless of size, he's going to defend wide. Terry's not going to be thinking about sizing. So going back, I actually disagree. I like that open with the Kings. Try and build the pot straight away because the big blind is rarely going to fold.
M. Dewar says, how many's in the turbo? 44.
So Brandon.
4 and 4. 44.
With the King 8 of diamonds. We're going to raise 2k into both the Jordans in the blinds. That's going to be a funny small blind versus big.
There's going to be another domestic in a minute.
Yeah, if it was ever folded around small versus big the rest of the session. 9-9 deuce rainbow. No one connects with this flop. The ace 8 and Maria actually the best hand here. Brandon was the pre-flop aggressor. So he is going to come in for continue here. 9-9 deuce rainbow board. Very hard for an opponent to continue without a 9 here. Do have backdoor diamonds for a bit of insurance as well. At 2.7 and Chris.
Don Mahoney with a shout. This is his C3 James Corden. When did he start playing poker?
So Chris decides to come in with a float here with the Queen 10, and if we're floating with Queen 10 after we get this check, this is why we're floating, to try and take it away on a later street, and gets Brandon to fold the best of it. Nice play there from Chris.
Nice one, Chris.
Weren't giving up easily.
Don Mahoney, good evening, young man. Hope things are good. Officer Mahoney. Poker Melly's on the bubble in the 30-30 satellite.
Good luck, Mel.
Go, go, go.
Cal wants to be opening this hand. King Jack suited. Raises it up to 2.2k. Terry's in on the button. Unknown holding at the moment. I'm just going to let things catch up. There we are. Free deuce for Terry. He does love the free deuce. I've noticed that. And Andrew just going to fold in the big blind. So heads up to the flop between these two.
Jack 8, 7, 2 hearts.
Top pair here for Macau.
That'll do it. Reach for chips. Terry does that a lot, doesn't he? He reaches for chips and he's already slid his cards in them up.
It's when opponents do that, it's lovely feeling as well when you're about to run like a river bluff or something like that, or a double barrel on the turn, and you go to pick the chips up and you just see out the corner where your opponent already marked their cards. It's
Katie's playing
such
a
good feeling.
Goliath satellite.
Good luck, Katie.
And they're all short, and we're all on the short-handed table. Good luck, Katie. Good luck. We'll open the client tomorrow to see everybody playing the old satellites, because there's a lot of Dom says only got talked into going to the Japanese again. Great coverage, lads, and love the Terry versus Brandon ad. It was incredible, and listening to this guy analyse it and the thinking behind the poker players thinking of trying to get into Terry's head was just fantastic. And that's Sapporo's teppanyaki. in Manchester. Yeah, 10 out of 10.
Three players. Check. Check. Bet 4,000. Heads up.
Heads up to the turn. 3, 4, 3, 5 on the turn. Check call from Andy. Check, check the turn. 9 of diamonds hits the river.
Yeah, Katie says the online seats are fab. Had 2 seats guaranteed, ended up with 6 seats plus. There's plenty going on the client all the time. Satellites everywhere. GUKPT satellites, the live satellites, 30/30 satellites. Get yourself involved.
Delicious.
So in about 20 minutes time, we're probably going to see the clock get paused.
Yep.
And we will deal for the number of hands.
How many did I have yesterday?
You had 6.
I'll have same again.
Alright, I'll go with same again as well now. I'll have 5. Should we have a friendly bet this time, Tower?
Yeah, go on then. You've lost enough this week. I'd say get the cheese in the first time for tomorrow, but that didn't happen this morning.
We'll do it for bragging rights this one.
Okay.
So Terry, top pair with the Queen Deuce hit. It's checked over to him. Comes in for a bet of 3.1k. David here, third pair and a gut shot. Makes the call. Ace rolls off on the river. Be very surprised if this doesn't go check check, and snap check behind from Terry there, and he's going to take the pot with the Queen.
Still winning under.
Tommy Yates says, are there any mini-main satellites? Yes, there are. Mini-main satellites for Coventry are already up and running. Satellites running every night for the £250 mini and the £750 main. £1,500 package satellites every Sunday. And if you win a package or even a seat and you don't use it in Coventry, you can use it wherever you want to on the tour.
9-9-10, 2-spade flop. And Terry comes in for the continue with the 8-4. After limping it actually, he limped. Big blind check, he just come in for the fire on the flop, gets it through on the paired board. We are approaching the end of the day.
We are. Another stormer.
Oh, it's been great. It's been great, especially this last session. It's really been a treat for everyone. Saved the best for last.
Did you manage to get a 27-1 winner in the football?
No, I didn't.
No?
I didn't, Tower. Why? I think he told me. I think he told me 10 minutes ago, half hour ago, an hour ago, and 2 hours ago.
6 players.
What left?
6 players. Needed to hit £500,000.
Well,
6 buy-ins needed to hit 500,000.
That's going to happen.
Manchester.
We're going to get 6 buy-ins at some point.
Is Manchester going to be a
before
success?
day 2.
Well, there's no guarantee on the minute it can't be a success. The main's too expensive, it can't be a success. Shall we rethink that? Shall we just rewind and go backwards?
It's been great all week. I think we all knew the main was going to get ridiculous numbers after the side events, but it's really good to actually see it now and see that prize pool keep going up, and very soon it will be 500,000, and it means there's probably going to be 130 odd K up top, which is huge for a GUKPT that's not in London. It's just huge.
Katie says she feels like driving up to Reg for day 2. If you set off now, you still won't get here. You have 8 breaks and you take the scenic route. You not get here. It took you 14 days to get back from Edinburgh 2 years ago. They had to send a search party out for her. And I tell you what, it's a good job she doesn't drive an electric car. Jeez! 60 mile, fill it, 60 mile, get a charge. 60 mile, get a charge.
I'll teach you how to get a book. Tell me later.
Ace 9-2-2. That sounds like EastEnders. Ace 9-2-2-2-2-2-2.
Lovely turn from Mikel. Turns the flush, and especially being the better on the flop, he's going to come in for a second barrel here. And Chris, after playing the ace deceptively, checking it over both times, not going to be able to fold here. Have to call at least this turn bet for 8k.
No, it doesn't pair, so the chick goes to Mikel.
So Mikel, the fact that he limped the button here, I guess he can have quite a lot of combos of flushes if he's limping 7-5. So many permutations of potential heart flush draws that he can have. And he has gone bet. Like a plausible bluff that he could have here is, the thing is, it can't even really be King Queen, King Jack with the King of Hearts, because they would open the button here, so he wouldn't even have the removal blocker of the King of Hearts here. But I was just about to say, if Chris really thinks about this one, he might be able to make a good lay down, but Mikel gonna take that one with
Evening.
the 7-5 of hearts.
Evening, Jim.
Evening, Jim.
How are you doing in the satellites, Katie? What's the angle on the sats? How are you doing? How many screens you got open? How many screens have you got open? How many satellites are you playing? How are you doing in it? Are we chip leading any of them? Let us know. We've got around about 20 minutes to go until the end of the day.
Jim Marlowe's tuned in from Antigua for the last 20 minutes.
Antigua?
What's he doing over there?
Unbelievable techers.
Spending all the old Eastern Caribbean dollars.
Amazing.
Brandon King 9 suited here, raised to 2k off of 18 bigs, trying to pick it up. Chris comes in with a snap free bet out. That's probably the quickest rebet I've ever seen. Didn't even think about it. Chips room before I could say a word. And a snap fold from Brandon, correctly so.
Swifty is bossing the Goliath satellite, and she's crushing Goliath sat it, and Razor Kev is 9 of 10.
Queen 10 for Jonathan in cut-off makes it 2k to go. Terry in the small blind, a bit of a loose call with a King Deuce. Maria getting very nice price here, exactly 6 to 1 on the call with a Jack 7, so going to call, see if she can potentially catch a piece of this flop. Maria is all in, so I'm assuming this flop's got at least a jack or a 7 on it. Oh no, wow. She just went for it with the old gut shot, and it gets through as well. Actually, really, if she did actually think about that, it's a very good board for her range in the big blind. It's going to hit her a lot harder, so use that to her advantage there. And the time she is called, obviously, can make our straight. So Brandon King Queen here, off of just under 17 bigs, going to open from early position. I think if we saw Brandon had 2 less big blinds here, this is how fine the margins are. He would have just opened and ripped this hand, but because he's got a couple more, he's going to come in for an open. And Chris with aces, 3 bets to 7k. And if I'm Chris here, once Brandon opens off of that stack size, I wouldn't mind seeing a little flat, a little trappy flat, mix it in some of the times, especially when people open off of 16, 17 big blinds and you've got aces there. Can incorporate a flat in some of the times. Obviously, we've got 2 aces in our hand, so it's very hard for our opponent to have like hand like ace king, ace queen. Obviously kings, queens and jacks are all there, but always good to always be mixing it up. Can't just always re-raise aces, gotta try and flat some of the time. And Maria says I'm all in. She's got ace queen. She moves all in for 30 big blinds, and Chris can't call this with king jack, not 30 big, snaps folds, and Maria picks that one up. Is that Carl Walker in seat 7? Just realised. So Mikhail chipped up very nicely this session. Obviously he had the massive caller boat over boat against Boovy about 45 minutes ago, but other than that he's been chipping up well, and now up to 130k. He's going to open the 5s under the gun, raise to 2.2. Terry in with a jack 9 off. And Brandon ace 6 off here in the big blind, playing 12 bigs. May just let this one go, preserve them chips. Obviously under the gun open, we've just been a dominated spot too often here, and yeah, I completely agree with that fold. Saw him had 30-40k there, he probably would have flicked in and defend.
10-9-7 flop, 2 clubs.
So middle pair, gut shot for Terry. 3 overcards to the 5s of Mikhail. He's going to come in for a continuation bet, and Terry beats him into the pot and would take a turn.
3 of hearts on the turn.
And expect the 5s to slow down almost always now, especially against Terry. Bet 5k from him, so just under half pot. And Mikhail out of position. Probably just going to let this one go. Terry can have a whole host of hands, as we always mention, and just throws it into the muck. And Terry takes a little one.
Morning, Harry. Harry Chapman. I'll see you in Coventry. Can't explain how chuffed I am. Have you not? Did I see the news that you've got yourself into a major university somewhere? Mr. Chapman? I think you saw the news.
He's saying good morning. Does that not mean he's like abroad somewhere?
Well, it's 5 past midnight. Maybe that's just it.
Ignore me.
Maybe that's just it. So it's a good evening. Is it good evening till we go to bed?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
It's not tomorrow until you wake up, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Jonathan, aces, back into the day, great to see. You wake up with the boots, especially when you're short. I say that 20 big blinds, it's not really short. But makes it 2k, and Terry calls.
Needs somebody with a hand, or Terry Jordan.
Yeah, right, or Terry at the table. Oh,
2, 3, 4 flop. Oh no, 2, 3, 5.
This is good for Jonathan because he potentially could be doubling up here against Terry. I think because Terry will look at his stack, knowing Terry, and he'll just put him in on this flop. There I know Terry. But no, he just calls.
Better 3 and a call. Don't want to see the 4. King of Hearts on the turn.
So, here with Jonathan here.
Yeah.
We'll be coming in for another bet.
There's 5 and a call.
Looking to jam most rivers here. Obviously, are some that we may elect to check. But no, that's just beautiful for us. And we've got a lovely spot to shove now against Terry, and there's the all-in. And Terry gets out of the way, so didn't give him the full double up. He's playing pretty cautiously last half hour after he had that pot against
and up
Brandon.
to 30 bigs if we're bagging up right now for tomorrow's day 2.
Main event dealers on 518, finish the hand you're on, and then pause the deal. That's main event dealers. Once you finish the hand,
Main event dealers pause. What's it going to be? What's it going to be? There's $1 million and a World Series main event ticket for this one. A Lamborghini waiting outside, 4, 5 or 6. You went 5, I went 6. Six more hands,
of course it's
ladies
6.
and gentlemen.
How bad do I run at picking the number of hands? I'd love to. Honestly, if someone has the time and wants to go back through every stream we've ever done when I've been here, I reckon no more than 5 I've got right out of about at least 50. It's, how can I run that bad?
Just run good in cash games, alright?
Yeah, we'll take it on the other end of the spectrum.
I'll just take the Lambo when we're finished.
Scotty, another great night, fellas. Good night. Thanks for tuning in. We've got 6 hands to go, which means the button is going to be finishing on Maria. That will be our last hand of the day, and we're going to be locked in for these last 6. Before we say goodbye, don't forget back tomorrow for day 2.
If morning only comes after we slept, then I've lost a few days from the odd 2 to 3 days wild ones. Nath Poulton.
So Cal takes that one with the ace-10 of hearts. 5 to go. That was a quick one.
I don't think you've ever stopped in bed 24 hours. Ever. Not ever.
I think I've had a...
Like, never.
I think I've had a 28-hour kip. I think that's my best.
And how many?
28-hour kip.
What, straight through?
Yeah, straight through.
You must have needed a wee at some point.
I think I might have got up for it. Yeah, but I remember I played this session, which was 48 hours, and then I just slept for, I literally played a 48-hour session straight.
So you started playing cards on Tuesday, you went to bed, you woke up Saturday?
No, what happened was it was a Wednesday night, the game started at 7 PM, it was a Hold'em game, and by the time I finished we were playing some ridiculous PLO game at Friday at like 5 PM, it broke at 7 PM that Friday, and ended up waking up Sunday night.
You've got the life, you, haven't you? Hey, and I bet your mum still won't you a wee cup of tea.
Yeah.
Night, Mum.
Night, Mum.
We'll see you tomorrow for sure.
She'll tell you I can sleep. That's something I can do when I want to.
She just wishes you'd make your bed and do your own washing. $26 hours straight. Just how do you do it? I don't think I've ever spent 24 hours in bed. Pretty confident of that as well. Wowzers. Sleeping 28 hours, dreams must have been epic.
Well, I don't remember my dreams. I'm one of them.
Ace 10-3. Where's the button finished, Jay?
On Maria. So we've got 4 hands to go, including this one. Yeah, we just had 2 quick hands as we was discussing the realms of sleep. Yeah.
Oh, Prof 23, Leeds are playing Man United at 12:30. Yeah, big game to start the Saturday Premier League. Today, Arsenal are bottom of the league.
6 of spades on the river.
I'm expecting the casino to be busy tomorrow to watch the Man United match. Seems though we're in Manchester. 73,000 at Old Trafford again. Yeah, awesome. Is there a Tower treble tomorrow? Yes, there is, 1 p.m. Tower's treble will be revealed. So the last 3 or 4 hands, last three hands of the evening. Evening, Darren. Watching in Liverpool. Hope you're well, my friend. Good to see you over the week. Live stream on for about another 15 minutes, and then we finish for the night, and then back tomorrow from 12:30. We'll be posting the Towers treble on Twitter. Yes, we will.
So Andrew, King 6 suited, getting involved with 4 hands left to go. Sorry, 3 hands now. Button's moved on again. And get called in both spots by Maria and Terry. King, Queen, Deuce, all spades. So top pair for Andrew. Terry is up and down. Doesn't have a spade in his hand though. Going to call once, and Maria will make a quick fold. So take a turn. Deuce of hearts. Now chop with most other King X, but he's going to fire again, and Terry going to get out of the way. 2 hands to go.
So the last 2. Cheers, guys, all you lads and lasses in the chat box.
So the last hand, I believe. Bottom was on Brandon. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's last hand.
Nate Poulton's going to be muting us during Soccer Saturday tomorrow. There's no need because we don't have it on. We need you to tell us what's happening. Super 6 done, ITV 7 done, bets are on, Leeds match on telly, and the stream on the laptop. Don't get much better than that, does it? If Carlsberg did Saturday.
Brandon under the gun, last hand of the day. Going to come in for an open here, just over 15 bigs, makes it 2k, and folds all the way round. Terry going to come in, Queen 8 suited, wants to get involved last hand. Maria's going to bag up, she gets out the way.
Yes, well done, Maria.
And Davey going to defend, so 4-way action. Last hand.
7, 7, 3, 7.
Not much for anyone here.
7, 3, 7.
Brandon does have 2 pair. Probably wants to bet this. We're going to have the best hand a lot of the time, assuming there's not 7x out there. Obviously want to bet for equity, denial purposes. There's not really any good turns for us other than another 3 or ace. So good to see Brandon coming in here.
Yeah.
And just expect this one to get through. Oh, he's just gone all in, which is fair enough as well. He's gone 13k into 9. And no one should be calling. Terry is having a little think about it. He has got backdoors.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Just wow.
Just give it to him. Oh, if this comes a queen or 8, it's ill. It's just ill.
Brandon smiles and thinks Wow.
Wow. What I'm up against here.
Queen 8.
Backdoor spades.
David gets out of the way. He's not in the hand. So it's Brandon to double up. Needs to fade an 8 or a queen. And oh no, my word! You are absolutely having a laugh.
There's just no justice in this game, is there? And Terry just calls with queen high on 7-3.
What on earth?
And, oh, wow.
Brandon has been brutalised by Terry Jordan.
Terry Jordan. He's going to bag up 176k. And oh, is the shuffling? No, I didn't think
that's
so.
it. Tap the
That is
table.
it. There we go.
Just.
And that is it for the day, guys. It's been a great day here in Manchester for day 1B. The turnout has been incredible. I think tomorrow at some point when people are entering for day 2, before the start, we will hit the $500,000. Obviously, all the details of the prize pool will be tomorrow.
Highlight of the day, young man?
Highlight of the day, probably
Craig.
All right, we'll come back to Craig, but that was funny. Like that did spin me out. But I think the highlight of the day had to be the Terry and Brandon hand, because that was a really good watch. I really enjoyed watching that hand. Just the way Brandon was in the tank for so long. There must have been so much going on in his head, and it's just so good to watch. And unlucky for him, he made the bad decision, and then Terry knocking him out here as well. It's just not been a good day. He's going to have nightmares about Terry Jordan tonight, Brandon is.
Do you think you flick it in tomorrow?
Me?
No, Brandon.
Oh, Brandon.
Not you. You're stopping here.
I was like, can I? Brandon, of course, yeah, he'll flick it in tomorrow. 16 bigs on an hour clock, still more than enough chips, and I think we'll see Brandon back for day 2. Hopefully, have a little spin.
Thanks to everybody in the chat box. It has been class yet again. If you're playing all the satellites, good luck. If you are in any of the 30-30s, good luck. Really enjoyed it today yet again. We need 6 runners to hit £500,000.
It's going to happen
in Manchester for the first time ever. There'll be an $500,000 prize pool outside of London.
Yeah.
6 runners needed.
It's great. It is really great. So what we're going to do as the players are bagging up, we're just going to run you through some chip counts for the day here in 1B, me and the tower. See how everyone's been getting on out in the outer field, and then we will close things up for today.
Yeah, the top 10 stacks as they stroll up on the screen. Terry Jordan, 174,000. Macapac, Chris Johnson, 166. Stuart Lord, 164. James Clark on 146, and Lee Harling on 144.
And then we got Paul Campbell, 143. Aleem Kanji, 131k. Robert Noor, 123k. Danny Gormley, 123k. Michael, 106. And David G there at the bottom with 101k. And we are back tomorrow, guys. Thanks for everyone that's been tuned in all day and people that have tuned in throughout. Live coverage starts from 12:30. It's going to be another great day. You won't want to miss it.
Shall we do it all again tomorrow?
We'll do it all again tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, guys.
See you tomorrow, guys.